Prologue. Nobody saw her struggle. They just looked the other way. You could see it on her eyes that she was broken. None of us realized it until it was far too late. At first, people called her quiet, as if silence were a personality and not a warning. They said she was polite, well-mannered, the kind of girl who smiled at the right moments and never made herself a burden. She held doors open. She said thank you. She remembered birthdays. She folded herself neatly into the edges of every room and made herself easy to overlook. That was what people liked about her. She did not demand too much space. She did not ask to be seen. Her name was Anna Barry, and for most of her life she moved through the world like a candle in a storm, flickering, stubborn, trying not to go out. The first thing I remember about Anna was her laugh. It surprised people because it came so suddenly, so bright and unguarded, like a bird breaking free from a closed window. It was the sort of laugh that made others laugh too, not because they understood the joke, but because it felt good to be near something warm. She had that effect. Even when she was quiet, she made the air softer. Even when she said little, she left behind an impression that lingered longer than conversation. We all mistook that softness for safety. The second thing I remember is the way she watched the floor when she thought no one was looking. Not all the time. Not enough for anyone to name it. Just enough that, if you knew where to place your attention, you could catch it. Her eyes would drift downward as if the ground held some secret she was trying to read. In photographs she looked fine, even beautiful in that careful, distant way people use when they are already beginning to disappear. But in person, if you were near enough, you could sometimes see the strain behind her expression. It lived in the corners of her mouth. It lived in the pause before she answered a question. It lived in how she hesitated before stepping through a doorway, as though entering a room might require more strength than she had left. Nobody saw her struggle because struggle rarely announces itself. It does not always arrive with tears or shouting or dramatic confessions. Sometimes it arrives dressed like routine. Sometimes it hides in a clean room, in a finished homework assignment, in a text message that says I'm fine with a smiley face at the end. Sometimes it sits down at the dinner table, cuts its food into small pieces, and says nothing. Anna was good at saying nothing. By the time we realized she was carrying something heavy, it had already sunk deep into her. People like to imagine pain as obvious. They like to think there is a marker, a line, a visible crack running down the center of a person's face. The truth is uglier and quieter. The truth is that suffering can wear a convincing disguise. It can borrow a familiar voice. It can imitate ordinary life so well that no one notices the performance. That was what happened with Anna. She kept showing up. She kept going. She kept surviving in ways that looked almost identical to living. There were clues, of course. There always are. She stopped calling as often. Then when she did, her voice sounded farther away, as if she were speaking from the bottom of a well and trying not to let anyone hear the echo. She began wearing long sleeves even when the weather turned warm. She laughed at jokes a beat too late. She started saying she was tired. Everyone is tired, people said. Everyone is busy. Everyone has bad weeks. Everyone is stretched thin. So no one asked the better question. Are you hurting? Not once in a way that mattered. Not once in a way that stayed. There is a terrible kind of guilt that settles in after loss, a guilt that does not scream but hums under the skin. It asks why we did not notice. It asks what would have happened if we had called one more time, stayed one more hour, listened one more minute. It asks why we accepted I'm okay from someone whose eyes were saying otherwise. It asks what sort of blindness we all shared, and why it took her absence to strip it away. I ask myself those questions still. Some mornings I wake up and expect to hear her footsteps in the hallway, the soft shuffle of her shoes on the floor, the little cough she made when she was trying to gather her thoughts. Sometimes, for the briefest instant, my mind lets me believe she is still here. Then memory returns, cold and exact, and I remember the flowers. White lilies. Pink roses. Small sprigs of baby's breath trembling in the wind. They lay them gently at her stone now, as if beauty can negotiate with grief. The gravestone is simple, but the name is there, carved into the hard gray surface with dates beneath it that feel impossible together. Anna Berry. 1998 to 2016. 17 years. That is all the world gave her. And yet it feels wrong to measure a life only by the number at the end of it. Anna was not a date. She was not a statistic or a tragedy reduced to a headline. She was a girl who loved rainy afternoons and old songs on the radio. She was a daughter who once traced circles into the condensation on a window while waiting for someone to come home. She was a friend who remembered the tiny things, the kind of things people assume no one notices. She was a human being who wanted, somewhere beneath the weight she carried, to be understood. That is what breaks me most. Not that she was lost, but that she was alone inside the loss long before anyone else saw it. This is not the kind of story people like to hear. It does not reward the reader with neat endings or clever redemption. It begins in silence and ends in regret, and between those 2 points is the space where everyone looked away. But maybe that is why it must be told. Maybe if we say her name enough times, if we sit with the truth instead of dressing it up, if we refuse to treat hidden pain like background noise, then some other girl with tired eyes might be saved by being noticed in time. Anna Berry. Say it slowly. Say it like someone is still listening. Because maybe, somewhere, someone is. Chapter 1, Springton Mall. The mall always smelled like cinnamon, carpet cleaner, and hot pretzels. I remember that because Anna used to joke that it smelled like capitalism and comfort baked together. That was the kind of thing she'd say, something half serious and half ridiculous, then grin like she'd cracked the code to the universe. When I got there that Saturday, I was waiting by the fountain with my hands shoved into the pocket of my hoodie, pretending not to keep checking the escalator. Anna was 2 minutes late. Exactly 2. That mattered to her. The second she spotted me, she walked over with this exaggerated confidence, chin tilted up like she was stepping onto a red carpet. "You're late," I said. She held up 2 fingers. "I'm 2 minutes late." "That's not late. That's dramatic timing." I rolled my eyes. "Nobody talks like that." "I do. That explains a lot." She laughed and bumped her shoulder against mine. God, I can still hear that laugh. It was sharp and sudden, like it surprised even her when it came out. It made people look over sometimes, not because it was loud, but because it sounded real in a way most laughter doesn't. "You missed me," she said. I was fine. Liar. She was right. I had missed her. Anna and I had been best friends since 7th grade, when she'd leaned over during math class and whispered that our teacher looked like a disappointed vampire. I laughed so hard I got detention, and somehow that became the foundation of our friendship. By junior year, hanging out together was just what we did. We didn't even have a plan that day. We never really needed one. We wandered through the mall the way people wander through old neighborhoods, comfortable enough to let instinct decide where to go. Past the sports store with its aggressively cheerful mannequins. Past the cell phone kiosk where salespeople always looked desperate enough to tackle you. Past the jewelry store where everything sparkled under lights too bright to be trusted. Anna stopped in front of a mirror display and stared at our reflection. Then she looked at me and frowned. "What?" I asked. She tilted her head. "You always look like you're about to apologize." "What does that even mean?" "Your shoulders," she said. "They have apology energy." I laughed. "That's not a thing." "It absolutely is." "And what do you have?" She thought about it for a second. "Main character posture." That is the most Anna answer possible. She grinned like that was the highest compliment I could have given her. That was Anna. She made everything feel lighter. Even dumb conversations in front of department store mirrors somehow mattered when she was the one having them. Later, she tried on these ridiculous heart-shaped sunglasses and struck a pose. "Be honest," she said. "Do I look iconic?" I covered my mouth like I was trying not to laugh. "You look like you'd force everyone to listen to your playlist at a party." "So yes." "That is not what I said." "It's what you implied." She bought them. Of course she did. We ended up at the food court an hour later, splitting fries near the big window overlooking the parking lot. It was gray outside, the kind of cloudy afternoon that made everything feel suspended. Anna kept stealing fries off my tray. "You know," I said, "normal people order their own food. Normal people are boring." Convenient excuse. Efficient truth. She stole another fry. I let her. That was our whole friendship in miniature. She took little pieces of things, my food, my patience, my attention, and somehow made me glad she did. At one point, I looked around at everyone else in the food court. Families. Couples. Kids running between tables. All these separate lives intersecting for a few minutes over bad pizza and overpriced drinks. "Weird, isn't it?" I said. Anna looked up. "What?" "How everyone's carrying stuff you'll never know about." She studied me for a second. Then she smiled, but it wasn't her usual smile. It was smaller. Tighter. "That's dark, Blake. Just an observation. You think too much. And you don't think enough." She flicked a fry at my sleeve. "Wrong." I laughed. Looking back now, I think about that moment a lot. The way her expression shifted. The way she looked down afterward. At the time, it meant nothing. Now it feels like everything. After we ate, we wandered into the bookstore. Anna found this little gold star keychain near the register and held it up. "I'm getting it." "Why?" She shrugged. "Because stars are small, but people notice them anyway." I remember thinking that was a weird answer. I remember almost asking what she meant. I didn't. That's the thing about memory. It turns every missed opportunity into a monument. By the time we circled back to the fountain, evening had settled outside. The parking lot lights glowed through the glass doors, pale and cold. Anna stood beside me, staring down into the fountain water. She looked far away. Not sad. Not exactly. Just distant. Like part of her had stepped somewhere I couldn't follow. "Anna?" She blinked and looked at me. "Yeah? You okay?" Such a small question. So casual. The kind people ask without really preparing for the answer. She smiled. Quick. Bright. Practiced. "Yeah," she said. "I'm fine." And because I was 17 and stupid and trusted her, I believed her. I nodded. "Good." She nudged my shoulder. "Come on. Let's go before I spend all my money on dumb stuff." "You already bought emotional gold plastic." She gasped. "Take that back." I laughed as we walked out into the cold. The mall doors hissed shut behind us. She walked beside me with her hands shoved into her jacket pockets, her shoulder brushing mine every few steps. And neither of us knew that one day I'd replay that afternoon over and over, searching for signs hidden in ordinary moments. Neither of us knew that memory could become its own kind of punishment. Back then, it was just a Saturday at the mall. Just me and my best friend. Just Anna. Before anyone noticed. After the arcade, we drifted into one of the giant department stores near the far end of the mall. The kind with polished white floors, fake plants, and perfume hanging permanently in the air like the building itself had given up trying to smell natural. Anna immediately slowed down near the entrance. "This place feels judgmental," she said quietly. "It's literally a store." No, she replied. This place has rich ant energy. I laughed. You invent categories that should not exist. And yet they're always accurate. That was hard to argue with. We wandered through clothing racks without any real goal. At one point Anna held up a beige sweater and stared at it critically. This is the saddest article of clothing I've ever seen. It's just a sweater. No. This sweater has given up on itself. She shoved it back onto the rack like she was returning a cursed artifact. I shook my head, smiling. Being around Anna was like being near a radio constantly switching frequencies. 1 second ridiculous. 1 second observant. 1 second unexpectedly sincere. You never fully knew which version of her you were about to get. We passed through the home section after that. Rows of lamps. Stacks of towels. Entire fake bedrooms set up beneath impossibly soft lighting. Anna stopped near one of the displays and stared at it for a second too long. A fake little living room. Gray couch. Coffee table. Books nobody actually read arranged perfectly beside a candle. What? I asked. She shrugged slightly. Nothing. But she kept looking at it. Then she said quietly. Do you ever wonder what kind of lives people think they're buying? That caught me off guard. What do you mean? She gestured vaguely around us. All this stuff, she said. It's not really furniture they're selling. It's like, the idea that your life could become something cleaner. I glanced around the display again. The fake living room suddenly looked stranger after she said that. Too neat. Too complete. Like nobody had actually lived there long enough to leave evidence behind. You think about weird things, I said. That's because my brain is enormous. Your ego is enormous. Also true. She smiled again. But there was a delay before it reached her eyes this time. Tiny. Almost invisible. The kind of thing I never would have remembered if everything afterward hadn't forced me to replay her expressions like evidence. We moved deeper into the store. At some point Anna wandered into the formal clothing section and immediately grabbed the ugliest tie I'd ever seen. Bright orange. Covered in tiny golf clubs. Blake, she said seriously, this belongs to you. That belongs in prison. No, listen. Imagine the power. There is no power in golf club neckwear. She held it against my hoodie anyway. Then nodded to herself. Disturbing, she concluded. Thank you. She laughed again. Not as loud this time. Still real, though. Still hers. That mattered. I think people underestimate how much you memorize unconsciously about someone you love. Not just the big things. Tiny things. The rhythm of their laugh. The way they stand when they're tired. The difference between a genuine smile and a practiced one. At the time, you don't realize you're collecting any of it. Then one day they're gone and suddenly your brain treats every detail like sacred text. Anna wandered over to a wall of watches after that. She stared at them quietly for a moment. Silver bands reflecting under bright department store lights. Perfect little circles measuring lives down into pieces. I hate watches, she said suddenly. That feels aggressive. Think about it, she said. They're tiny anxiety bracelets. I laughed once through my nose. That's definitely something you'd say. I'm right. You're weird. Also right. She leaned closer to the display case for another second. Then quieter. I just don't like feeling time all the time. Something about the way she said it made me look at her differently. Not because the sentence itself was alarming. Because it sounded tired. Not physically tired. Older than that somehow. But then she noticed me looking. And instantly the expression vanished. Anyway, she said brightly, spinning away from the watches, if I ever become rich, stop me from decorating my house like this. With furniture? With sadness. I followed her into another aisle. You think this store looks sad? I think it looks lonely, she corrected. That stayed with me. Not because I understood it then. I didn't. At 17, loneliness still felt temporary to me. Like something solved by proximity. You spend time with people. You laugh. You survive school together. Problem solved. I didn't understand yet that some kinds of loneliness live underneath company. Hidden below conversations. Below jokes. Below entire friendships. Anna stopped walking again near a display of snow globes. She picked one up carefully and shook it. Artificial snow drifted slowly around a tiny plastic cabin. For a second she just watched it settle. Completely still. Then she smiled faintly. I used to love these when I was little. What changed? She shrugged. I guess eventually you realize the snow always falls the same way. I frowned slightly. You say things like a retired poet. Thank you. That wasn't a compliment. All attention is validation. I laughed again. And just like that, the heaviness dissolved for a moment. That was another thing about her. She could step right up to the edge of saying something real, something frighteningly honest, then pivot away before anyone could stop her there. Sometimes I wonder if she even realized she was doing it. Or if hiding herself had become automatic long before I understood there was anything hidden at all. Eventually we made our way back toward the center of the store. The overhead lights felt warmer now. Outside the glass entrance, evening had darkened further. The whole mall seemed softer at night. Less crowded. Less loud. Like the building itself was getting tired. Anna walked beside me quietly for a while. Not unhappy. Just thoughtful again. Then she bumped my shoulder lightly. You know, she said, if we get old and weird someday, we should come back here and judge furniture together. I smiled. Bold assumption that we aren't already weird. True. She smiled too. Quick. Bright. And gone just a little too fast. By the time we left the department store, the mall had shifted into its nighttime version. The crowds were thinner now. Stores had started pulling their metal gates halfway down like tired eyes closing slowly. The overhead music echoed more than before, bouncing through wider pockets of empty space. Everything felt softer after dark. Less frantic. Anna walked beside me with her hands shoved into her jacket pockets again. Every few steps her shoulder brushed mine. Not intentionally. At least I don't think it was intentional. That was just how we walked together. Close enough to feel familiar without ever needing to acknowledge it. We passed one of those tiny mall kiosks selling phone cases covered in glitter and fake diamonds. Anna stopped dead in front of it. Blake. I sighed immediately. What? She pointed dramatically at a neon pink phone case with rhinestones spelling out baby girl across the back. This is your aesthetic. I would rather walk into traffic. Coward. That thing looks radioactive. She grinned. Exactly. The guy working the kiosk looked deeply exhausted, like he'd watched teenagers commit psychological warfare against each other for 8 straight hours. Anna picked up the case and held it against my chest. It matches your eyes. I'm leaving. You can't run from fashion. I absolutely can. She laughed again. That laugh echoed weirdly through the quieter mall. Sharp. Alive. The kind of sound that briefly rearranged the atmosphere around it. I think strangers noticed her because she never laughed halfway. Most people filter themselves constantly. Anna didn't. At least not in moments like that. When she was genuinely happy, it came out all at once. Like a match striking. We kept walking after that. Near the movie theater entrance inside the mall corridor, there was an old photo booth shoved against the wall beside a broken vending machine. The red curtain hanging over the entrance looked faded from years of people pulling it shut with sticky hands. Anna stopped instantly. "Oh, we're doing this." I looked at the booth. "Absolutely not." "Absolutely yes. Those pictures always look like police evidence. That's what makes them beautiful." Before I could protest again, she grabbed my sleeve and dragged me toward it. "Anna. Blake. This is emotional blackmail." "Correct." She shoved a crumpled $5 bill into the machine before I could escape. The booth whirred awake with concerning mechanical noises. "Great," I muttered. "We're gonna die inside a mall photo booth." "Honestly," she said while pulling the curtain shut behind us, "that would be memorable." Inside, the booth was tiny. Way too tiny. Our knees bumped awkwardly against each other the second we sat down. Anna immediately started laughing again. "Why are these things built for borrowers? Move your elbow. Your elbow is invading my sovereign territory." "You don't have sovereign territory." The machine beeped loudly. A countdown appeared on the screen. 3, 2, 1. The flash exploded before either of us was ready. Anna burst into laughter immediately afterward. "That first picture definitely looks haunted." I blinked. "You looked afraid." I was afraid. The second countdown started. Anna suddenly threw up devil horns beside her head and crossed her eyes. The flash hit. I lost it laughing. "You're an idiot," I said. "An iconic idiot." Third countdown. This time she leaned dramatically against my shoulder like we were posing for a cheesy prom picture. I rolled my eyes right as the flash went off. "Perfect," she said immediately. "You look emotionally exhausted." "Because I am." Then the fourth countdown appeared. Anna looked at the screen. Then at me. For the first time since we entered the booth, she went quiet. Not uncomfortable. Just softer somehow. The countdown kept ticking. 3, 2. Instead of making another joke, she just smiled. Small. Real. And before I fully processed it, I smiled back. The flash went off. For a second afterward, neither of us moved. The machine hummed loudly while printing the strip. Anna stared forward. Then quietly. "I like this version better." "Of what?" She shrugged slightly. "Pictures where people actually look like themselves." The printed strip slid out a second later. Anna grabbed it immediately. Then held it between us. The first picture looked terrible. She was right. I looked like I'd just witnessed a crime. The second one was chaos. The third looked almost weirdly couple-like despite the fact we weren't dating. But the fourth one looked different. Not posed. Not exaggerated. Just us. Anna stared at it for a few extra seconds. Then smiled faintly. "Okay," she said. "That one's staying alive. You say that like the other pictures are being executed. They know what they did." I laughed again as we stepped out of the booth. The mall corridor felt strangely bright afterward. Like we'd stepped back into reality too quickly. Anna carefully tore the photo strip in half. Then handed me one side. "Proof we existed," she said. I looked down at the pictures. Tiny frozen versions of us trapped inside glossy rectangles. "You're weirdly sentimental tonight." "I contain multitudes. You contain problems." Also true. She tucked her half of the strip carefully into her jacket pocket instead of crumpling it. That stood out to me. Anna usually treated objects casually. Always losing things. Always stuffing receipts and wrappers into random pockets. But not this. This she handled gently. Like it mattered more than she wanted to admit. We started walking again afterward. The mall lights reflected softly across the polished floors now, stretching long pale streaks beneath our feet. Most of the loud energy from earlier had faded. Everything felt slower. More reflective. Anna looked down at the photo strip in my hand. Then quietly said, "You know what's weird?" "What?" "Pictures prove time is real." I glanced at her. "That's the most depressing possible interpretation of photography." She smiled faintly. "Yeah, probably." Then after a second, "I just mean, you never realize moments are becoming memories while they're happening." That sentence hit me strangely even then. Not fully. Not the way it would later. But enough that I remember the exact tone she used when she said it. Quiet. Careful. Like she was thinking aloud instead of speaking directly to me. We passed the fountain again after that. The water shimmered beneath the overhead lights, endless and repetitive. Anna slowed near it. For a second she just watched the water move. Then she looked at me. "Hey, Blake?" "Yeah?" She hesitated. Tiny pause. Barely noticeable. Then. "Promise me something." "Depends what it is." "If I ever become deeply embarrassing, you're legally required to tell me." I snorted. "You crossed that line years ago." "Rude." "Truthful." She smiled again. But for just a second after it faded, something quieter settled over her expression. Not sadness exactly. More like distance. Like part of her attention had drifted somewhere beyond the mall entirely. Then she blinked. And it vanished again. By the time we finally headed toward the exit, the mall was almost closed. Most of the stores had their gates pulled down now, metal grills reflecting the pale overhead lights in long silver lines. The food court had gone mostly quiet except for employees wiping tables and stacking chairs with the dead-eyed exhaustion of people counting the minutes until freedom. Anna walked beside me more slowly than before. Not tired exactly. Just quieter. Like the energy she'd been burning through all afternoon had finally settled into embers. The automatic doors slid open with a mechanical hiss, and cold air rushed against us immediately. Washington cold. Wet and sharp. The kind that crawls through hoodies instead of hitting you all at once. Anna inhaled dramatically the second we stepped outside. "Smells like rain and car exhaust," she announced. "Beautiful poetry." "Thank you." The parking lot stretched out beneath rows of buzzing lamps, asphalt shining faintly from earlier drizzle. Cars moved slowly through the lanes, headlights sliding across the wet pavement like drifting ghosts. For a while we just walked. No rush. No destination except our parents eventually texting us to ask where the hell we were. My shoes scraped softly against the pavement. Anna's shoulder bumped mine again. Then again. "You're walking crooked," I said. "I'm emotionally aligning with you." That sounds contagious. It probably is. I laughed quietly. The sound disappeared quickly into the open night. For a few seconds neither of us said anything after that. The silence felt different outside. Inside the mall, silence had been layered under noise. Music. Crowds. Escalators humming endlessly. Out here, silence actually had room to breathe. Anna shoved her hands deeper into her jacket pockets. "Today was good," she said suddenly. I glanced at her. "Yeah?" She nodded once. "Yeah." There was something strangely careful about the way she said it. Not casual. Like she wanted to preserve the day by acknowledging it out loud. We passed beneath another parking lot light. The glow caught briefly in her hair before sliding away again. "You know what your problem is?" she asked. "I have several." "True. But your main problem is that you act like being happy is embarrassing." I frowned. I do not. She looked at me like I'd just said the sky wasn't blue. Blake. You physically recoil from sincerity. That is slander. That is documented fact. I shook my head, smiling despite myself. And what about you? She thought about it for a second. Then exhaled through her nose. I think my problem is that I feel everything too hard. The joke-like tone was still there. But thinner now. Like something honest had slipped through underneath it. I looked over at her. She kept walking without meeting my eyes. At the time, I didn't know what to do with moments like that. I noticed them. I just didn't understand them. Or maybe I understood them enough to feel nervous and immediately look away. That's the ugly truth about being young sometimes. You confuse noticing with helping. You think caring automatically means you know what to do. Usually you don't. A shopping cart rolled slowly across the parking lot somewhere nearby before slamming lightly into a curb. Anna watched it happen. Then quietly said, "That thing has more freedom than I do." I snorted. You're projecting onto grocery equipment now. And I think you need sleep. I need a new brain. The sentence came out casually. Too casually. Like she hadn't meant to say it out loud. I looked at her again. This time she noticed. Immediately she smiled. Bright. Fast. Practiced. Relax, she said. I'm kidding. And because I wanted to believe her, I nodded. That's another thing memory ruins afterward. All the moments you accepted reassurance because it was easier than uncertainty. We reached my car eventually. Neither of us got in right away. The cold had sharpened further while we walked, our breaths faintly visible now beneath the parking lot lights. Anna leaned against the passenger door. I leaned against the hood. For a minute we just existed there together in the cold silence. Not awkward. Never awkward. That was one of the easiest things about us. Silence didn't need fixing. Anna tilted her head back and stared up at the cloudy sky. You ever think about how weird it is that people become memories? The question hit me sideways. That's a deeply concerning sentence. She laughed softly. No, I mean it. She looked back toward me. Like, someday this exact moment won't exist anymore except inside our heads. I shoved my hands into my hoodie pockets. You're being philosophical in a parking lot. The parking lot enhances my wisdom. It enhances hypothermia. That earned another small laugh. Then she got quiet again. Her eyes drifted toward the mall entrance behind us. The glowing doors. People coming and going. Ordinary lives intersecting briefly before scattering again. I think that's why stuff scares me sometimes, she said quietly. I frowned slightly. What stuff? She shrugged one shoulder. Just how temporary everything is. The air felt colder after she said that. Not physically. Somewhere deeper. I searched for something comforting to say. But I was 17. 17-year-old boys are emotionally equipped with approximately 3 functional responses. Jokes. Silence. Panic disguised as confidence. So I settled for honesty. I don't think you're supposed to think about it that much. Anna smiled faintly. That sounds nice. Meaning? She looked down at the pavement. Meaning I don't really know how to stop thinking. That sentence stayed with me longer than almost anything else from that night. Not because it sounded dramatic. Because it sounded exhausted. Like thinking itself had become heavy for her. A car alarm chirped somewhere across the lot. The sound snapped the moment apart slightly. Anna pushed herself off the passenger door afterward. Anyway, she said, lighter now, before I accidentally become the world's saddest mall philosopher, you should probably drive me home. Good plan. She opened the passenger door. Then paused. Hey, Blake? Yeah? She hesitated. Just briefly. Then smiled again. Real this time. Small, but real. Thanks for today. I smiled back. You too. She nodded once and climbed into the car. I stood there for another second before walking around to the driver's side. And if I had known then what that memory would eventually become, I probably would have stayed there longer. Would have memorized the exact temperature of the air. The exact shape of her smile. The sound of her shutting the passenger door. Because years later, after everything collapsed into grief and hindsight and unbearable replaying, that ordinary night at the mall would become sacred to me. Not because anything extraordinary happened. Nothing did. That was the tragedy of it. It was just life. Just fluorescent lights and bad fries and stupid jokes and wandering through stores without purpose. Just two teenagers standing in a parking lot talking about nothing and everything at the same time. Just Anna. Before anyone noticed. I didn't drive home right away after dropping Anna off. I just sat there. Engine running. Hands loose on the steering wheel. Watching rainwater slide slowly down the windshield beneath the glow of her porch light. Her house had already gone still again. No movement behind the curtains. No silhouette passing by the windows. Just another quiet suburban home sitting in the cold like every other house on the block. But knowing Anna was inside, it changed the shape of it somehow. Made it feel heavier. More complicated. The radio hummed softly under the silence, still playing the same low guitar track from earlier. Something sad and distant drifted through the speakers while rain ticked quietly against the roof. I should have left. Instead, I kept replaying little pieces of the night in my head. The photo booth. The snow globe. The way she'd said, "I don't really know how to stop thinking." At the time, I didn't know why those moments stuck harder than the others. I just knew they did. Eventually, I pulled away from the curb and started driving again. The roads were almost empty now. Streetlights stretched endlessly across wet pavement while little pockets of fog drifted low near the sidewalks. Everything looked softer after midnight. Like the world itself was exhausted. I rolled one window down slightly. Cold air rushed in immediately. Sharp enough to keep me awake. My phone buzzed suddenly in the cup holder. Anna. I smiled automatically before even opening the message. Anna. My mom says you drive like an elderly divorced man. I laughed out loud alone in the car. Then typed back with one hand at the next red light. Me. Tell your mom I value survival. 3 dots appeared instantly. Anna. She says that's exactly what an elderly divorced man would say. Me. Your household is hostile. Anna. Correct. Another pause. Then. Anna. Today was fun BTW. I stared at the message a second longer than necessary. Not because it was complicated. Because something about the BTW made it feel smaller than she meant it to. Like she was trying to casually cover sincerity before it became too visible. I typed back slower this time. Me. Yeah, it was. Then after a second. Me. We should do something again next weekend. The typing bubble appeared immediately. Disappeared. Appeared again. Then finally. Anna. ID like that. When I got home, the house was mostly dark. The kitchen light over the stove was still on, casting this dim yellow glow across the counters while the dishwasher hummed softly somewhere in the background. I kicked off my shoes quietly and headed upstairs. My room still smelled faintly like detergent and old books. Comfortingly familiar. I tossed my hoodie over the desk chair and sat down on the edge of my bed. Then remembered the photo strip. I pulled it carefully from my pocket. The glossy paper bent slightly beneath my fingers. 4 tiny frozen moments stacked vertically. The haunted first picture. The chaotic second one. The awkward almost couple third. And the fourth. The real one. I stared at it longer than I should have. There was something strange about seeing happiness captured accidentally. Not performed. Not exaggerated. Just there. Anna's smile in that picture looked different than most of the others from that year. Softer. Less guarded somehow. Like she'd forgotten to hide for half a second. I leaned back against the wall behind my bed, still holding the photo strip. Then my phone buzzed again. Another text. Anna. Did you survive the drive home, old man? Me. Barely. Anna. RIP. Me. Thank you for your support during this difficult time. She reacted with 3 skull emojis immediately. I smiled again without realizing it. Then another message appeared. Slower this time. Anna. Hey. Me. What? Long pause. Long enough that I almost thought she'd changed her mind. Then. Anna. Thanks for making things feel normal sometimes. I frowned slightly at the screen. That sentence carried something heavier underneath it. Something I couldn't fully reach. Me. What does that mean? The typing bubble appeared. Stayed there. Disappeared. Came back again. Finally. Anna. Nothing dramatic, lol. Just forget it. There it was again. That instinct she had to retreat the second honesty became too visible. I stared at the screen trying to decide whether to push further. 17-year-old me hesitated too long. By the time I typed again, the moment had already folded itself shut. Me. Well, I'm glad you came today. A few seconds later. Anna. Me too. I didn't sleep for a while after that. Not because anything dramatic had happened. That was the weird part. Nothing extraordinary had occurred. No confessions. No disaster. No giant cinematic turning point. Just a mall. A photo booth. Fries. Conversations that drifted strangely close to sadness before swerving away again. But something about the entire night felt important anyway. Like I'd almost noticed something. Almost understood something. Only not quite enough. I laid there staring at my ceiling while rain tapped softly against the window. My room glowed dim blue from the digital clock near my desk. 2:14 a.m. Then 2:47. Then 3:03. At some point I picked up the photo strip again. I looked at the fourth picture one more time. The real smile. The way I was looking at her instead of the camera. And somewhere deep down, beneath all the joking and routine and years of friendship, something quietly shifted shape inside me. I didn't have language for it yet. Love is difficult to recognize while it's still becoming itself. Especially when you're young. Especially when the person already feels essential long before you admit why. Outside, rain kept falling steadily through the dark. And miles away, Anna was probably lying awake too. Thinking too much. Just like she always did. The next morning felt like the world had been quietly rearranged while I was asleep. Not in an obvious way. Nothing in my room had changed. My alarm still sounded the same. The hallway still smelled faintly like detergent and old wood. School still existed, waiting for me like it always did. But something in me kept catching on the edges of everything, like my thoughts had developed a new sensitivity to friction. I remembered the kiss in fragments. Not as a full scene at first, but as disconnected flashes. Her hand on my shirt. The sudden closeness. The way she stepped back like she was checking whether the world would punish her for it. And then her voice after, casual enough to feel almost unfair. You're a good kisser. That line kept looping in my head like it didn't know where to stop. I sat on the edge of my bed for a while before school, staring at nothing in particular, trying to decide what category the moment belonged to. Accident. Impulse. Meaningful. None of them fit cleanly. That was the problem. At school, everything looked normal enough to be insulting. Lockers slamming. Conversations overlapping. Someone laughing too loudly near the stairwell like the building had given them permission to exist at maximum volume. Anna wasn't in my first class. That alone made the day feel slightly off balance. I kept expecting her to appear in the hallway like she usually did, walking a little too fast, adjusting her hoodie sleeve like she was arriving late to a conversation already in progress. But she didn't show up where I expected her to. Instead, she appeared in pieces. A glimpse across the cafeteria. A blur near the end of the hallway. Once, I saw her standing at her locker, but she was talking to someone else and laughing in a way that looked normal from a distance. Too normal. That was the first thing that bothered me. Because I started noticing something else underneath it. The way she didn't look at me when she passed by my table at lunch. Not avoidance exactly. More like rerouting. Like I had become a coordinate she was temporarily navigating around instead of toward. I tried telling myself it didn't mean anything. But my brain didn't cooperate. It kept replaying last night like a song stuck in the wrong key. By the end of the school day, I was exhausted in a way that had nothing to do with sleep. On the walk home, the air felt heavier than it should have been for a regular afternoon. The sidewalks were damp from earlier rain, reflecting pale light like broken glass. My phone buzzed once in my pocket. Anna. Come over. 3 words. No punctuation. No explanation. Just her, as usual, acting like nothing required translation. I stared at it for longer than I should have. Then I replied. Okay. That was it. No question mark. No attempt to define anything. Because I didn't trust myself to define anything correctly anymore. When I got to her place, she opened the door before I could knock. Same timing as always. Same casual precision. Like she had been waiting behind it without admitting she was waiting. Hey, she said. Simple. Normal. Almost frustratingly normal. I nodded. Hey. She stepped aside to let me in, then closed the door behind me like she was sealing off the outside world. For a second, neither of us moved further into the room. It felt like there should have been a marker for this moment. A label. A clear instruction manual. There wasn't. Anna kicked something invisible near the floor, then walked past me toward her room. You hungry? She asked over her shoulder. No. Good. I only have terrible food. That got a small laugh out of me before I could stop it. We ended up in her room again. Same space as before. Same bed. Same scattered objects. Same faint sense that everything important in her life happened in here but never stayed long enough to settle. She dropped onto her bed first this time. Not dramatically. Just like gravity had once again negotiated directly with her. I stayed standing for a second too long. Then sat on the edge of her desk chair. Distance felt safer in a way I didn't fully respect but couldn't ignore. Anna glanced at me. Then away. Then back again. You're acting weird, she said. I let out a short breath. I'm not. She tilted her head slightly. You are. There was no accusation in it. Just observation. That made it harder. I leaned back slightly in the chair. So are you, I said. That made her pause. A real pause this time. Then she gave a small shrug. Fair, she said. Silence again. But different from last night's silence. This one had weight to it. Not emotional exactly. More like awareness. Like both of us were standing too close to something neither of us had fully agreed to name yet. Anna picked at the edge of her sleeve. A small, repetitive motion. Then she said, "About yesterday." My chest tightened slightly. I nodded once. "Yeah." She didn't look at me when she continued. "I wasn't thinking." That sentence landed carefully. Not sharp. Not soft. Just placed. I stared at her for a second. "Okay," I said. She glanced up at that. Like she was checking whether that response was going to spiral into something larger. I didn't give it that chance. Because I didn't know what it was yet either. Anna exhaled through her nose. "Cool," she said. But it didn't sound like relief. It sounded like she was closing a tab in her mind. I looked down at my hands. "I didn't hate it," I said quietly. That made her freeze slightly. Not dramatically. Just enough to notice. She looked at me now. Properly. "Okay," she said again, but softer. Then added, "Good." Another pause. The room felt smaller than it had yesterday, like the same space had been remeasured in a different emotional unit. Anna rolled onto her side. "Can we just act normal?" she asked. I almost laughed. Then stopped myself. "What is normal?" I asked. She groaned quietly into her pillow. "See, that's exactly what I mean." I leaned forward slightly. "I'm not trying to make it weird," I said. She looked at me over her shoulder. "You are a little," she replied. There was no anger in it. Just honesty again. That was becoming a pattern. I stood up slowly, walking toward the window instead of toward her. Outside, the sky was fading into that soft gray blue that made everything feel paused. "I think I just don't know what you want it to be," I said. Silence behind me. Then her voice. Quieter. "I don't either." That one was different. Less rehearsed. Less protected. I turned slightly. She was still lying on her side, staring at nothing now. For the first time since I'd known her, she looked uncertain in a way she wasn't trying to immediately fix. That scared me more than anything else. Because Anna always fixed things. Even her own discomfort. Always with a joke. Or a shift. Or a deflection so clean you almost forgot there had been tension at all. But not this time. I sat back down on the edge of the bed, not too close, not too far. "Do you regret it?" I asked. Her eyes flicked toward me. Then away again. A long pause. "I don't know," she said finally. Honest. Unfinished. Human in a way that felt unfamiliar coming from her. I nodded slowly. "Okay," I said. She let out a small breath, almost a laugh but not quite. "You're taking this better than I thought," she said. I gave a half shrug. "I don't know what this is yet," I admitted. That made her smile faintly. Small. Real again. "Yeah," she said. Same. And for the first time since yesterday, something in the room loosened slightly. Not resolved. Just less tense. Like we had stopped trying to force it into a shape it didn't belong in yet. Anna sat up slowly. Then nudged my shoulder lightly. "Come on," she said. "Where?" "I don't know," she replied. "Anywhere that isn't us overthinking a hallway decision from yesterday." I laughed. That one felt real. Fair enough. And just like that, we moved again. Not away from what happened. Just around it. Like you do when something isn't ready to be looked at directly yet. And somehow, that was enough for now. The days after didn't return to normal. They just learned how to pretend. That was the difference. Anna and I still talked. Still sat together. Still moved through school like we always had. But something underneath it had changed shape. Not broken. Shifted. There were moments where I would catch her looking at me from across a room, and she would immediately look away like she had been interrupted mid-thought. Other times, she would sit closer than before without acknowledging it. Like proximity had become something she was testing instead of something she simply did. One afternoon, we ended up walking home together without planning it. It started like it always did. We just left the building at the same time and didn't separate. The sidewalk was quiet. Wet again. The sky low and heavy like it was thinking about rain but hadn't committed yet. Anna kicked a small rock ahead of us. It bounced once. Then again. You ever feel like, she started, then stopped? I glanced at her. She was looking forward. Not at me. Like she was talking more to the air than to me specifically. Like what? I asked. She hesitated. Then shrugged slightly. Like things are different but nobody tells you what changed, she said. I thought about that. Yeah, I said finally. She nodded once like that was enough confirmation. We walked a bit further. Then she said, I don't want things to get weird. I let out a small breath. They already are a little, I said. That made her glance at me quickly. Then she smiled. Not fully. Just enough. Yeah, she said. But not bad weird. I considered that. I don't think it's bad, I said. That made her slow down slightly. Good, she replied. We kept walking. Side by side. Not fixing anything. Not defining anything. Just existing in the space between what happened and whatever came next. And for the first time, I realized something I didn't know how to say out loud yet. Some moments don't end. They just change how everything after them feels. The next time I saw her alone, it wasn't planned. It was between classes, one of those brief hallway collisions where everyone is moving too fast to feel like they're going anywhere in particular. Lockers clanged. Voices stacked on top of each other. The fluorescent lights buzzed like they were tired of watching us pretend the day mattered. Anna was standing near the water fountain, not drinking, just waiting like she had paused mid-thought and forgotten to resume herself. When she saw me, she straightened slightly. Not much. Just enough for me to notice. Hey, she said. Same word as always. But it didn't land the same anymore. Hey, I replied. We stood there for a second without moving into conversation. That used to be normal. Now it felt like something we had to decide on. A girl bumped past us, laughing into her phone. Someone called someone else's name down the hall. Life kept going around us like we were just another obstacle to flow around. Anna glanced toward the ceiling tiles, then back at me. You eating lunch today? She asked. I guess, I said. She nodded like she had expected that answer. Cool, she said. Me too. Then she walked away before I could figure out whether that was an invitation or just information. That was the pattern now. Things that almost meant something, but didn't fully commit. Lunch came too fast. Or maybe I just wasn't paying attention to time properly anymore. I found a table near the edge of the cafeteria, not because I wanted to be alone, but because sitting anywhere else required pretending to be normal in a way I wasn't fully calibrated for. Anna appeared 10 minutes later. She didn't wave. She didn't announce herself. She just sat down across from me like she had been there the whole time and I was the one arriving late. She opened a small container of fruit she clearly didn't care about and started eating without looking up. So, she said casually, we're doing the normal thing. I frowned slightly. What normal thing? She gestured vaguely between us. This. Sitting. Eating. Existing without making it weird. I let out a short breath through my nose. Are we succeeding? She looked up for the first time. Then shrugged. Probably not. That made me smile before I could stop it. Something in the air loosened slightly after that. Not fixed. Just less tight. She poked at her food for a second, then leaned back. I saw you in the hallway earlier, she said. I saw you too. She nodded. Neither of us elaborated. That felt intentional. Like we were both avoiding stepping on something we didn't trust the weight of yet. A silence formed, but it didn't feel empty. It felt monitored. Like both of us were aware of what could be said and choosing not to say it yet. Anna tapped her fingers lightly against the table. Then stopped. Then started again. You know what's annoying, she said. I sighed lightly. That's how you start most things. It's efficient, she replied. Go on. She looked at me for a second longer than necessary. Then said, nothing feels like it went back to how it was. There it was. Not dramatic. Not framed. Just dropped into the space between us like she wasn't sure what it was supposed to do there. I leaned back slightly in my chair. It was only a couple days ago, I said. That's not the point, she replied immediately. I nodded slowly. Okay. She watched me for a moment. Like she was waiting for me to say something more complicated. I didn't. Because I didn't have anything more complicated yet. Anna exhaled, then looked down at her hands. I keep thinking about it at the worst times, she admitted. I looked up slightly. Thinking about what? She didn't answer right away. That hesitation felt heavier than anything she'd said so far. Then she said it anyway. Yesterday. Just that. Not the kiss. Not us. Just yesterday, like naming it directly made it smaller. I nodded once. Yeah, I said. Another pause. She shifted in her seat. I don't know what I'm supposed to do with it, she added. That sounded closer to the truth than anything else so far. I thought about it for a second. Then shrugged slightly. Maybe nothing, I said. She looked up at that. Nothing, she repeated. Yeah, I said. Not everything has to turn into something. She studied me like she didn't fully believe that was possible. Then she leaned forward slightly. That's easy for you to say, she replied. I frowned. Why? She paused. Then said, you don't act like you regret things you feel. That caught me off guard. Because I wasn't sure that was true. Or maybe it was, but only because I hadn't learned how to properly name regret yet. I don't know if I regret it, I said honestly. Her expression changed slightly at that. Not relief. Not disappointment. Something more uncertain than either. Okay, she said quietly. Then she went back to eating like the conversation had reached its temporary limit. But nothing about her felt fully returned to normal after that. Later that day, after school, she texted me again. Same thing? I stared at it for a while. Then replied. Yeah. No context. No definition. Just continuation. When I got to her room again, the light was different. Later in the day. Softer. More angled through the window like it was trying to avoid being too direct. Anna was sitting on the floor this time instead of the bed. She had a pair of headphones around her neck. She didn't say anything when I walked in. Just looked up briefly and nodded toward the space across from her. I sat down. The silence started immediately. Not uncomfortable. But loaded in a way neither of us acknowledged. She eventually reached for her phone and handed it to me. No cage in hell today, she said. I raised an eyebrow. Why not? She shrugged. Different mood. That was all the explanation she gave. I pressed play. This time it wasn't chaos. It was slower. Still layered, still intentional, but less like impact and more like pressure. Something that didn't explode outward, but stayed inside the frame and pushed against it from within. Anna leaned back against her bed as it played. She wasn't watching me this time. Or maybe she was, but indirectly. Like she didn't want her reaction to have an audience even though I was right there. Halfway through, she said quietly, "This one feels worse." I glanced at her. In a good way or bad way? She thought about it. Then replied, "Both." That made sense more than I wanted it to. The track didn't resolve cleanly. It didn't build toward release. It just existed in tension long enough that you started to forget what resolution even felt like. When it ended, she didn't speak immediately. Neither did I. Then she said, "Do you think people change after stuff like that?" I looked at her. Like what? She hesitated. Then said, "You know." I did. But I still answered slowly. "I think they notice things differently," I said. She nodded slightly. "Yeah," she said. "That sounds right." Then she looked at me properly again. Not avoiding it this time. Just holding it. "Are we different?" she asked. The question wasn't dramatic. It was careful. Like she was testing whether naming it would make it real or just uncomfortable. I didn't answer immediately. Because I didn't want to lie. And I didn't want to define it too early either. Finally, I said, "I think we're still figuring that out." She considered that. Then nodded once. "Okay," she said. It wasn't closure. But it was something close enough to keep moving. She handed the phone back to me. Her fingers brushed mine for half a second longer than necessary. Neither of us reacted to it. But I noticed. And I think she did too. We stayed there for a while after that, not talking about it again. Not because it was resolved. But because some things don't get resolved in conversation. They just get carried forward until you eventually understand what shape they've taken inside you. And neither of us had that shape figured out yet. Chapter 2, Cajun Hell. The days after didn't settle back into anything that resembled normal. They just learned new disguises. At school, Anna and I kept orbiting each other like nothing had changed in how we moved, only in how much attention we paid to the distance between us. We still ended up in the same places. Still shared glances across rooms. Still fell into step on the walk between buildings like muscle memory refused to update itself. But now there was a layer underneath everything. Not tension exactly. Awareness. The kind that makes even silence feel like it has edges. One afternoon, I caught her outside near the side entrance of the school, leaning against the brick wall where the wind funneled through harder than anywhere else on campus. She was alone. That part surprised me more than it should have. Anna wasn't the kind of person who ended up alone by accident. She moved through people too easily for that. When she saw me, she didn't straighten or shift or perform anything new. She just looked at me like she had already been thinking about me before I arrived. "Hey," she said. Not softer. Not louder. Just the same word again, held in a different atmosphere. "Hey," I replied. We stood there without closing the distance immediately. The wind pressed lightly against us, pulling at her hoodie, making the edges of everything feel slightly unstable. She looked down at the ground. Then up again. Then away. "I keep thinking about it," she said. No context needed anymore. We both knew what she meant now. I nodded slowly. Yeah. That was becoming my default response to things I didn't know how to hold properly. She kicked a small piece of gravel near her shoe. "It's annoying," she added. "What is?" I asked. She gave a short breath through her nose, almost a laugh but not quite. "How it just shows up in my head at random times," she said. "Like I'll be thinking about homework or nothing at all, and then suddenly it's just there again." I watched her while she talked, not interrupting. There was something different in the way she was describing it now. Less abstract. Less shielded. Like she had stopped trying to turn it into something easier to talk about. I leaned slightly against the wall beside her. You don't have to think about it if you don't want to, I said. She gave me a sideways look. That's not how it works, she replied. I nodded once. Yeah, I admitted. I guess not. That answer didn't solve anything. It just acknowledged the shape of the problem. A silence followed. But it wasn't the same kind we used to have. It didn't feel natural anymore. It felt like something we were both holding in place carefully so it wouldn't fall apart in an unpredictable direction. Anna pulled her sleeves down over her hands. I don't like that I can't tell what it means, she said quietly. I looked at her. What do you mean? She hesitated. Then spoke like she was stepping carefully over something fragile. Yesterday, she said again, like the word itself had weight now. I don't know what category it goes in. I frowned slightly. Does it need one? I asked. She glanced at me quickly. Yes, she said immediately. Then softened it. No. I don't know. That contradiction seemed to frustrate her more than anything else. She pushed off the wall slightly, pacing half a step forward, then stopping again like movement itself wasn't helping. I keep trying to decide if it was a mistake, she said. That landed heavier than the rest. I didn't respond right away. Because I didn't want to answer too quickly and accidentally lock it into something it didn't have to be. Finally, I said, do you think it felt like a mistake? She stopped pacing. Looked at me. Then away again. I don't know, she said. That's the problem. Another pause. Then quieter. It didn't feel like nothing. That was the closest thing to clarity we had heard all day. I nodded slowly. Yeah, I said. I don't think it was nothing. Her shoulders dropped slightly at that. Not relief exactly. More like she was tired of resisting the weight of the thought. We stood there for a moment longer. Then she exhaled. Okay, she said, like she was putting the conversation somewhere temporarily safe. I'm going home. I nodded. Yeah, I said. She started walking, then paused halfway to turning away. Looked back at me. You're coming over later? She asked. It wasn't framed like a question that required emotional meaning. More like logistics trying to stay intact. I nodded again. Yeah, I said. She gave a small nod in return. Then left. And I stayed there for a moment longer than necessary, realizing that even the simplest parts of our routine now felt slightly different, like the outline of something had shifted even if the shape was still recognizable. When I got to her place later, the sky was already leaning into evening. The kind of gray that made everything feel softer and less certain at the same time. Anna opened the door before I could knock again. Same timing. Same habit. But her expression was more neutral than usual, like she hadn't decided yet what version of herself to present. Hey, she said. I stepped inside. Hey. No jokes followed. That was new. We moved into her room without speaking much. She didn't drop onto the bed this time. She sat on the floor first, then leaned back against it slowly, like she was choosing a position that required less commitment from her thoughts. I sat across from her. The space between us felt intentional now, even when neither of us moved to change it. She picked up her phone. Then hesitated. Then looked at me. I didn't pick a song yet, she said. I nodded. That's fine. She unlocked her phone anyway, scrolling without urgency. I don't know what I'm in the mood for, she added. I watched her for a moment. Then said, you don't have to force it. That made her pause. She glanced up. You always say things like that, she said. What kind of things? Like everything is allowed to just exist without being decided immediately. I thought about that. Is that wrong? I asked. She shook her head slightly. No, she said. It's just not how my brain works. That felt like the most important thing she had said all week. She eventually picked something. Not Cajun hell. Not the slower one either. Something in between. It started quietly. Minimal at first. Like it was testing whether it was allowed to exist in the room. Anna leaned her head back against the bed again. This time she didn't watch me. She watched the ceiling. Halfway through the track, she said, I think I understand it less now. I glanced at her. The music? She nodded. Or maybe I understand myself less, she added. That one sat heavier in the room. I didn't respond immediately. Because I wasn't sure what response wouldn't make it worse. Instead, I said, that's not always a bad thing. She let out a small, humorless breath. It kind of is, she said. Then she turned her head slightly toward me. But it also isn't, she corrected. I gave a faint smile. Yeah, I said. That sounds about right. The song continued. Unresolved. Careful. Like it refused to commit to being anything definitive. When it ended, neither of us moved for a few seconds. Then Anna spoke. Very quietly. I think I'm scared of it meaning something, she said. I looked at her. She wasn't looking at me now. Just speaking into the space between us. That doesn't make sense, I said softly. She shrugged. It does to me. That was the end of that sentence. Not because it was complete. Because it didn't need continuation to be understood. A silence settled again. This one deeper than the others. Not uncomfortable. Just real. After a while, Anna shifted slightly. You're still coming over tomorrow, she asked. I nodded. Yeah. She nodded too. Then added, almost casually. Okay. But she didn't move away from the moment immediately. Neither did I. And for a while longer, we just stayed there in the room where nothing was officially decided yet, but everything had already started changing shape anyway. Chapter 3, Nutshell. Anna didn't choose the song like someone pressing a button. It wasn't casual. It wasn't even intentional in the way most decisions are intentional. It felt more like something already in motion finally reaching the surface, like a thought that had been circling the same drain for too long and decided, without asking permission, to become audible. The room around them was ordinary in the way rooms always are when nothing has happened yet. Desk. Chair. A half-forgotten object in the corner that no one quite remembers placing there. The kind of space that pretends it is neutral, when in reality it is always waiting for something to change it. Blake was leaning against the desk, posture loose but not relaxed. There was a difference between the two that Anna always noticed but never commented on. Loose meant he was trying not to engage. Not relaxed meant he was still listening to everything anyway. He watched her phone in her hand without focusing on it directly, like looking at something from the corner of vision to avoid giving it too much authority. Anna noticed that too. She always noticed too much. You ever hear something that feels like it already knew you? She asked. Blake exhaled through his nose, a half-reaction that wasn't quite amusement and wasn't quite suspicion either. That sounds like a setup for something I'm going to regret getting involved in. Anna didn't push the moment. She rarely did. Instead, she let the space between them stretch just enough that it stopped feeling like conversation and started feeling like anticipation. Maybe it is, she said. Or maybe most music is just better at being honest than people are. That landed differently than she expected it to. Not strongly. Not dramatically. Just enough to change how Blake's attention settled. He shifted slightly, weight moving from one foot to the other. Okay, he said carefully. What are you about to show me? Anna didn't answer directly. Instead, she pressed play. The opening guitar didn't arrive with force. It didn't announce itself. It emerged, slow and deliberate, like something surfacing from deep water that had no interest in rushing toward air. There was no dramatic entry, no attempt at immediate attention. It simply existed, and in existing, it changed the atmosphere of the room. Blake noticed that change immediately, even before he had fully registered the sound itself. It was the kind of shift that doesn't feel like sound entering a space, but like the space itself deciding to behave differently. Anna watched his face more than she watched the screen. The first thing she always looked for wasn't recognition. It was resistance. Not loud resistance. The subtle kind. The tightening of the jaw. The small pause in breath. The way someone unconsciously tries to decide whether they are allowed to feel something yet. Blake didn't speak. The guitar line stayed restrained, repeating in a pattern that felt less like musical structure and more like memory looping back on itself. Not identical repetition. Slightly altered each time. Like remembering something differently every time you think about it, until you can't tell which version is closest to true. The voice entered. It didn't feel like singing in the traditional sense. It felt like something being admitted out loud after too long inside the body. Not performed. Not stylized. Just released at the point where holding it in became more expensive than letting it exist. Blake's expression changed slightly, though he tried not to let it be obvious. Anna saw it anyway. That was her habit. Noticing the smallest internal betrayals before they became visible decisions. What is this? He asked, quieter now. Anna waited a few seconds before answering, not because she didn't know, but because she wanted the song to establish itself first. Just listen, she said. It wasn't a dismissal. It was an instruction that had nothing to do with control and everything to do with timing. The song continued. It didn't escalate. It didn't introduce new layers for the sake of progression. It stayed in its emotional space the way someone might sit in a room long after a conversation has ended, not ready to leave, not ready to change what just happened. There was something unsettling about that stability. Most songs, Blake thought, eventually give you somewhere to go. Even the heavy ones. Even the sad ones. They build, they release, they resolve. This one didn't seem interested in any of that architecture. It just remained. Anna noticed his confusion. Not discomfort exactly. Confusion that hadn't yet decided whether it wanted to become discomfort. You said this is your favorite? Blake asked after a moment. Anna nodded. Why this one? That question made her pause in a different way than before. Not hesitation about meaning. Hesitation about honesty. There's a difference between explaining something and admitting why it matters. Because it doesn't pretend, she said finally. Blake frowned slightly. Pretend what? That anything gets solved just because you name it, she said. It doesn't try to turn pain into a lesson. It doesn't try to turn sadness into growth. It just exists inside it without trying to make it smaller. Blake looked down at the floor for a second, as if checking whether the room had changed shape while he wasn't looking. The guitar repeated again. Same pattern. Slight variation. Like breathing, but emotional instead of physical. That seems heavy, he said. Anna gave a small nod. It is. Why would you want that? She didn't answer immediately. When she did, her voice was quieter. Because it feels more honest than pretending everything ends cleanly, she said. The vocals came back in again, and the tone didn't change. It stayed grounded, unpolished in a way that felt deliberate rather than accidental. Blake adjusted his stance slightly. Not leaving. Not committing. Just rebalancing. You don't listen to things like this casually, he said again, almost like testing the idea. Anna looked at him briefly. No, she said. I don't think anyone really does. That answer lingered longer than expected. The room stayed still. Not quiet. Not loud. Just held. The song is still playing, but it doesn't feel like the center of the room anymore. It's more like weather now. Something happening around us instead of between us. I notice Blake before I notice anything else. The way he stops pretending to be casual. The way his shoulders shift like he's trying to decide whether he's standing in the right version of reality. The way his eyes keep landing on me and then slipping away, like looking too long might make something irreversible happen. I should say something normal. I should steer this back into safe territory. I don't. Because I already feel it coming. Not clearly. Not cleanly. Just the shape of it. Blake exhales, like he's been holding his breath for too long and finally realizes there's no prize for endurance. I've been trying not to say something stupid, he says. My stomach tightens, just slightly. Not fear exactly. Anticipation that doesn't know what it's waiting for. I tilt my head a little. Blake. He shakes his head once. Like he's already past the point of turning back. I'm not doing this right, he says. I know that. I just can't keep pretending I don't feel it. The guitar in the background keeps moving, slow and steady, like it doesn't care what we're doing with our lives. Blake looks at me now. Really looks. And something in my chest goes still. I love you, Anna, he says. You don't have to say it back. The words don't land like a dramatic moment. They land like impact after impact after impact, delayed all at once. For a second, I forget how to move. I don't know where to put my hands. I don't know where to put my face. I don't even know where to put the sound of what he just said. Because it doesn't fit anywhere I've made room for. I look away first. Not because I don't hear him. Because I hear him too clearly. The room feels smaller than it did a minute ago. Or maybe I just feel bigger inside it. I swallow, but it doesn't help. The song keeps going, indifferent and steady, like it's watching something unfold that it already understands better than I do. I should say something honest. Instead, I say the only thing I can reach without falling apart. You shouldn't want me, I say. My voice comes out quieter than I expect. Still sharp enough to cut. Blake doesn't interrupt. That's worse, somehow. I force myself to keep going, even though I don't want to. I'm too broken. There it is. The thing I've said in different ways my whole life, just finally spoken without disguise. Blake steps closer, but carefully. Like I might disappear if he moves too fast. No, he says. I shake my head immediately. You don't get to argue with that. I do, he says. Not loud. Not angry. Just certain. The next morning, the world committed the unforgivable act of continuing. My alarm went off at 6:30 like it always did. My shower still took too long to get warm. The kitchen light still flickered twice before fully turning on. My mom still reminded me not to forget my backpack like I hadn't been carrying one for 11 years. Everything ordinary stayed ordinary. Which somehow made everything inside me feel less believable. I kept expecting something external to match the shift that had happened internally. Some visible evidence that the axis of my life had tilted half an inch overnight. But the sky outside looked the same dull gray it always did in Washington. The buses still hissed at intersections. People still walked into school holding energy drinks like sleep deprivation was a personality trait. Nothing acknowledged what had changed. Which meant I had to carry it alone. That thought followed me all morning. Not dramatically. Just persistently. Like background static. By second period I'd stopped pretending I was paying attention to anything happening in class. The teacher kept talking about some historical treaty with the emotional intensity of a hostage video while my brain replayed fragments of yesterday on loop. Anna sitting on my bed. The pause before she kissed me. The way she acted afterward, like she'd casually borrowed a pencil instead of detonating the emotional structure of my entire week. I kept trying to determine whether I'd imagined how serious it felt. That was the problem with moments that arrive quietly. You can't tell if they're temporary until later. At lunch, I caught myself scanning the cafeteria before I even realized I was doing it. Looking for her. That realization alone irritated me more than it should have. Not because I didn't want to see her. Because I suddenly cared whether I did. And caring changed the atmosphere around everything. I found her near the vending machines talking to one of her friends. She was laughing at something, head tilted back slightly, one hand brushing hair out of her face absent-mindedly. Normal. Completely normal. Except now my brain refused to experience her normally anymore. She noticed me almost immediately. That was another thing about Anna. Her attention moved fast. The second our eyes met, something subtle shifted in her expression. Not surprise. Recognition. Like the room reorganized slightly around the fact I existed in it. Then, just as quickly, she smiled casually again and finished her conversation before walking over. No dramatic entrance. No awkwardness. Just Anna approaching me with the same easy confidence she approached everything else with. "Congratulations," she said when she reached me. "For what?" "You survived another educational experience." "I barely survived." "That still counts." I laughed softly despite myself. There it was again. That terrifying ease between us. Like no matter how strange things became underneath, the surface still knew how to function naturally. Anna leaned against the wall beside me. Not too close. Close enough. "You look tired," she said. "So do you." "That's because I stayed up too late." "Doing what?" She hesitated just slightly. Then shrugged. "Thinking." The word landed heavier than it should have. Because I knew exactly what she meant. Or at least I thought I did. A group of freshmen rushed past us laughing too loudly at something objectively unfunny. Anna watched them disappear down the hallway. "You ever wish your brain had an off switch?" she asked quietly. "All the time." She nodded slowly, like that answer relieved her somehow. Then she looked down at the floor tiles for a second before speaking again. "I kept replaying stuff last night." There it was. Not directly naming it again. Still circling it. "What stuff?" I asked anyway. She glanced at me briefly. "You know." "Yeah." I knew. A strange nervousness settled into the space between us then. Not bad nervousness. Just awareness. Like both of us were approaching the edge of something neither of us had language for yet. Anna crossed her arms loosely. "I almost texted you," she admitted. "Why didn't you?" She smiled faintly. "Because I didn't know what the text was supposed to be." That made sense in the saddest possible way. What do you even send after something like that? "Hey, sorry for emotionally rearranging reality a little. Hope your evening went well." I leaned back against the wall beside her. "I almost texted you too," I admitted. That made her look at me properly again. Not joking now. Just attentive. "What stopped you?" she asked. I thought about it honestly. Then shrugged. I didn't want to make it smaller. For a second she just stared at me. Then something in her expression softened so suddenly it almost hurt to witness. Because it looked like relief. Tiny. Quick. Real. "Yeah," she said quietly. "That's exactly it." The bell rang before either of us could continue. The hallway instantly transformed into motion again. Lockers slamming. Shoes squeaking against tile. Bodies moving with the chaotic urgency of people pretending schedules matter more than feelings. Anna pushed herself off the wall. For half a second it looked like she might say something else. Instead she just smiled slightly. I should go pretend chemistry is important, she said. Good luck. I'll need it. She started walking away. Then stopped after 2 steps. Turned back toward me. Hey, Blake? Yeah? That tiny hesitation again. The one that always meant something. Then. I'm glad it was you. Before I could even process the sentence properly, she turned and disappeared into the hallway crowd. And just like that, I was left standing there feeling like someone had quietly removed gravity from the building. The rest of the day became unusable after that. Not externally. Externally, I still attended classes. Still nodded when teachers spoke. Still wrote things down. But internally? My brain had become a room full of echoes. I'm glad it was you. The sentence kept replaying in different emotional tones every time I thought about it. Comfort. Fear. Relief. Something dangerously close to hope. By the time school ended, the weather outside had turned darker, clouds gathering low enough to make the entire afternoon feel underwater. I sat in my car for almost 5 minutes before starting it. Not because I was doing anything important. Because going home suddenly felt too simple for whatever was happening inside me. Eventually my phone buzzed. One text. Anna. You busy? I stared at it for maybe 3 seconds too long before replying. Not really. 3 dots appeared immediately. Then disappeared. Then reappeared. That alone made my chest tighten strangely. Finally. Can I come over? No joke attached. No excuse. Just the question itself. I answered before overthinking could fully activate. Yeah. The drive home felt shorter than usual after that. Everything did lately. Time had stopped moving consistently around her. Sometimes hours vanished. Sometimes 30 seconds stretched into entire emotional ecosystems. When she finally arrived, she looked different somehow. Not physically different. More like someone carrying thoughts too heavy for casual posture. She stepped into my room quietly this time. No dramatic entrance. No immediate joke. Just Anna standing there holding herself together carefully. You okay? I asked before I could stop myself. She smiled automatically. That practiced one. Then it faded halfway through. I don't know, she admitted. That honesty changed the room instantly. Not because it was dramatic. Because it wasn't. Because it sounded like someone finally too tired to maintain the easier answer. I didn't push her immediately. Just nodded toward the bed. She sat down slowly. Hands folded together loosely in her lap. Looking smaller somehow without actually appearing smaller. The silence between us settled differently now. Not empty. Waiting. Anna stared down at her hands for a while before speaking again. You ever feel like your brain turns everything into too much? She asked quietly. All the time. No, she said, shaking her head slightly. I mean too much too fast. I sat across from her in my desk chair. What do you mean? She exhaled slowly through her nose. Like explaining it required translating something she barely understood herself. I don't know, she said. It's like, something small happens and suddenly my brain treats it like it's life or death emotionally. I stayed quiet. Because this didn't feel like a moment to interrupt. Anna looked up at me finally. Eyes tired in a way I hadn't fully noticed before. Yesterday felt important, she admitted softly. Like really important. My chest tightened again. Yeah, I said carefully. It did. She nodded once. then laughed quietly without humor. And now my brain won't shut up about it. Rain started tapping lightly against the window then. Soft at first. Almost hesitant. Neither of us looked away from each other when it started. And for the first time since all of this began, it felt less like something accidental happening between us and more like something already alive, slowly becoming impossible not to name. Rain always made Anna quieter. Not immediately. At first she'd still joke, still move through conversation normally, still wear her personality the way people wear jackets they've gotten comfortable carrying. But eventually the sound of rain pulled something inward in her. Like part of her attention drifted somewhere private and stayed there. The rain against my window grew steadier as we sat in my room, soft gray light settling over everything until the whole afternoon looked washed in watercolor. Anna had pulled her knees up onto the bed again. That posture. The one she used whenever she was trying to make herself feel contained. I noticed it every time now. That was another consequence of whatever we'd become lately. I noticed everything. The pauses. The fake smiles. The difference between her looking at me and actually letting herself be seen. For a while neither of us spoke. The silence didn't feel empty anymore. It felt careful. Like both of us understood instinctively that the wrong sentence could push the moment into some place neither of us knew how to navigate yet. Anna stared toward the rain-streaked window. Then quietly. I used to think everybody felt like this. I looked at her. Like what? She shrugged slightly without lifting her eyes from the glass. Too much all the time. The sentence settled heavily between us. Not because it sounded dramatic. Because it didn't. Because she said it the same way someone might admit they get headaches a lot. Casually. Tiredly. Like she'd lived with it so long she forgot it might not be normal. I leaned back slowly in my chair. You mean emotionally? She laughed softly through her nose. Mentally. Emotionally. Existentially. Pick a category. I smiled faintly despite myself. That bad? She hesitated. Then nodded once. Sometimes. Rain tapped harder against the window. Cars hissed past outside on wet pavement. The whole world suddenly sounded distant. Anna rubbed absently at the sleeve of her hoodie. I think people assume I'm handling things better than I actually am, she admitted quietly. I frowned slightly. Why? That got a tiny smile out of her. Because I'm funny. There wasn't bitterness in the answer. That made it hurt worse. I thought about all the times she'd made entire groups laugh effortlessly. All the moments teachers liked her because she turned awkward silence into entertainment. All the times people described her as energetic or chaotic or fun like those words completed the picture. Maybe they only saw the performance because she made it easy to stop looking deeper. You don't have to do that with me, I said before fully thinking it through. Anna looked at me then. Really looked. Something vulnerable flickered across her face so quickly it almost disappeared before I registered it. Then she glanced away again. I know, she said softly. That sentence changed something in the room. Not loudly. Just enough to feel irreversible. She shifted slightly on the bed, pulling one knee closer to her chest. I think that's what scares me. What is? Another hesitation. Then. That I know. I stayed quiet. Because suddenly this didn't feel like a conversation anymore. It felt like trust happening in real time. Anna exhaled slowly. When I'm around most people, I feel like I'm translating myself constantly, she said. Like I have to turn everything into a version that sounds acceptable before I say it. I nodded faintly. I get that. But with you, she stopped. Not dramatically. Like she genuinely didn't know how to finish the thought safely. With me what? I asked carefully. She smiled faintly, but this one wasn't defensive. Just nervous. With you, I forget to filter sometimes. My chest tightened in a way that made breathing feel temporarily unfamiliar. Outside, thunder rolled faintly somewhere over the water. Anna looked embarrassed suddenly. Not by me. By her own honesty. Which is annoying, she added quickly. Because now you know things. I laughed softly. What things? She pointed vaguely at herself. Things. That clears it up completely. Good. For a second the tension loosened again. Not gone. Just breathable. Anna leaned her head back against the wall behind my bed. Eyes half closing briefly. You ever think about how exhausting consciousness is? She asked. There's the Anna sentence of the day. I'm serious. I know. She opened one eye slightly. Existing is objectively insane. That's comforting. No, listen, she said, sitting forward slightly now. Everybody just wakes up every day and pretends this whole thing makes sense. I smiled a little. You're spiraling philosophically again. Probably. But she didn't sound joking anymore. The rain kept falling harder outside. The room dimmed further as clouds thickened overhead. Anna looked down at her hands again. Then quieter. Do you ever feel scared that nobody actually knows you completely? That question hit somewhere deeper than I expected. I thought about it honestly before answering. Yeah, I admitted. Sometimes. She nodded slowly like she'd expected that. Then after a pause. I think that's why yesterday mattered so much to me. The air changed again instantly. Not tense. Fragile. I stayed very still. Anna swallowed once before continuing. Not just the kiss, she clarified quickly. I mean before that too. The music. Talking. All of it. I nodded carefully. Okay. She looked frustrated suddenly. Not at me. At language itself. I don't know how to explain it correctly, she muttered. You don't have to explain it perfectly. I know, but if I say it wrong it sounds stupid. It won't. That made her laugh softly again. You have way too much faith in me. No, I said quietly. I just think you're harder on yourself than everyone else is. That silenced her immediately. Not defensive silence. The kind where a sentence lands too accurately and the person receiving it doesn't know where to put their eyes afterward. Anna stared down at the blanket beneath her hands. Then whispered. You noticed that? The question nearly broke my heart. Not because of what it meant. Because of how surprised she sounded. Yeah, I said gently. Another long silence unfolded after that. Rain. Thunder somewhere far away. The hum of my room's overhead fan. And Anna sitting across from me looking like someone slowly realizing they'd been visible longer than they thought. Finally she looked back up. Eyes softer now. More open. You know what the worst part is? She asked. What? She smiled sadly. That I can't tell if this is making me feel better or worse. I understood that immediately. Too immediately. Because whatever was happening between us carried comfort and fear in equal measure. Being known always does. I leaned forward slightly in my chair. Maybe both, I said. She stared at me for a second. Then nodded once. Yeah, she whispered. Maybe both. By evening, the rain had settled into permanence. Not heavy anymore. Just constant. The kind of rain that stops sounding like weather after a while and starts sounding like atmosphere itself. Like the world outside had dissolved into static. Anna was still in my room. That alone felt strange in a way I didn't entirely understand yet. Usually when people visited, there was an invisible timer attached to it. Conversations peaked, energy dipped, someone checked the time, and eventually the moment dissolved naturally. But Anna had been there for hours now, and neither of us seemed interested in ending it. The room had dimmed enough that I finally turned on the small lamp beside my desk instead of the overhead light. Everything softened afterward. The corners of the room blurred slightly into shadow. The rain reflected gold against the window glass. Anna's face looked quieter in lamplight somehow. Less guarded. Or maybe I was just seeing her more clearly now. She was lying sideways across my bed again, one arm hanging lazily off the edge, absent-mindedly spinning the photo strip from the mall between her fingers. I hadn't even realized she still had it until now. My stomach tightened a little when I noticed. "You kept that?" I asked. She looked down at the strip like she'd forgotten she was holding it. Then shrugged. "Yeah." "Why?" That earned me a look. "Because it's mine?" "You know what I mean." She smiled faintly. Not teasing this time. Just thoughtful. "I don't know," she admitted. "It feels important now." The sentence lingered in the room. Everything felt important now. That was the problem. Every glance. Every pause. Every accidental touch suddenly carried emotional gravity it hadn't before. Or maybe it always had and we'd only recently become aware of it. Anna studied the photos again silently. Then laughed softly. "We look ridiculously young in these. We took them like a week ago." "I know," she said quietly. Still. Something about the way she said it unsettled me slightly. Not because it sounded sad. Because it sounded distant. Like she already experienced moments as memories while they were still happening. I leaned back in my chair, watching rain slide down the glass. "You do that a lot," I said. "Do what?" "Talk about things like they're already over." Anna went still for half a second. Tiny reaction. Easy to miss. Then she looked away. "I didn't realize I did that." "You do." She folded the photo strip carefully before setting it beside her on the bed. "I think I just noticed time too much," she said quietly. The sentence pulled something heavy through my chest. "What does that mean?" She took longer answering this time. Long enough that I wondered if she would answer at all. Finally. "I don't know," she said softly. "I just always feel aware that things are ending while they're happening." The rain against the window suddenly sounded louder. I looked at her carefully. She wasn't crying. Wasn't visibly falling apart. That almost made it worse. Because she spoke about these things with the exhausted calm of someone used to carrying them alone. Anna stared up at the ceiling. "I'll be having a good moment with someone and part of my brain immediately starts thinking about how eventually it'll just be a memory," she admitted. "And then the moment starts feeling sad while it's still happening." I didn't know what to say to that. Not because there was nothing to say. Because anything simple would have sounded insulting. So I stayed honest. "That sounds awful." She laughed softly through her nose. "Yeah," she said. "It kind of is." Silence settled again. Not empty silence. Shared silence. There's a difference. The room felt suspended outside normal time now. Just rain and dim light and the low hum of existence continuing quietly around us. Anna rolled onto her back fully, staring upward. "You know what scares me?" she asked. "What?" "That I don't know if everybody feels like this and just handles it better." The vulnerability in that sentence nearly cracked something open inside me. I thought carefully before answering. "I don't think everybody feels everything as intensely as you do." She looked over at me immediately. "How would you know?" "Because I've met people." That got the smallest smile out of her. Then it faded again. "I wish I could turn my brain down," she admitted quietly. I nodded. "I know. No, I mean really down." She pressed the heel of her hand lightly against her forehead. Sometimes it feels loud in there all the time. I watched her for a second before speaking. You don't have to hide that from me. The sentence landed hard. I could see it happen in real time. Anna's expression shifted subtly, like part of her relaxed before she could stop it. Then, almost immediately afterward, fear replaced it. Not fear of me. Fear of being seen too clearly. That's dangerous, she said softly. What is? She looked at me for a long moment before answering. Being understood. The honesty of it stunned me quiet. Because I knew exactly what she meant the second she said it. To be understood meant losing the ability to disappear behind performance. Behind jokes. Behind I'm fine. It meant someone could notice when you weren't. Anna sat up slowly now, drawing her knees close again. You know what the weird part is? She asked. What? I think I wanted you to notice anyway. My heartbeat stumbled hard enough that I became aware of it physically. She saw the reaction immediately. That made her laugh nervously. Cool, she muttered. Now I sound insane. You don't. I absolutely do. You don't, I repeated more firmly this time. That quieted her. She looked down at her hands again. Then after a moment. I think I'm scared all the time. There it was. The sentence beneath all the others. Small. Simple. Devastating. I stayed still, letting her continue if she wanted to. She did. I just hide it well, she whispered. Rain slid down the windows in long silver streaks behind her. The whole room felt fragile suddenly. Like we'd wandered too close to something real to move carelessly anymore. I chose my next words carefully. What are you scared of? Anna smiled faintly, but there was no humor in it. Everything, she admitted. Then quieter. Being too much. Not being enough. Losing people. Getting stuck inside my own head forever. I swallowed hard. Because she said it like someone finally setting down bags they'd been carrying for years. And because part of me realized, with sudden horrible clarity, that she probably didn't talk like this to anyone else. Anna looked embarrassed again after speaking. Like honesty itself made her feel exposed. You don't have to fix any of that, she said quickly. I'm not asking you to. I know. And I'm not trying to be dramatic. I know. She looked at me carefully then. Trying to determine if I really meant it. Eventually, something in her shoulders loosened slightly. Just slightly. You're very calm right now, she observed. I'm trying to be. Why? I thought about it honestly. Then answered. Because you look like you're waiting for me to leave. The room went completely still. Not physically. Emotionally. Anna stared at me like the sentence had reached somewhere she kept hidden even from herself. Then, very quietly. Most people do. Chapter 4, You've Got Mail. Anna didn't tell me what we were doing until she was already halfway through deciding it. That was her way. Not planning things out loud. Not asking like the world needed permission slips. She just appeared at my door one evening like she'd been in motion long before I saw her, holding a small grocery bag and that same unreadable look she got when she was trying to pretend something didn't matter more than it did. You free? She asked. I leaned on the doorframe. That depends. Are you about to emotionally ambush me again? She blinked once. That only happened once. It left scars. She brushed past me into the house anyway. You're dramatic. You kissed me and then rated my performance, I said. That made her stop for half a second. Just long enough to register. Then she kept walking. Still good, though. I exhaled a laugh I didn't fully mean to. It still felt like a strange memory when I thought about it directly. Not distant. Not faded. Just unresolved in a way my brain kept trying to file under explain later, but never did. Anna kicked off her shoes near the hallway like she owned the floor. Like she had always been allowed to take up space here. That was the thing about her. She didn't ask permission from environments. She negotiated with them by existing. "What's in the bag?" I asked. She lifted it slightly. "Emergency supplies." "That sounds illegal." "Only emotionally." I followed her into the living room. The light in here was always slightly too soft in the evening, like the house was trying not to be too honest about itself. Anna dropped onto the couch without hesitation, immediately taking the side that wasn't technically hers but always became hers anyway. I sat down next to her, leaving a careful amount of space between us that felt like a lie even as I did it. She noticed, of course. She always noticed. But she didn't comment. Instead, she pulled something out of the bag. A DVD case. I stared at it. "That's ancient." "It's classic," she corrected. I squinted at the cover. Two people smiling like they had never once misunderstood each other in their lives. "You brought a romance movie." Anna shrugged. "Don't panic. It's research." "For what?" She paused like she hadn't fully decided how honest she wanted to be. "For understanding people who talk too much online," she said. "That is the vaguest explanation I've ever heard. It's still technically true." She stood up before I could argue further, already moving toward the TV like she'd been here before and just forgot to mention it. She knew where the remote was. She knew which input worked. She knew how the room behaved when she was the one steering it. I watched her for a second without saying anything. There was something different about her today. Not louder. Not softer. Just less armored. Like she'd left part of herself in a place she wasn't ready to name yet. The movie started. At first, it was just dialogue and light music trying very hard to convince us that email correspondence could change the shape of a life. Anna leaned back into the couch, arms folded loosely. "This is ridiculous," she said after 5 minutes. "You chose it," I reminded her. "I didn't say I endorsed it." I smiled slightly. "You brought emotional warfare into my living room voluntarily." "It's not warfare," she said. "It's observation." The movie kept going. People fell in love through typing. Misunderstandings stacked neatly like polite disasters. Everything felt slightly too clean to be real, but not clean enough to be dismissed. Anna stopped talking after a while. That was the first real change. She didn't comment. Didn't critique. Didn't interrupt the rhythm with her usual sharp little observations. She just watched. And I noticed that more than I noticed the movie. There's a specific way Anna goes quiet. Not absence. Not withdrawal. Presence redirected inward. Like she's listening to something that isn't external anymore. I glanced at her once. Her eyes were fixed on the screen, but not really on it. Something about her expression felt distant in a way I couldn't name yet. The kind of distance that isn't emotional separation. It's emotional recognition. Halfway through the movie, someone said something about writing things you can't say out loud. Anna shifted slightly beside me. Small movement. Easy to miss. But I didn't miss it. "You okay?" I asked quietly. She didn't look at me immediately. "Yeah," she said. That word again. Still too practiced. Still too fast. I nodded anyway, but I didn't fully accept it. The movie kept unfolding. Two people slowly building something without ever fully acknowledging they were building it. Distance shrinking without permission. Emotion leaking through systems designed to contain it. It should have felt fictional. Instead, it felt uncomfortably familiar. Anna spoke again, quieter this time. People really think like that, she asked. Like what? I said. She nodded toward the screen. Like they can just become someone important to each other through words alone. I thought about that for a moment. Maybe not just words, I said. But words are usually where it starts. She didn't respond immediately. Then, almost like she wasn't sure she meant to say it out loud. That sounds dangerous. I looked at her. Why? She shrugged, but it wasn't casual. Because you can build something real without knowing what it's built on, she said. That sat between us for a second longer than it should have. I didn't have an immediate answer. Because I couldn't tell if she was talking about the movie anymore. Or us. The room felt slightly smaller after that. Not uncomfortable. Just closer. Anna leaned back further into the couch, but she didn't relax. Not fully. Something in her stayed alert, like the movie had started asking questions she didn't want to answer directly. I noticed her hand resting near mine on the couch cushion. Not touching. Just close enough that it didn't feel accidental. I didn't move. Neither did she. The movie kept going. And somewhere in the middle of all that pretending and misunderstanding and slow emotional convergence, I started to realize Anna wasn't really watching the story anymore. She was measuring it. Against something else. Something she hadn't said out loud yet. And I had the feeling, quiet and uninvited, that I was about to find out what that something was. Somewhere around the middle of the movie, it stopped feeling like we were watching it and started feeling like we were inside it. Not literally. Not in any dramatic, cinematic way. More like the boundaries between what was happening on screen and what was happening on the couch had started to blur in a way neither of us acknowledged out loud. Anna had shifted at some point without announcing it. Her legs were tucked slightly under her now, angled toward the screen but not rigid. Not guarded like earlier. Just present. Like she'd stopped trying to interpret everything and had started letting it pass through her instead. I noticed that more than I noticed the plot. The movie kept doing what it does. People speaking through screens. Building something without physical presence. Falling into connection without fully understanding the mechanics of it. It should have felt distant. Instead, it felt uncomfortably close. Anna broke the silence first, but not in her usual way. Not sharp. Not teasing. That's kind of messed up, she said quietly. I glanced at her. What is? She nodded toward the screen. How they don't know who they're talking to, she said. I exhaled slightly. That's the point, I think. She tilted her head a little, like she didn't fully accept that explanation. But they still like each other, she said. I nodded. Yeah. A pause stretched between us again, but it wasn't empty anymore. It felt like something was being measured inside it. Anna shifted slightly, pulling the blanket that had been on the couch closer to her legs. She didn't look at me when she did it. Just moved, like it was instinct. But the movement brought her closer. Not dramatically. Just enough that I became aware of where she ended and I began in a way I wasn't before. The movie played on. One of the characters laughed at something that wasn't actually funny, but sounded like it mattered anyway. Anna made a small sound in response. Not laughter. Not quite. Just a soft exhale that suggested she understood something without needing to translate it into words. I looked at her again. She was watching the screen, but not in a casual way. It was focused now. Quietly focused. Like she was letting the story run through her instead of standing outside it. You're quieter than usual, I said before I could decide whether that was a good idea. She didn't look away from the movie. Am I? She asked. Yeah. She thought about that for a second. Then, softer, it's easier to just watch it. That answer didn't feel like avoidance. It felt like honesty that didn't want attention. The movie moved into another exchange of messages. Words typed across invisible distance. Emotional weight carried through timing and choice, and what wasn't said as much as what was. I noticed Anna's fingers moving slightly against her sleeve. Small, unconscious motion. Like she was processing something physically instead of verbally. "It's weird," I said quietly. She glanced at me briefly. "What is? How much of this is just misunderstanding that turns into meaning?" She gave a small nod. "Yeah." Then, after a pause, "Or meaning that looks like misunderstanding at first." I turned that over in my head. It felt like one of those sentences that keeps changing shape depending on how you hold it. The couch between us wasn't big. It never had been. But now it felt like a decision. Not distance. Choice. Anna leaned forward slightly as the movie reached another emotional exchange. A scene where words mattered more than presence. Where absence was part of the communication instead of a lack of it. She didn't comment. But I saw her expression shift. Not dramatically. Just a tightening around the eyes. A small recalibration. Like something had landed that she hadn't expected to feel personally involved in. I could feel myself becoming more aware of her than the film again. That kept happening. The movie would pull attention outward, then she would pull it back inward just by existing next to me. It was irritating. And kind of impossible to ignore. At some point, my arm was closer to hers than it had been at the start. I didn't remember moving it. It just ended up there. Close enough that it mattered. Close enough that it was noticeable without touching. Anna didn't react. Which, somehow, was a reaction. The movie continued. One of the characters talked about wanting something without knowing why they wanted it yet. Anna let out a quiet breath. "That's annoying," she said. I glanced at her. "What is?" "Knowing something before you're ready to deal with it," she said. That sentence didn't sound like it belonged to the movie anymore. It sounded like it had been living somewhere else and just borrowed the script for a second. I didn't respond immediately. Because I wasn't sure if she meant the characters. Or something closer. Anna shifted again, this time leaning back slightly, her shoulder brushing the couch cushion closer to mine. Still not touching. But the space between us wasn't neutral anymore. It was defined. The movie hit another emotional peak. Someone almost says something honest, then doesn't. Timing fails. Communication fractures in a way that feels both avoidable and inevitable. Anna spoke softly, almost like she wasn't sure she meant to. "Do you think people actually fix things like that?" she asked. "Like what?" I said. She nodded at the screen again. "Miscommunication," she said. "Distance. All of that." I thought about it. "Not cleanly," I said. "But sometimes they still end up okay anyway." She hummed slightly. "Not agreement. Not disagreement. Just processing." Then she said, "That sounds unreliable." I smiled a little. "Yeah. It is." That got a small shift out of her expression. Something like amusement trying not to fully form. The movie kept moving forward, but it felt less like entertainment now and more like a structure we were both sitting inside without realizing how much it reflected what was happening off-screen. Anna leaned back again, and this time her shoulder did touch mine. Lightly. Accidental in appearance. But not in timing. Neither of us moved away. The contact stayed. And suddenly the movie wasn't the most important thing in the room anymore. It was just something happening alongside us while we tried not to acknowledge that we had started sitting closer than we needed to. Anna didn't look at me. But her voice came quieter than before. "This is kind of stupid," she said. I knew she didn't mean the movie anymore. "Yeah," I said. A pause. Then, softer, but not in a bad way. She didn't respond to that. But she didn't move away either. And the film kept going, as if it already understood we weren't really watching it the same way anymore. The movie was still playing, but it felt like it had stopped being the point a while ago. Not abruptly. Just, gradually, like something stepping out of focus while you're still looking at it. Anna's shoulder was still against mine. Not pressed in. Not accidental anymore either. Just there, like it had decided to stay. I could feel every small shift in her breathing without trying to. That awareness wasn't comfortable. It was honest in a way that made everything else feel slightly less stable. On screen, two people were finally circling the thing they'd been avoiding for most of their lives. Words that mattered too late. Timing that couldn't be undone. Anna exhaled slowly beside me. Not a sigh. Not frustration. Something closer to recognition. "This is kind of unfair," she said quietly. I glanced at her. "What is?" She nodded at the screen without fully looking at it. "How easy it looks," she said. I frowned slightly. "What looks easy?" "Saying things," she said. "Fixing things. Knowing what you want and just saying it." That landed differently than her earlier comments. This wasn't about the movie anymore. It was about comparison. About distance between intention and action. I didn't answer immediately. Because I could feel where this was going, and I didn't want to push it there too fast. Anna shifted slightly, pulling her legs closer to herself, but she didn't move away from me. If anything, she settled more into the space between us instead of resisting it. That detail mattered more than anything on the screen. "It's not easy for them either," I said finally. She let out a small sound that might have been agreement if it had more certainty behind it. "But they still do it," she said. I nodded. Eventually. That word hung there. Eventually. Like it wasn't a promise. Just a delay. The movie moved toward its final emotional convergence. Everything that had been separate started bending towards something that looked like resolution, even if it wasn't fully clean. Anna stopped watching it again. Or maybe she was watching it too closely. It was hard to tell the difference now. She spoke quietly. "Do you think people ever mean it when they say things like that?" she asked. "Like what?" I said. She hesitated. Then, softer, "that they'll stay." My chest tightened slightly. Not because the question was dramatic. Because it wasn't. It sounded like something she'd been carrying for longer than this movie. I turned slightly toward her. "I think people mean it when they say it," I said. "I just don't think they always understand what they're agreeing to." She looked at me then. Not quickly. Not casually. Like she was checking whether I was real enough to trust that answer to. "That's a depressing answer," she said. I gave a small shrug. "Probably." A pause. Then she said, "But honest." That word again. It kept showing up between us like it didn't belong to either of us individually anymore. The movie reached its final emotional turn. On screen, everything finally clicked into place. Recognition. Understanding. The kind of moment that feels inevitable in hindsight even if it took an entire story to get there. Anna shifted slightly closer. Not dramatically. Just enough that the space between us stopped feeling like space and started feeling like decision. I didn't move away. Neither did she. That silence between us wasn't empty anymore. It was loaded. Like something had been building underneath it the entire time we were pretending to watch the movie. Anna spoke without looking at me. "This is the part where it would be easy," she said. I understood immediately what she meant. Not the movie. Us. I didn't answer right away. Because she was right. It would have been easy to say something clean. Something final. Something that turned all of this into a straight line instead of whatever shape it actually was. But it didn't feel like that kind of moment. It felt messy. More real than resolution usually is. Yeah, I said quietly. It would. She let out a breath, slow and uneven. Then finally turned her head toward me. Not fully. Not dramatically. Just enough that I was in her attention instead of beside it. So why doesn't it feel easy? She asked. That question didn't feel like avoidance anymore. It felt like standing at the edge of something and refusing to pretend the edge wasn't there. I looked at her. Really looked. The movie was still playing, but it didn't matter anymore. Everything in the room had narrowed down to this one point between us. Because it isn't the movie, I said. Her expression shifted slightly. Not confusion. Understanding arriving too slowly to fully name yet. I continued, quieter. It's us. That did something to the air. Not loud. Not explosive. Just realignment. Anna didn't respond immediately. She looked at me for a long moment, like she was trying to decide whether saying anything would make it more real or less survivable. Then she shifted closer again. This time deliberately. The couch space between us stopped being symbolic and started disappearing. Her voice came quieter than before. You make it sound like you already decided something, she said. I shook my head slightly. I didn't decide anything. A pause. Then, honest. I just stopped pretending I don't feel it. That was the moment everything tightened. Not into resolution. Into inevitability. Anna stared at me for a second longer than before. Then exhaled slowly, like something inside her had finally stopped resisting the shape of the moment. That's annoying, she said quietly. I gave a faint smile. Yeah. She hesitated. Then, softer. But it's real. And this time, neither of us tried to escape what that meant. The movie kept playing in the background, reaching its ending like it was happening somewhere else entirely. But we weren't really in that story anymore. We were in the part just before the next one starts. The part where maybe finally stops being a word you use to avoid falling. And starts becoming the moment you realize you already did. Anna stayed where she was after that. Not frozen. Not stunned into silence the way movies usually frame moments like this. She still breathed. Still blinked. Still held herself together physically. But emotionally? Something had stopped pretending. The film reached its ending somewhere behind us, voices and music spilling softly through the living room like background weather neither of us had the energy to acknowledge anymore. Credits started rolling in pale light across the screen. Neither of us looked at them. Anna's attention stayed fixed somewhere near my face without fully landing there. Like direct eye contact would force the moment into a category she wasn't ready to survive yet. I could feel the tension inside her now. Not panic. Pressure. The kind that builds slowly over time until even breathing around another person starts feeling dangerously honest. Finally, she laughed quietly. Small. Unsteady. This is probably where a healthier person says something emotionally mature, she murmured. I smiled faintly. Probably. But unfortunately, she continued, staring down at the blanket gathered near her knees, I'm operating entirely on instinct and unresolved psychological debris. That sounds exhausting. It is. The honesty in her voice softened the joke immediately. The room dimmed further as the movie menu looped silently back to the beginning screen. Rain ticked lightly against the windows now, softer than before. The storm outside had calmed without either of us noticing. Anna tucked a strand of hair behind her ear absently. Then said, quieter. You know what the worst part is? What? I think I knew this was happening before you did. That caught me slightly off guard. I looked at her carefully. What do you mean? She shrugged once, but there was no casualness left in it. You notice people differently when you're trying not to fall apart around them, she said. The sentence settled heavily into the room. Anna kept going before I could respond. I kept telling myself it was temporary, she admitted. Like eventually we'd go back to normal and I'd stop caring so much every time you looked at me like you were actually listening. My chest tightened painfully at that. Because she said it so quietly. Like it wasn't dramatic enough to deserve volume. But you didn't? I asked softly. She laughed through her nose. No. It got worse. The word worse should have sounded negative. It didn't. It sounded terrified. Anna finally looked at me directly then, and there was something frighteningly open in her expression now. Not polished vulnerability. Not cinematic sadness. Just a person too tired to keep hiding every real thing behind humor. I think I started feeling safe with you, she admitted. That sentence changed the entire atmosphere of the room. Not because it sounded romantic. Because it sounded rare. I didn't answer immediately. Not because I didn't know what to say. Because I understood how much trust it took for her to say that out loud. Anna noticed my silence and immediately tried to retreat from it. Which is obviously unhealthy, she added quickly. Nobody should emotionally attach themselves to another human being that hard. That's how people end up writing poetry and staring at ceilings dramatically. I smiled despite myself. You say that like you haven't absolutely done both of those things. That's irrelevant. You literally stared at my ceiling for 40 minutes last week. I was processing. You were spiraling. She pointed at me weakly. Those are cousins. For a second, the tension loosened. Not disappeared. Just became breathable again. Anna leaned her head back against the couch cushion and closed her eyes briefly. You know what's weird? She asked quietly. What? I'm less scared now that it's real. That surprised me. She must have noticed, because she opened her eyes again and looked over at me. I mean, I'm still scared, she clarified. Constantly. Existentially. In ways that would concern medical professionals. Comforting. But before this, she hesitated. Before you said it out loud, it felt like standing near the edge of something without knowing if falling would kill me or not. I stayed quiet. Because I understood that too well. Anna looked down at her hands again. Now at least I know the ground exists. The room went still after that. Not awkward. Just emotionally full. The kind of silence that happens when two people accidentally stop speaking in metaphors for a minute and realize how much heavier the direct truth feels. Outside, headlights slid across the wet street beyond the window. Time kept moving. Which felt vaguely offensive. Anna shifted slightly, turning toward me more fully now. There's something I haven't told you, she said. My stomach tightened instantly. Not dread exactly. Just awareness. What? She rubbed at the sleeve of her hoodie absently before answering. I almost stopped talking to you. That hit harder than I expected. What? A while ago, she said quickly. Before all of this became, whatever this is. I frowned slightly. Why? Anna looked embarrassed immediately. Not defensive. Ashamed of the honesty itself. Because I realized I cared too much, she admitted softly. The sentence landed like impact. I thought if I backed away early enough, maybe I could stop it before it turned into something difficult. I stared at her for a second. You never said anything. Yeah, she said quietly. That was kind of the problem. Rain slid softly down the windows behind her. The living room lamp painted gold light across one side of her face while the other stayed dimmed in shadow. She looked exhausted suddenly. Not physically. Emotionally. Like she'd spent months carrying thoughts too heavy to hold comfortably. What changed? I asked carefully. Anna smiled faintly. You kept being you. That answer nearly broke me in half. Because she said it like it was inconvenient. Like kindness had cornered her emotionally and she resented how impossible it made leaving. I'd leave conversations with you feeling calmer, she admitted. And then my brain would immediately panic about how much that mattered. I swallowed hard. She laughed weakly again. Honestly? It was pathetic. It wasn't pathetic. You're biased. Probably. That got another tiny smile out of her. Then it faded again as quickly as it came. Anna looked toward the TV screen where the movie menu still looped silently. You know what scares me most, she asked. What? That this feels real enough to hurt. There it was. The center of it. Not fear of love. Fear of consequence. Fear of permanence. Fear of someday standing in the wreckage of something meaningful and realizing meaning was never protection. I understood it immediately. Because I felt it too. That doesn't make it bad, I said quietly. I know. But. She looked at me then. Eyes tired. Honest. Open in a way that made my chest ache. But things can matter and still destroy you. The sentence sat between us like fragile glass. I could tell she believed it. Not theoretically. Personally. Deeply. I shifted slightly closer without really deciding to. Anna noticed immediately. Of course she did. Her breathing caught almost invisibly. You know, I said carefully, you talk about yourself like you're a natural disaster. That earned the faintest flicker of amusement. I mean, she said. Evidence suggests. I'm serious. That quieted her. I kept going. You act like caring about you is automatically dangerous. Anna looked away instantly. That reaction told me enough by itself. I don't know how not to think that way, she admitted. The vulnerability in her voice made the room feel smaller. More intimate. More breakable. I watched her for a second before speaking again. You know what I think? What? I think you spent a long time convincing yourself people only liked manageable versions of you. Anna froze. Not visibly at first. Just internally. Like something in her stopped moving. Then very quietly. That's not fair. Why? Because you noticed. The way she said it nearly shattered me. Not angry. Not defensive. Just exposed. I leaned back slightly, giving the moment room to breathe. Anna rubbed tiredly at her eyes. I hate how easy it is to talk to you, she muttered. I'll try to become more unbearable. That would probably help. But she smiled when she said it. Small. Real. The first truly relaxed smile she'd had all evening. We sat there quietly for a while after that. The movie forgotten. The rain softening further outside. And somewhere inside the silence, something between us finally stopped pretending it was temporary. Not officially. Not verbally. But emotionally. Like some invisible part of both of us had crossed a line neither of us knew how to uncross anymore. Eventually Anna spoke again. So quietly I almost missed it. I think I'm falling in love with you too. No dramatic pause followed. No cinematic music. Just the sound of rain against the windows and my heartbeat forgetting how to behave properly. Anna immediately looked horrified after saying it. Not because she didn't mean it. Because she did. Too much. Well, she whispered, staring at the floor now, that's deeply unfortunate timing-wise. I laughed softly before I could stop myself. She glanced at me cautiously. You're taking this suspiciously well. I don't think my nervous system has processed it yet. That's fair. Then silence again. But not the same silence as before. This one felt changed. Softer somehow. Like the room itself had unclenched. Anna leaned against my shoulder fully this time. Not accidental. Not hesitant. Just honest. And neither of us tried to turn it into anything smaller than it was anymore. We stayed like that for a long time. Not kissing. Not talking much. Just existing beside each other with the strange, fragile calm that follows honesty when neither person immediately ruins it by trying to define everything too quickly. Anna's head rested against my shoulder. The weight of it felt terrifyingly light. Not physically. Emotionally. Like trust had mass. The movie menu kept looping in silence on the television, pale blue light flickering softly across the living room walls every 30 seconds before restarting itself again. Somewhere upstairs, the house creaked quietly in the way old houses do when nighttime settles into them fully. Neither of us moved to turn anything off. It felt dangerous to interrupt the moment with practical decisions. Eventually Anna spoke again, voice muffled slightly against my shoulder. You know this probably changes everything, right? I looked down at her. Yeah, I said quietly. She nodded once. Not dramatically. Just acknowledgement. Then after a pause. That's horrifying. I laughed softly through my nose. You keep describing emotional intimacy like it's a chemical spill. That's because it behaves like one. I smiled. But underneath the humor, I understood exactly what she meant. Nothing about this felt casual anymore. Before tonight, there had still been room for ambiguity. Room to pretend we were circling something undefined. Room to retreat into irony or timing or confusion. Now the truth existed in the room with us. Not loudly. Not performatively. Just undeniably. Anna shifted slightly, sitting up enough to look at me properly again. Her expression had changed since earlier. Still nervous. Still carrying that familiar undercurrent of overthinking and emotional static. But softer now. Like part of her had finally stopped bracing for impact. You know what's weird? She asked. What? I thought saying it would make me panic more. And? She considered it carefully. I think hiding it was actually worse. That sentence settled somewhere deep inside me. Because I'd felt the same thing without realizing it until now. The exhaustion of pretending not to notice what was already happening. The emotional effort of restraint. The constant translation of instinct into safer language. Anna tucked one leg beneath herself again, turning toward me more fully on the couch. I've been doing this thing for weeks, she admitted quietly. What thing? Trying to convince myself you'd stop mattering if I waited long enough. I blinked once. That seems healthy. It was deeply scientific. Clearly. She smiled faintly, but only for a second before the honesty returned. It didn't work, she said. No? She shook her head slowly. If anything, it got harder every time you were nice to me. That hit me in the chest harder than anything else she'd said tonight. Not because it sounded romantic. Because it sounded sincere in a way romance usually isn't. Anna noticed my expression immediately. You're doing the face again, she said softly. What face? The one where you look like you're emotionally processing too hard. I think that's just my face. No, there's a specific version. I laughed quietly. And something about that laugh changed the atmosphere again. Not because it was important by itself. Because it felt normal. That was the strangest thing about all of this. Even now, after confessions and fear and emotional collapse and all the terrifying honesty sitting between us like exposed wiring, being around her still felt easy underneath the intensity. Like the foundation had always been there. Anna must have noticed the shift in my expression because her own softened slightly too. We're weirdly okay at this, she murmured. At emotional devastation? At being us. That silenced me for a second. Because she was right. Everything around this felt confusing. But the actual act of being near her never did. Outside, the rain had nearly stopped entirely now. Just occasional drops tapping against the windows in uneven rhythms. The storm moving on. Anna glanced toward the dark glass briefly before speaking again. "You know what I'm scared of now?" she asked. I smiled faintly. "Is this the part where you reveal 17 new fears?" "Minimum." "Thought so." She rolled her eyes slightly, but there was affection in it now. Real affection. Unhidden. Then she grew quieter again. "I'm scared this is the happiest I've been in a long time," she admitted. The sentence nearly knocked the air out of me. Not because of what it meant about me. Because of what it implied about her. The loneliness hidden inside it. The exhaustion. The possibility that she'd been carrying so much internally for so long that even this small moment of emotional clarity felt enormous by comparison. I didn't answer immediately. Anna noticed. "See," she said softly. "That's an insane thing to say out loud." "No," I said gently. "It's just honest." That word again. Honest. It kept returning like neither of us knew another word big enough for what this was becoming. Anna looked down at her hands for a second. Then laughed quietly to herself. "You know what's funny?" "What?" "I brought over a stupid romance movie thinking maybe it would make everything feel less real. And? It made it catastrophically more real." "That sounds like your fault." "It absolutely is." For a while after that, conversation drifted into smaller things. Not because the bigger emotions disappeared. Because neither of us could survive sitting inside them continuously without occasionally resurfacing for air. We talked about school. About how terrible the movie actually was structurally. About whether the internet had permanently damaged human communication. Anna spent 10 straight minutes aggressively defending the emotional legitimacy of people forming connections online before suddenly realizing she'd accidentally been talking about us again and immediately burying her face in the couch cushion in embarrassment. "This is humiliating," she groaned into the fabric. I laughed. "You literally confessed your love to me 10 minutes ago." "Yes, but accidentally self-analyzing afterward is somehow worse." "That doesn't make any sense." "Nothing about me makes sense." I watched her for a second. The way her hair fell across part of her face. The way she hid when emotions got too visible. The way humor became a shield the second vulnerability lingered too long in direct light. Then quietly. "I think you make more sense than you think you do." Anna went still. Not dramatically. Just enough that I knew the sentence reached somewhere important. She slowly lifted her head from the couch cushion and looked at me. "You can't say things like that casually," she said softly. "Why not?" "Because my brain treats them like artifacts." The vulnerability in her voice made my chest ache again. I was starting to realize that almost everything she said contained hidden bruises if you listened closely enough. Anna shifted closer unconsciously while talking again, until our knees touched lightly beneath the blanket. Neither of us acknowledged it. But neither of us moved away either. The living room felt smaller now. Not cramped. Intimate. Like the rest of the world had temporarily lowered its volume. Eventually Anna looked at the clock on the cable box and blinked. "Oh my God." "What?" "It's after midnight." I glanced over. She was right. Somehow hours had dissolved without either of us noticing. "That feels fake," I said. "Seriously. I got here at like 7. Time has been behaving strangely lately." "That's because emotions are destroying the space-time continuum." "Scientifically accurate." "Exactly." But underneath the humor, I saw something flicker briefly across her face. Reluctance. She noticed it too. Immediately afterward she looked away toward the dark window. "You should probably sleep eventually," she said quietly. The sentence felt heavier than it should have. Because neither of us wanted the night to end yet. Not after this. Not after everything finally became real. I guess, I said softly. Anna nodded once. Then didn't move. Neither did I. The stillness stretched. Emotionally loaded in a way that made even small movements feel meaningful. Finally she laughed weakly. We're both very bad at transitions. That's because this one matters. The words left my mouth before I could soften them. Anna looked at me immediately. The air changed again. Not tense. Fragile. She swallowed once. Then quietly. Yeah. For a second it looked like she might cry. Not dramatically. Just the tiny almost break in someone's expression when they feel too much at once and are trying very hard to remain functional through it. But she recovered quickly. Of course she did. Anna stood slowly from the couch, gathering the blanket absently and folding it with surprising care. I stood too. The distance between us felt strange now after hours spent sitting so close. Not awkward. Just newly noticeable. She picked up the DVD case from the coffee table and held it against her chest loosely. That movie was emotionally manipulative propaganda, she declared. It literally made you confess your feelings. Exactly. Propaganda. I smiled despite myself. Then quieter. You okay? The question landed differently now than it used to. Anna noticed that too. Her expression softened immediately. I think so, she admitted. Then after a pause. I think I'm just overwhelmed. That's fair. She nodded slowly. The room settled into silence again after that. But this silence wasn't uncertain anymore. It felt known. Like something between us had finally stepped into focus clearly enough that we no longer had to keep translating it indirectly. Anna moved toward the front door slowly. Not stalling exactly. But not rushing either. I followed her into the hallway where soft yellow light from the kitchen spilled across the floor. Everything suddenly felt painfully ordinary again. Shoes by the wall. A backpack near the stairs. The faint hum of the refrigerator from the kitchen. And somehow that normality made the night feel even more surreal. Anna slipped her shoes back on quietly. Then stood there for a second without reaching for the door. I could practically see her thinking. Too many thoughts moving at once behind her eyes. Finally she spoke. You know what's really terrifying? What? She looked up at me. Completely serious now. I trust you enough that this stopped feeling temporary. The sentence hit me so hard I forgot how to respond for half a second. Because it wasn't just about affection. It was about permanence. About allowing another person to become structurally important to your emotional life. Anna saw the reaction happen across my face and immediately looked nervous again. There's probably a healthier way to phrase that. No, I said quietly. I think that was the real way. That silenced her. She stared at me for a long moment. Then suddenly laughed under her breath. What? We're doomed. Probably. But she smiled faintly. In a meaningful way. I laughed softly. And before either of us could overthink the moment into pieces, she stepped closer again. This time there was no hesitation in it. No uncertainty. Just Anna standing in front of me with rain-dimmed midnight light behind her and too much honesty in her eyes to survive pretending anymore. Her voice came quiet. Almost careful. Can I kiss you again? My heartbeat immediately lost all structural integrity. Yeah, I said softly. That tiny nervous smile appeared again. The real one. Not performed. Not hidden behind humor. Then she kissed me. Slower this time. Not impulsive like before. Intentional. Like she wanted to understand the moment while it was happening instead of racing ahead of it emotionally. I felt her hand briefly curl against the sleeve of my hoodie. Light pressure. Small enough to miss if I wasn't paying attention. But I was paying attention to everything now. The kiss deepened slightly before she pulled back just enough to breathe. Her forehead rested briefly against mine. Neither of us spoke. There wasn't language big enough for this part anyway. Eventually Anna let out the softest laugh. You know, she murmured, this is significantly worse for my emotional stability. I smiled faintly. Sorry. You should be. But she kissed me again immediately afterward anyway. And somewhere beyond the windows, beyond the rain-dark streets and sleeping houses and ordinary world continuing without permission, something inside both of us quietly crossed the line between possibility and reality for good. Chapter 5, The Morning After. The morning after didn't feel like anything had happened. That was the first lie of it. Not a spoken one. Not even intentional. Just the kind of assumption your brain makes when reality hasn't caught up to itself yet. I woke up, got ready, left the house like normal. Same routine. Same timing. Same everything. But somewhere between brushing my teeth and stepping outside, I realized I was thinking about Anna in a different way. Not more. Just differently arranged. Like my thoughts about her had been reorganized overnight without asking me. The walk to school didn't help. Everything looked the same, cracked sidewalk edges, the usual half-dead trees lining the street, cars passing like they always did without noticing anything important was happening in anyone's head. But I kept catching myself thinking about small things. The couch. Her voice when she said okay. The way she leaned against my shoulder like it was a decision instead of an accident. None of it felt loud. That was the problem. It wasn't loud enough to justify itself, but it was persistent enough that I couldn't ignore it. When I got to school, I saw her almost immediately. Anna was by her locker, half turned toward it, hair slightly messy like she hadn't spent extra time fixing anything this morning. She looked normal. Completely, dangerously normal. That alone made my chest tighten a little, because my brain had already decided she shouldn't look normal anymore. I stopped walking for half a second. Then forced myself forward. She looked up before I got there. Of course she did. Anna always noticed things before I was ready for them to be noticed. Her expression didn't change much. Just a small shift. Recognition. And something else underneath it I couldn't quite name yet. Hey, she said. Same word as always. But it didn't land the same. Hey, I replied. Then I stood there. That was new. Usually I would have just fallen into place beside her, started talking about something irrelevant, let the conversation carry itself like it always did. Instead, I just stood there like I was waiting for instructions. Anna noticed. She always noticed. She closed her locker slowly. So, she said. I looked at her. She leaned lightly against the lockers next to hers. Yesterday, she said. Just that. No elaboration yet. I nodded once. Yeah, I said. Silence. Not uncomfortable. Just full of awareness. Anna tapped her fingers once against her sleeve. We're fine, she said. It wasn't a question. It was a calibration. I nodded again. Yeah. She studied me for a second longer than usual. Then her shoulders relaxed slightly. Good, she said. But she didn't move right away. Neither did I. There was a new kind of hesitation between us now. Not fear. Not awkwardness in the usual sense. More like we were both waiting to see what version of ourselves we were supposed to be in this exact moment. Anna finally shifted her backpack strap. We should probably just act normal, she said. I blinked slightly. We are normal. She gave me a look. Not judgmental. Just knowing. That's not what I mean, she said. I understood what she meant, though. Acting normal meant pretending nothing had shifted while simultaneously being aware that everything had. Okay, I said finally. That seemed to settle something for her. She nodded once. Cool, she said. Then she started walking. I fell into step beside her without thinking about it. That part still worked automatically. But now I was aware of it happening, which made it feel slightly less automatic. We walked through the hallway in silence for a few seconds. Then Anna spoke again. You're overthinking, she said. I exhaled slightly. I haven't said anything. You don't have to, she replied. That made me glance at her. She wasn't smiling. Not because something was wrong. Because something was still settling into place. We reached the staircase where we usually split paths later in the morning. She slowed slightly. I did too. That pause used to be nothing. Now it felt like a question neither of us were fully ready to articulate yet. Anna looked at me. Later, she asked. Same word. Same tone. But now it carried something extra underneath it. Yeah, I said. Later. She nodded. Then she turned and walked away. And I stood there for a second longer than I normally would have. Because nothing had changed in how we acted. But everything had changed in how I noticed it. By lunch, I still hadn't figured out what counted as different now. That sounds stupid when I think about it too hard, but it was true. There wasn't some dramatic shift in personality overnight. Anna didn't suddenly become softer, and I didn't suddenly become confident. We still moved through the day the same way we always had. But now every interaction carried an extra second of awareness behind it. Like our brains were rereading things in real time. I got to the cafeteria before she did. That almost never happened. Usually Anna appeared first, somehow already halfway through a conversation before I even sat down. This time I was alone at the table, picking at fries I wasn't hungry for and pretending not to watch the doors. Then she walked in. And immediately spotted me. That part was automatic. No hesitation. No searching. Her eyes just found me like they already knew where to look. Something about that made my chest feel tight in a way I wasn't prepared for. She walked over carrying a soda and a bag of chips that looked aggressively unhealthy even by cafeteria standards. You look like a Victorian child waiting for tragic news, she said as she sat down. I stared at her for a second. Then laughed before I could stop myself. What does that even mean? I asked. You know exactly what it means. I absolutely don't. She pointed at me with a fry. You're doing the face. What face? The thinking face. I leaned back slightly. That's just my face. That's unfortunate for you. There she was. The same rhythm. The same timing. The same sharp little comments she used to keep every conversation from sitting still too long. And weirdly, that helped. It grounded everything. For a few minutes we just ate and talked about completely meaningless things. A teacher who mispronounced words with absolute confidence. A guy in second period who somehow broke a chair by leaning back too hard. A movie trailer Anna said looked financially irresponsible. Normal conversation. Almost aggressively normal. Then, eventually, the silence found us anyway. Not uncomfortable. Just quieter than the rest. Anna looked down at her drink for a second before speaking. So, she said. I almost smiled. That word had become dangerous. So, I echoed. She glanced up at me carefully. This is weird, she admitted. A little. Not bad weird. No, I said. Not bad weird. She nodded slowly like she needed verbal confirmation of that. Then she leaned back in her chair. It feels like everyone should know, she said. I glanced around the cafeteria. Nobody was paying attention to us. Everyone else was trapped inside their own conversations, their own lunches, their own separate little universes. Nobody knows, I said. I know, she replied. But it still feels like they should. I understood that more than I wanted to admit. There was something strange about carrying around a change this important while the rest of the world continued uninterrupted. Like we had altered something fundamental without any visible evidence. Anna tapped her fingers lightly against the side of her cup. Do you regret it? She asked suddenly. I looked at her immediately. She wasn't defensive when she asked it. She just looked honest. That made the question hit harder. No, I said. The answer came too fast to fake. Something softened in her expression after that. Not relief exactly. More like tension loosening quietly. Okay, she said. Then she smiled faintly. I don't either. Neither of us said anything for a second after that. The cafeteria noise filled the silence for us. Trays clattering. People laughing too loudly. Sneakers squeaking against tile floors. Normal sounds. But somehow everything around us felt slightly blurred compared to the clarity of that one moment. Anna looked at me again. Longer this time. You know what the problem is? She asked. What? We already know too much about each other. I frowned slightly. That's a problem? Kind of, she said. Usually people become a couple and then learn all the weird stuff later. You already knew I was weird. Yeah, she replied. But now you're weird differently. That sentence means nothing. It means everything. I laughed again despite myself. And just like that, the tension eased slightly. Not gone. Just manageable. Controlled weird. Anna stole one of my fries without asking. Then another. I watched her do it. She noticed me watching. What? She asked. Nothing, I said. But it wasn't nothing. Because for the first time, I realized I wasn't looking at little habits as random details anymore. I was cataloging them like they mattered. And maybe they always had. After school, the sky looked heavy. Not stormy exactly. Just full. Clouds pressed low over everything, turning the afternoon light pale and washed out like the world had been left sitting in water too long. Anna met me outside the front doors without either of us planning it. That happened a lot. We were always accidentally ending up in the same place. She adjusted the sleeve of her hoodie when she saw me. You survived, she said. Barely, I replied. Tragic. You already used that joke earlier. She shrugged. I recycle material. We started walking. For a while, neither of us said much. Not because we were uncomfortable. Because silence had never really been uncomfortable between us. But now the silence felt more noticeable. Not heavier. Just more alive. Like every quiet moment had gained an extra layer underneath it. Halfway down the sidewalk, Anna bumped her shoulder lightly against mine. The contact barely lasted a second. But my brain reacted to it immediately. That was new. Or maybe it wasn't new. Maybe now I was just allowing myself to notice things I used to pretend were meaningless. Anna glanced sideways at me. You're doing the face again, she said. I hate that you can identify my expressions by category. I've known you too long. That sentence lingered strangely. I looked over at her. Does this freak you out? I asked before I could stop myself. She blinked slightly. What? I gestured vaguely between us. This. Anna looked forward again after that. Thinking. I don't know, she admitted. A little. That honesty hit harder than if she'd denied it. Why? I asked. Because if this goes wrong, she said carefully, it ruins more than a relationship. I nodded slowly. Yeah. That was the part neither of us had said out loud yet, but both had been carrying. We walked on. Closer this time. Not intentional. Just inevitable. At the corner where we usually split, Anna stopped. I stopped too. For a second, neither of us moved. I think we skipped like 8 emotional steps, she said quietly. I let out a short laugh. Probably. Normal people ease into this stuff. We've never been normal. True. She looked at me. Longer this time. And then she said it. This doesn't even feel surprising. That landed somewhere deep. Because she was right. It didn't feel like a shift. It felt like recognition. Like something already written finally being read out loud. Yeah, I said quietly. I know. Anna smiled under her breath. That's kind of terrifying. Yeah. A pause. Then she stepped slightly closer. Not all the way. Just enough. Her hand brushed mine. Then stayed. Warm. Intentional. Real. I looked down at it. Then back at her. Don't make me regret this, she said. Her voice wasn't unsure. It was careful. Like she was trusting something fragile enough to break quietly. I won't, I said. And for the first time all day, nothing shifted. It just stayed. Anna pulled away first. Not far. Just enough to look at me again. Her hand was still curled loosely against my sleeve like she'd forgotten to let go of it. The hallway light caught in her eyes softly, turning them reflective in a way that made her look both terrified and calmer than I'd seen her in weeks. Which somehow made this feel even more real. Neither of us spoke immediately. The silence after kissing someone changes once feelings are mutual. Before, silence feels uncertain. Measured. Full of interpretation. Now it felt inhabited. Alive. Anna exhaled slowly through her nose and looked down between us for a second like she was trying to physically process the fact that this had actually happened and neither of us had exploded into dust afterward. Well, she murmured. There goes plausible deniability. I laughed quietly. You say that like we had any left. We had fragments. Tiny emotional shrapnel pieces of it maybe. That still counts. She smiled faintly at that, but it faded almost immediately into something softer. More thoughtful. Then she leaned back against the wall beside the front door and closed her eyes for a second. You know what's strange? She asked quietly. What? I don't feel panicked anymore. That surprised me enough that she noticed before I even answered. I mean, objectively, I probably should, she continued. This is the exact kind of emotional situation my brain usually treats like a hostage negotiation. Comforting imagery. You're welcome. But her voice lacked its usual sharpness now. The humor was still there, but thinner somehow. Less defensive. Anna opened her eyes again and looked at me carefully. I think I spent so much time being afraid of this becoming real that I forgot to ask whether real was actually the bad part. The sentence settled heavily into me. Because I understood it instantly. Fear had been living in the anticipation. In the uncertainty. In the waiting room version of this where nothing could be acknowledged directly. Now the truth existed openly between us. And somehow that felt steadier than pretending. Outside, rainwater slid down the porch railing in uneven drops. The storm had mostly passed now, leaving the world dark and damp and quiet in that strange midnight way where even neighborhoods seem emotionally exhausted. Anna glanced toward the window briefly. Then back at me. I should probably go home before my mother files a missing person report, she said. But she didn't move. I noticed that immediately. She noticed me noticing. That's not helping, she muttered. What? The face. What face? You keep looking at me like this matters. I blinked once. It does matter. Anna looked away instantly. That reaction hit me harder than anything else tonight. Not because it was dramatic. Because it was reflexive. Like being cared about openly still startled her on contact. She crossed her arms loosely over herself and laughed once under her breath. You know, she said quietly, I used to think people were exaggerating when they talked about feelings physically hurting. And now? Now I think poets should legally be allowed to fist-fight whoever invented vulnerability. I smiled despite myself. That sounds productive. It would heal society. The hallway settled into silence again after that. But not empty silence. Warm silence. The kind built from mutual awareness instead of uncertainty. Anna finally pushed herself gently off the wall, still holding the DVD case against her chest. You realize this means we can't do the whole emotionally ambiguous friendship thing anymore, right? I tilted my head slightly. Were we doing that? We were attempting it very badly. That's fair. She nodded once like she appreciated the honesty. Then hesitated again. I could practically see thoughts colliding behind her eyes now. Too many at once. Fear and relief and disbelief all trying to occupy the same emotional square footage. Finally she asked, quieter. So, what happens now? That question felt bigger than it sounded. Not because she needed a roadmap. Because she was asking whether this changed us or clarified us. I thought about it carefully before answering. I don't know, I admitted. But I don't think we have to solve all of it tonight. Anna stared at me for a second. Then her shoulders loosened slightly. Okay, she said softly. Like permission. Like relief. A car passed outside, headlights sliding briefly through the front window before disappearing again into the wet dark street beyond the house. Time kept moving forward around us. Still vaguely offensive. Anna stepped toward the door this time for real, fingers brushing the lock absently. Then stopped again. Of course she did. I tried not to smile too visibly. You're doing it again, I said. What? Leaving in 17 emotional installments. That's because transitions are psychologically violent. You've been saying goodbye for like 10 minutes. I'm building narrative tension. I laughed quietly. And suddenly Anna's expression changed again. Softened. Not into sadness exactly. Into something more vulnerable than that. You know what tonight feels like, she asked. What? She looked at me carefully before answering. Like the moment before your life changes and you don't fully understand it yet. The honesty in her voice made my chest tighten. Because she sounded afraid of how much she meant it. I stepped a little closer without thinking. Anna stayed still. I think my life already changed, I admitted quietly. That did something visible to her. Not dramatic. Just a tiny fracture in the emotional composure she'd been holding together all night. Her eyes dropped briefly to the floor. Then she laughed softly through her nose. This is getting dangerously sincere. Yeah. We should probably stop before the universe notices. Probably. Neither of us stopped. Anna looked back up at me slowly. Then after a pause. I really did almost leave. I frowned slightly. What? Earlier tonight. My stomach tightened. When? During the movie. That caught me off guard. You didn't seem like you wanted to leave. I didn't. She smiled faintly. That was the problem. The room went quiet again. Anna leaned lightly against the doorframe now, eyes distant for a second as she continued. There was this moment halfway through where I realized I wasn't watching the movie anymore, she admitted. I was just thinking about you being next to me. My heartbeat immediately forgot how to function normally again. She kept talking before I could respond. And it scared me enough that I almost made up an excuse to go home. Why? Anna looked at me like the answer should have been obvious. Because wanting someone that much feels dangerous. There it was again. Not fear of affection. Fear of dependency. Fear of emotional gravity. Like caring deeply automatically meant eventual collapse. I stepped closer again carefully. Not enough to corner her. Just enough to make the distance feel intentional instead of accidental. Anna. She looked at me immediately. You know you don't have to earn being cared about, right? The expression on her face after that nearly wrecked me completely. Not because she disagreed. Because it looked like the idea genuinely hadn't occurred to her in a long time. That feels fake, she admitted quietly. I know. She swallowed once. Then laughed weakly. See, this is exactly what I mean. What? You keep saying things that rearrange my internal organs emotionally. That sounds medically concerning. It is. But she was smiling again. Small. Real. The kind that showed up slowly instead of defensively. For a while neither of us said anything. The midnight quiet wrapped itself around the house completely now. No rain. No passing cars. Just soft electrical hum and breathing and the strange stillness that follows emotionally significant nights. Anna finally opened the front door slightly. Cold air slipped into the hallway. She winced immediately. Never mind. The outside world is hostile. I laughed. That's your takeaway? It's freezing. You live in Washington. And yet betrayal still hurts. She lingered there another second before looking back at me again. Her expression shifted softer this time. Almost shy. Which felt impossible for Anna somehow. I'm really glad it was you, she said quietly. My chest tightened instantly. What do you mean? She shrugged faintly. I don't know. She looked down briefly. Just, if I was going to fall in love with someone, I'm glad it turned out to be you. The sentence hit so hard I physically forgot to respond for a second. Anna noticed immediately and panicked slightly. That sounded more emotionally devastating out loud than it did in my head. No, I said softly. It sounded right. That silenced her again. The cold air drifting through the open doorway moved a strand of hair across her face. She brushed it back absently without breaking eye contact this time. Then very quietly. You really mean this? There was something fragile hidden underneath the question. Not insecurity about tonight. Fear of impermanence. I answered carefully. Yeah, I said. I really do. Anna stared at me for a long moment after that. Like she was checking for cracks in the answer. Like part of her still expected sincerity to disappear if she looked at it too directly. But eventually something inside her relaxed. Just slightly. Enough to breathe easier. Enough to believe me. You know, she murmured, this is probably the exact point in the story where something terrible would happen for character development. I smiled faintly. You think in narrative structure too much. I can't help it. Nothing terrible is happening right now. She looked at me carefully. Then nodded once. Okay, she said softly. Not agreement. Trust. The realization of that nearly undid me all over again. Anna stepped fully outside onto the porch finally, the wet wood creaking lightly beneath her shoes. I followed her to the doorway. The neighborhood looked washed clean by rain. Streetlights reflected gold against dark pavement. Everything smelled cold and metallic and alive. Anna turned back toward me from the porch steps. Neither of us seemed capable of ending the moment normally. Which honestly felt consistent with the rest of tonight. Finally she laughed quietly to herself. What? I asked. We're absolutely going to overthink this tomorrow. Definitely. At least catastrophically. Probably professionally. That got a real laugh out of her. Warm and unguarded. And for a second she looked lighter than usual. Not healed. Not magically fixed by romance or emotional honesty or any of the fake shortcut stories like to sell. Just lighter. Like something heavy inside her had finally been set down for a minute. Then she looked at me again and the softness returned immediately. "I'll text you when I get home," she said. "Okay." Another pause. Neither of us moved. Anna shook her head slightly. "This is ridiculous." "Yeah. We already said goodbye emotionally like 6 times. And yet here we are. Haunting the doorway like emotionally compromised ghosts." I laughed softly. Then quieter. "Come here." Her expression shifted instantly. Not surprised. Just affected. Anna stepped back toward me without hesitation this time. I kissed her again gently beneath the porch light while rainwater still clung to the edges of the roof and the entire sleeping neighborhood carried on around us, completely unaware that 2 lives had just quietly changed shape forever. When we finally pulled apart, Anna looked dazed for half a second. Then immediately suspicious of her own happiness. "This is extremely suspicious," she murmured. "What is?" "How much I like this." I smiled. "I think that's usually the point. Dangerous design flaw." Then, before either of us could spiral back into overthinking again, she squeezed my hand once quickly and stepped backward down the porch stairs. "This is your fault now, by the way," she called softly. "What is?" She smiled that small real smile again. "All of it." Then she turned and disappeared into the wet midnight streetlight glow, leaving the porch light humming softly behind her and my entire nervous system standing in the doorway trying to understand how one ordinary evening with a stupid romance movie had somehow rearranged the architecture of my entire life. The next morning felt unreal in the specific way emotionally catastrophic nights always do afterward. Like the universe should have reset while we slept. Like maybe sunlight would erase everything and return us to safer versions of ourselves. It didn't. Which was honestly rude of reality. I woke up later than usual with the strange sensation that I'd forgotten something important. Not in a practical way. Emotionally. That vague pressure in the chest right before memory catches up to consciousness fully. Then it did. Anna's voice. "I think I'm falling in love with you too." My nervous system immediately rebooted itself into panic. I rolled onto my back and stared at the ceiling for a long moment while morning light spilled weakly through the blinds in uneven gold stripes. The house was quiet except for faint movement downstairs. Probably my mom making coffee. Probably normal life continuing offensively uninterrupted while my entire emotional framework collapsed overnight. I dragged a hand over my face slowly. There are moments that divide your life into before and after without asking permission first. Last night had quietly become one of them. I reached for my phone on instinct. One unread text. From Anna. Sent at 1:14 a.m. "I have concluded that honesty is psychologically corrosive and should be banned." I stared at the message for several seconds before laughing helplessly into my pillow. Another text sat underneath it. Also good morning in advance, I guess. And then, 30 seconds later. "This is horrifying." I smiled despite myself. Not because the situation wasn't terrifying. Because her being exactly herself afterwards somehow made it easier to breathe. I typed back before I could overthink it. "You confessed your love to me and then reviewed the experience like a Yelp customer." The typing bubble appeared almost instantly. I've been awake for an hour replaying every sentence I said like a crime scene investigator. Reasonable hobby. Incorrect. Devastating hobby. I laughed again quietly. Then another message appeared. Did I actually say the falling in love part out loud or did I hallucinate that from stress? Out loud. 3 stars. Poorly executed vulnerability. Too much eye contact. I stared at the screen smiling like an idiot before realizing I was smiling like an idiot and immediately hating myself for it. Then my phone buzzed again. You kissed me back though, so unfortunately you are implicated now. That warmth returned to my chest instantly. Sudden. Heavy. Terrifyingly real. Before I could answer, another message arrived. Sorry. Good morning first. Good morning, Blakey. That stupid nickname hit harder than it should have. Good morning, Anna. The typing bubble appeared. Disappeared. Appeared again. Finally. This feels weirdly real today. The honesty of that sentence settled into me slowly. Not dramatic. Not poetic. Just true. Yeah, I typed back. It does. A long pause followed. Then. Are we okay? That question nearly broke my heart. Because beneath everything else, beneath the sarcasm and overthinking and emotional spiraling, there it was. Fear. Not of me. Of losing this. I sat up slowly in bed, staring at the message while sunlight climbed further across the blankets. More than okay, I wrote. The typing bubble returned immediately this time. That answer made my chest hurt a little. Good hurt? I think so. Which probably means yes. Another pause. Then. I'm still scared though. I leaned back against the wall behind my bed. Me too. The response came slower this time. Okay. That actually helps. I read that twice. There was something strangely intimate about being afraid at the same time as someone else. Not fixing it. Not solving it. Just standing inside the uncertainty together instead of alone. Downstairs, I heard cabinet doors opening and closing faintly. Morning continuing. Birds outside. Coffee brewing. The world refusing to become cinematic just because my emotions had. My phone buzzed again. You know what's humiliating? What? I almost kissed you a third time before leaving and then panicked. I laughed under my breath. Coward. Excuse me, I was experiencing 17 simultaneous emotional emergencies. Only 17? Growth. She took almost a full minute to answer. You're being suspiciously calm about this. I stared at that one longer. Because she wasn't entirely wrong. I should have been panicking harder. Maybe part of me was. But underneath all of it, beneath the fear and uncertainty and terrifying awareness that another person now mattered enough to hurt me deeply, there was something steadier too. Relief. Not because things were solved. Because they were finally real. I think I'm just tired of pretending I didn't want this, I wrote. No response came immediately. Then finally. Well. That sentence just ruined my entire psychological situation. Good. You're enjoying this way too much. Maybe. Monster. I smiled again before tossing my phone onto the bed beside me and finally forcing myself upright. Everything in my room looked exactly the same as yesterday. Desk cluttered with notebooks. Laundry chair functioning as a secondary ecosystem. Posters on the walls. Gray morning light. Ordinary. And yet the entire room felt subtly rearranged anyway. Because now Anna existed differently inside my life. Not hypothetical. Not almost. Not emotionally implied through long conversations and lingering glances and tension neither of us wanted to name too quickly. Real. The word itself still felt unstable in my head. Downstairs smelled like coffee and cinnamon toast when I finally made it into the kitchen. My mom glanced up briefly from her mug. You're alive. Debatable. That bad? I opened the fridge mostly to avoid eye contact. Not bad exactly. That sounds suspicious. I grabbed orange juice. It's complicated. She studied me over the rim of her coffee cup for one terrifying second too long. Then smiled slightly. Anna? I nearly dropped the juice carton. That obvious? You look like someone emotionally microwaved you overnight. Thanks. You're welcome. I poured juice slowly while trying not to visibly implode. My mom took another sip of coffee. So what? She gave me a look. I sighed. We talked. That sounds serious. It was. Another pause. Then carefully. You happy? The question caught me off guard. Not because I didn't know the answer. Because I did. And saying it out loud suddenly felt enormous. I think so, I admitted quietly. Something in my mom's expression softened immediately. Not smug. Just knowing in the deeply irritating way parents sometimes are. Well, she said lightly, that's usually a good sign. I shook my head slightly. It's complicated. Everything worth caring about usually is. That sounded suspiciously wise for 8 in the morning. I escaped back upstairs before she could become emotionally insightful again. My phone buzzed the second I closed my bedroom door. Anna. Hypothetically speaking, if someone wanted to disappear into the woods forever from embarrassment, what would the legal consequences be? Depends. Did the hypothetical person confess their feelings beautifully first? There was nothing beautiful about that conversation. I compared emotional intimacy to a chemical spill. Accurate metaphor, honestly. You're impossible. Correct. Another pause. Then. Can I tell you something without you making it weird? Dangerous setup, but okay. I watched the typing bubble appear. Disappear. Appear again. Finally. I haven't stopped smiling since I left your house and it's making me furious. That one hit differently. Quietly. Directly. I sat down slowly at the edge of my bed. Maybe don't fight it so hard. Her response came instantly. Absolutely not. If I lose my emotional support cynicism, I'll die. Tragic. Devastating. Then another message. But seriously. Last night mattered to me. I closed my eyes briefly. Outside, rainwater still clung to the trees beyond my window, turning the branches silver green in the morning light. Cars hissed softly across wet pavement somewhere down the street. The world felt unbearably gentle suddenly. It mattered to me too, I wrote back. A long pause followed. Then. Okay, good. I was worried maybe I imagined how real it felt. You didn't. Another typing bubble. Good. Because I don't think I can go back to pretending now. Neither could I. And somewhere in the quiet aftermath of that realization, sitting alone in my room while morning sunlight slowly brightened the walls around me, I understood something terrifying. Last night hadn't just changed the way we felt about each other. It had changed the shape of the future itself. Not dramatically. Not all at once. Just enough that every version of tomorrow suddenly included her differently than before. And the strangest part was that despite all the fear curling around the edges of it, despite the uncertainty and emotional risk and terrifying possibility of eventual heartbreak, the thought didn't make me want to run. It made me want to see what happened next. No, it's not at 5,000 words yet. Your original material was already very long, but the continuation parts added so far probably bring the full chapter to roughly 4,000 to 4,300 words total. One more substantial section should comfortably push it past 5,000. By the afternoon, the entire day had developed the strange texture of a dream neither of us knew how to wake up from properly. Not surreal in a dramatic way. Nothing around me had changed physically. Cars still moved outside. People still went to work. The grocery store down the street still existed for reasons I personally considered emotionally offensive. But internally, everything felt slightly rearranged. I spent most of the afternoon pretending to do homework while actually rereading Anna's texts every 15 minutes like they contained classified information about my own emotional condition. Which, unfortunately, they kind of did. At around 3:30, my phone buzzed again. Anna. Important question. That immediately felt dangerous. What? Do you think the people in You've Got Mail ever had to discuss taxes after the movie ended? I stared at the message. What? I'm serious. Romance movies always end before the psychologically damaging practical conversations begin. I laughed quietly. You're thinking about taxes right now? No. I'm thinking about how terrifying emotional permanence is and disguising it as a joke about taxes. There she was. The real Anna always hid somewhere inside the humor. Not because she was dishonest. Because comedy gave her enough distance to survive sincerity. You know you can just say you're scared, right? 3 dots appeared instantly. Disappeared. Then returned. I know. That's the upsetting part. I leaned back in my chair slowly. For a while, neither of us sent anything else. Not awkward silence. Just breathing room. The kind people accidentally start giving each other once the relationship between them becomes emotionally delicate enough to matter. Outside my window, the clouds had finally started breaking apart completely. Weak sunlight filtered through wet branches, turning leftover rain into tiny flashes of silver. My phone buzzed again. Can I ask something potentially insane? That depends on your definition of insane. Lower your standards significantly. Go ahead. A long pause followed this time. Long enough that I knew she was genuinely debating whether to send whatever came next. Finally. Did you know before last night? I frowned slightly. Know what? About me. About how I felt. I stared at the message for a second. Then answered honestly. Part of me did. Another pause. How long? I thought about it carefully. Not all at once, I typed. It was more like realizing I kept noticing you differently than everyone else. The typing bubble appeared almost immediately. That is an upsettingly effective sentence. Sorry. No, you aren't. Fair. Another pause settled between us. Then. I think I knew too. I just kept trying to convince myself I was imagining it. Why? That question took longer. Finally. Because wanting people is dangerous. There it was again. The real center of it. Not fear of embarrassment. Not fear of vulnerability itself. Fear of attachment. I rested my elbows against the desk, staring at the screen while trying to decide how honest to be back. Anna had spent so long talking about herself like emotional closeness was inherently temporary that part of me wondered if permanence itself felt unrealistic to her. Or worse. Unsafe. You know you don't have to earn basic care from me, right? The typing bubble appeared. Stopped. Appeared again. Then nothing. Entire minutes passed. I started wondering if I'd said too much when finally another message came through. That sentence genuinely made me put my phone down and pace around my room. I smiled helplessly. Good pacing or bad pacing? Emotionally catastrophic pacing. Understandable. I'm serious though. You say things like that so casually. I thought about that. Maybe because it feels obvious to me. No response. Then finally. You have absolutely no idea what you sound like to someone like me. That sentence settled heavily into my chest. Someone like me. Not self-pity exactly. Just recognition. Like she viewed herself as structurally different from people who received affection easily. I typed carefully this time. Then tell me. A long silence followed. Long enough that I stood up from my desk and started pacing my room myself now. Finally my phone buzzed. When you're used to feeling like too much for people, kindness stops feeling casual. It starts feeling important. I stopped moving. The honesty of that sentence hit with frightening precision. There are some things people say that reveal entire hidden histories without meaning to. That was one of them. I sat back down slowly on the edge of my bed. Anna, I typed carefully, you are not too much. The response came immediately this time. See, logically I can understand that sentence. Emotionally? Absolutely not. I smiled sadly. Working on it counts. Barely. It still counts. Another pause. Then. You know what's weird? What? I think last night ruined loneliness for me a little. My chest tightened instantly. Because I understood exactly what she meant. Once another person starts feeling emotionally safe, solitude changes shape around them. Not physically. Psychologically. The absence becomes specific. Before I could answer, another message arrived. Which sounds romantic until you realize I mean that you've permanently altered my brain chemistry like a parasitic organism. There's the Anna I know. Thank God. I was worried I sounded emotionally sincere for too long. You absolutely did. Horrifying. I laughed softly again, but underneath it all I could feel something building now between us. Not tension exactly. Adjustment. Both of us trying to understand how to exist inside this new reality without breaking it accidentally. My phone buzzed once more. What are you doing right now? Supposedly homework. And actually? Emotionally unraveling in my bedroom. Good. Same. Another pause. Then. I kinda want to see you again already, which feels unhealthy. That sentence sent warmth through me so suddenly it almost hurt. Probably because I wanted the exact same thing. I think that's normal. For emotionally compromised people maybe. We established that last night. True. 3 dots appeared again. Then. Do you want to come over later? I stared at the message. Simple question. Normal question. And yet my heartbeat immediately started behaving like a trapped animal anyway. Yeah, I typed back before I could overthink it. The typing bubble appeared instantly. Okay, good, because I already told my mom you might, and now I would have had to fake my death from embarrassment. Reasonable response. Thank you for understanding my process. Anytime. I checked the time. 6:30? Perfect. That gives me 3 hours to psychologically deteriorate first. Looking forward to it. Monster. But there was affection inside that word now. Open affection. Not hidden behind plausible deniability anymore. After the conversation ended, I sat there for a long moment staring at my dark phone screen. The room around me felt strangely weightless. Not because things were simple now. They absolutely were not. If anything, everything had become more complicated overnight. But there was relief in complication honestly acknowledged. No more guessing. No more translating half-hidden meaning out of prolonged eye contact and interrupted sentences and emotionally loaded silences. Now the truth existed openly between us. Terrifying. Fragile. Real. And maybe the strangest part of all was how natural it already felt. Not the intensity. That still overwhelmed me every couple of minutes. But her. Being emotionally close to Anna somehow felt less like stepping into something new and more like finally admitting we'd already been standing there for a long time. Outside, the last traces of rainwater slipped from the trees in bright droplets beneath the late afternoon sun. The storm had passed completely now. And somewhere deep inside me, quietly and without permission, another realization settled into place. Last night wasn't the climax of the story. It was the beginning of it. By the time 6:30 actually arrived, I had changed shirts 3 times for reasons I refused to examine too closely. None of them looked meaningfully different. That somehow made it worse. I stood in front of my mirror for a full 10 seconds before realizing I was literally rehearsing facial expressions like a malfunctioning robot attempting human emotion for the first time. Cool, I muttered to myself. This is healthy. It wasn't. Nothing about today had been emotionally healthy. My phone buzzed against the desk beside me. Anna. Update: I have rearranged my room twice due to psychological instability. Reasonable. I also spent 20 minutes trying to figure out whether candles make me look emotionally available or clinically concerning. Depends. Scented? Vanilla. Emotionally available. Thank God. Another message appeared immediately after. Also, my mom asked why I cleaned the living room voluntarily, and I almost evaporated on the spot. I laughed quietly. Tell her you joined a cult. Too believable, honestly. I grabbed my hoodie from the chair near my bed and typed back one-handed. Leaving now. The typing bubble appeared instantly. Okay. Drive safe. And don't perceive me too hard when you get here because I'm already at maximum emotional capacity. No promises. Monster. I smiled all the way downstairs. Which was deeply humiliating. The evening air outside still smelled faintly like rain and wet pavement. The sky had shifted into that soft blue-gray hour right before sunset fully collapses into night, the world dimming gradually around the edges. Driving over felt strangely unreal. Not because anything dramatic happened. Nothing did. Traffic lights changed. Cars moved. People existed normally in parking lots and sidewalks and gas stations, completely unaware that my emotional state had become structurally unsound overnight. Which felt inconsiderate of them, honestly. Anna lived only 15 minutes away, but tonight the drive stretched strangely. Every red light gave me more time to think. Which was dangerous. Because now that everything had finally been said out loud, there was nothing buffering the reality of it anymore. Anna loved me. Or was falling in love with me. Which somehow felt even more fragile because it was still actively happening. Still becoming. And I loved her too. I knew that now with horrifying clarity. The realization sat inside my chest heavy and bright and terrifyingly alive. By the time I pulled onto her street, my heartbeat had completely abandoned professionalism. Her porch light was already on. Warm yellow light spilled across the front steps in soft, uneven shapes. I could see movement through the living room window for half a second before the curtains shifted closed again immediately. I smiled despite myself. Anna had absolutely been watching for my car like a nervous Victorian widow waiting for devastating war correspondence. I parked at the curb and sat there for one final second gripping the steering wheel. Then my phone buzzed. I saw you sitting in the car psychologically spiraling. You were spying on me? Obviously. This is an emotionally significant evening. Surveillance is normal. I laughed under my breath before finally stepping out into the cold evening air. The porch steps creaked lightly under my shoes as I walked up them. Before I could knock, the front door opened. Anna stood there already halfway through a nervous exhale. And for one completely unfair second, my brain stopped functioning properly. Not because she looked dramatically different. She looked like Anna. Dark hoodie. Hair slightly messy like she'd run her hands through it too many times. Sleeves pulled partly over her hands. Eyes carrying too many thoughts simultaneously. But now I knew she loved me. Which changed the gravity of every small thing about her instantly. Oh good, she said the second she saw my face. You're doing the staring thing already. That's your fault. Probably. Neither of us moved for a second after that. just stood there smiling slightly too hard at each other, like our nervous systems had forgotten how normal greetings worked. Then Anna stepped aside awkwardly. "You should come in before my neighbors decide we're reenacting a romance movie against public interest." "I thought you liked romance movies now." "I liked one romance movie accidentally and it almost destroyed my emotional infrastructure." I followed her inside. The house smelled faintly like vanilla candles and laundry detergent. Soft music played quietly somewhere deeper in the house, low enough that I couldn't identify it immediately. Everything felt strangely intimate now that I was seeing it through different eyes. Not because her house had changed. Because she had. Or maybe because now I understood how much of herself she'd been quietly giving me all along without saying it directly. Anna closed the front door behind me and immediately crossed her arms. "You're being weirdly calm again," she accused. "I'm not calm." "You look calm." "That's because my panic evolved into a higher life form." "That's fair." She smiled faintly. Then the smile faded into something softer when the silence settled again. For a second neither of us spoke. The reality of being alone together again after last night suddenly pressed gently against the room. Anna noticed it too. Of course she did. Her fingers disappeared further into the sleeves of her hoodie. "You know," she said carefully, "this felt significantly easier in text form." "Yeah?" "Yeah. Because then I could dramatically stare at the wall between messages." "You can still do that." "I already did. For like an hour." I laughed quietly. And just like that, some of the tension loosened again. That kept happening with us. The fear would tighten too far, then humor would cut through it before either of us drowned completely. Anna led me toward the living room slowly. "You should know," she said, "I cleaned this room in a panic earlier. It looks nice. That's how you know something's wrong." The room looked warm in the evening light. Lamps glowing softly. Blankets folded over the couch. Candles flickering gently near the bookshelf. "You really did go emotionally available with the candles," I said. Anna groaned immediately. "Don't remind me." I crossed a psychological line at Bath and Body Works. We sat down on opposite ends of the couch at first. Not intentionally distant. Just suddenly aware again of every inch of space between us. Anna noticed too. "This is stupid," she muttered. "What is?" We literally confessed our feelings and now we're sitting like we're at a job interview. "She has a point," a voice called suddenly from the hallway. Anna physically jolted. I looked up just as her mom appeared carrying a mug of tea. "Oh my God," Anna whispered. "You move like a cryptid." Her mom smiled calmly at me. "Hi, Blake." "Hi." Anna looked seconds away from dissolving into dust. Her mom took a sip of tea casually. "You two have fun. Try not to psychologically combust." Then she disappeared back down the hallway before either of us could recover. The silence afterward was catastrophic. Anna buried her face in her hands instantly. "I'm moving to another country." I laughed helplessly. "She likes you," I offered. "That's worse somehow." "You survived." "Debatable." She peeked at me through her fingers finally. And when she saw me smiling, something in her expression softened again automatically. That happened so easily now. Like her emotions kept orienting toward mine without permission. "I hate that you think this is funny," she muttered. "I think you're funny." That silenced her instantly. Not awkwardly. Just directly. She lowered her hands slowly. "You say things like that too casually," she said quietly. "I mean them casually." "That doesn't help." I smiled slightly. Anna stared at me for a second too long before looking away toward the candles. "You know what's terrifying?" she murmured. "What?" "I still haven't fully processed that you actually feel the same way." The vulnerability in her voice hit me hard again. I leaned back slightly against the couch cushions. I don't think I've fully processed it either. That made her glance back toward me. Really? Anna, you told me you were falling in love with me and then kissed me twice. My brain is still buffering. That got a quiet laugh out of her. Okay, fair. The room settled again afterward. Gentler this time. Outside, night had fully arrived now. The windows reflected the living room softly back at us, turning the glass into mirrors edged with darkness. Anna tucked one leg beneath herself on the couch. Then after a pause. Can I tell you something embarrassing? That depends on how embarrassing. I wrote and deleted like 9 different texts after I got home last night. I smiled immediately. Seriously? Yes. It was humiliating. What did they say? I'm not telling you that. Coward. I was emotionally compromised. You're emotionally compromised right now. That's different. How? I have candles. I laughed again. And once more, the laughter dissolved something invisible between us. Anna noticed it too. Her shoulders relaxed slightly. The tension in her posture softening by degrees. You know, she said quietly, I was really scared today. I looked at her carefully. Why? She hesitated before answering. That maybe things would feel weird now. The honesty of it settled gently into the room. But they don't, she admitted softly. No, I said. They don't. And they really didn't. Different? Absolutely. Heavier. More important. Charged with terrifying emotional permanence. But not wrong. If anything, it felt like we had finally stopped walking around something obvious. Anna studied me quietly for a second. Then suddenly. Come here. What? You heard me. There was nervousness hidden underneath the words. Tiny but real. I moved closer across the couch slowly until I sat beside her instead of across from her. Immediately the atmosphere changed. Not dramatically. Just intimately. Anna exhaled softly through her nose like she'd been holding tension in her ribs without realizing it. Better? I asked quietly. Unfortunately, yes. I smiled. She looked at me then. Really looked at me. No humor this time. No deflection. Just Anna sitting beside me in candlelight with too much honesty in her eyes again. I meant what I said last night, she whispered. The room felt suddenly smaller. I know. No, I really mean it. Her voice shook slightly now. About you mattering to me. About this not feeling temporary anymore. My chest tightened hard. Anna kept going before fear could stop her. I know I make jokes about everything, she said softly, but I need you to understand that none of this feels casual to me. Every word landed carefully. Deliberately. Like she was placing pieces of herself directly into my hands and trying not to panic about it. It's not casual to me either, I said quietly. Something vulnerable flickered across her expression immediately. Relief. Not dramatic. Not overwhelming. Just relief finally finding somewhere to exist. For a second neither of us moved. Then Anna leaned against me slowly. Carefully. Like she was still surprised she was allowed to. I wrapped an arm around her without thinking too hard about it. The second I did, she melted against me so instinctively it nearly shattered me emotionally. Not performative softness. Not exaggerated affection. Just exhaustion finally finding somewhere safe to land. Neither of us spoke for a while after that. The candles flickered quietly. Music drifted softly through the room. Night pressed gently against the windows. And somewhere inside the silence, with Anna curled against my side and her heartbeat close enough to feel through the fabric of her hoodie, the last lingering illusion between us finally disappeared completely. This wasn't almost something anymore. It was happening. Fully. Irreversibly. Terrifyingly real. And for the first time since all of this began, neither of us tried to make it smaller just to feel safer. Chapter 6, Corn Concert. The day of the Corn concert had been waiting on our calendar like a dare. Anna had circled the date in black pen and then drawn a tiny star next to it, like she was trying not to look too excited about the fact that she was, in fact, excited. She'd told me about the show a month earlier, then acted like it was no big deal when I said I'd go with her. "You actually like Corn?" I'd asked. "I actually like loud music," she'd said. Corn is loud music with a personality. That was Anna for you. She could take a sentence and make it sound like she'd already thought 3 layers deeper than the rest of us. When I picked her up that night, she came out of her house wearing ripped black jeans, a faded band shirt, and a jacket that made her look like she belonged in a different version of the weather. Her hair was down, a little messy, like she'd dragged her fingers through it one too many times while deciding whether to put it up. She paused on the porch when she saw my car and grinned. "You look nervous," she said when she got in. "I am not nervous." "You are absolutely nervous." I started the car. "I just don't want to be trampled by strangers in black shirts." Anna buckled her seatbelt and leaned back with a pleased little smile. "That sounds like a fake fear." "You say that now. Wait until we're in the crowd and somebody's elbow is in my ribs. If that happens, I'll defend you." "You?" She turned to look at me, offended in a way that was mostly theatrical and only half fake. "I'm small, not powerless." I laughed under my breath and pulled away from the curb. The sky was already dark, a flat blue-black over the neighborhood, and the streets looked wetter than they really were because the lights kept catching on the pavement. Anna reached into the center console and found the radio knob before I could stop her. "No," I said. "Yes. We are not warming up for Corn by listening to the radio." She flicked through stations anyway. "You're being a bad influence on yourself." That sentence made no sense. "It does if you respect the vibe." She found some local rock station and settled on it, though she made a face when the song playing sounded too polished to satisfy her. I watched her from the corner of my eye as she stared out the window, tapping her fingers lightly against her thigh in a rhythm I couldn't quite place. There was always something about being in a car with her that made the world feel smaller and easier to hold. Not easier in a simple way. Nothing with Anna was simple. But there was a kind of containedness to it, as if the 4 walls around us turned whatever we felt into something we could manage. She looked over at me after a minute. "You ever think," she asked, "that concerts are basically just socially acceptable chaos?" "That's one of your more accurate thoughts." She smiled. "I know." The venue came into view 20 minutes later, a bright smear of headlights, people, and glowing signs. The parking lot was already full of bodies in dark shirts and denim, all moving toward the doors in a slow, excited current. The air outside felt electric with noise even before we got near the entrance. Bass thumped through the walls like the building had a pulse. Anna stepped out of the car and took a deep breath. "There it is," she said. "What?" She spread her arms a little, like she was taking the whole scene in. "The mood." I shook my head. "You're impossible. And yet you came." "Unfortunately." She laughed, and we headed toward the entrance together, our shoulders brushing every now and then as people pushed past us. Anna seemed to wake up more the closer we got. She always did that when something mattered to her. It was like the world turned up the volume on her before she even had a chance to ask. At the door, she flashed her ticket and tried to act casual, but I could see it in the way she kept looking around. She was thrilled. Not in a loud, obvious way. In a way that lit her face from the inside out. I noticed a girl in a Corn shirt glance at Anna and then at me, probably because we looked like we were the wrong kind of nervous for the wrong kind of event. Anna caught her looking and raised one eyebrow like she was daring the girl to say something about it. The girl looked away. Anna nudged me with her elbow. See? I have aura. You have audacity. That too. The line moved faster after that, and soon we were inside, swallowed by heat, darkness, and the sharp metallic smell of cheap beer and anticipation. The venue was louder than I expected even before the band came on. People were shouting over one another, laughing, moving. Finding their places in the crowd like this was some ritual everyone else already knew by heart. Anna glanced up at the stage, where the equipment loomed in silhouettes, and her expression changed in that small quiet way I'd learned to notice. Her mouth softened. Her eyes sharpened. She looked like she was listening before anything had even started. I leaned toward her. You good? She looked at me, almost offended by the question. I'm great. Then the lights dropped. And the place exploded. When Korn came out, the crowd became one living thing. The first riff hit like a punch to the chest, and the whole room answered it. People shouted, fists went up, bodies surged forward. The air changed shape. It got warmer, heavier, more alive. The floor vibrated beneath my shoes, and for 1 second I thought the whole building might actually split open from the noise. Anna lit up like somebody had plugged her into the wall. She wasn't performing excitement. She wasn't even trying to look cool. She was just in it, fully. Her head tipped back slightly as the music hit, and she grinned at me with this reckless, delighted expression that made my chest feel weird in a way I couldn't have explained if someone held a knife to my throat. She shouted something I couldn't hear over the first song, so I leaned closer. What? She cupped her hands around her mouth and yelled again, "This is amazing." I laughed and nodded, though I barely heard myself. The pit opened a few feet to our left like a mouth, bodies slamming and spinning in that strange violent dance people only understand when they're inside it. Anna watched it with wide fascinated eyes, like she was looking at a storm through a window. Then she turned to me and shouted, "Are you going in?" I stared at the pit, then back at her. Absolutely not. She laughed so hard she nearly stumbled. Coward, she said. Survivor, I corrected. She reached for my hand then, not because she needed help, I think, but because the room was moving too fast and she wanted an anchor. I took her hand without thinking. Her fingers were warm and a little damp from the heat in the venue, and the contact sent a strange lightning bolt feeling through me that was completely inappropriate for a crowded concert and therefore exactly the kind of thing that made me lose my grip on my own thoughts. She glanced at our hands and then up at me, and I could tell she noticed I'd noticed. Anna loved noticing things like that. She treated every small emotional glitch like it was a gemstone she might turn over in her fingers later. The second song hit harder, and the crowd started jumping as one. Anna let go of my hand long enough to throw both of her arms up, singing along to a chorus she clearly knew by heart. Her voice was lost in the room, but the motion itself was enough. She looked free in a way I didn't often see. Not carefree. Just less burdened. Less trapped inside her own head. I looked at her more than I looked at the stage. That became a problem all by itself. At some point, she leaned into me so she could say something near my ear. I forgot how much I needed this, she said. Needed what? She grinned. Noise. Then the next song started and she was gone again, swallowed into the swell of the performance, face tipped toward the stage, eyes bright in the flicker of red and white lights. There were moments when she looked like she was going to tear right through the music and become part of it. I'd never seen her like that before. Not even close. Later, when the band slowed things down for a heavier, darker track, Anna's expression shifted again. Her smile faded, not because she was sad, but because the music had found a different room inside her. She stood very still, shoulders slightly forward, listening with the kind of intensity that made everything around her vanish. That was when I realized she wasn't just having fun. She was reclaiming something. Maybe energy. Maybe permission. Maybe the right to feel something this big without explaining herself. The set kept going. Sweaty, relentless, glorious noise. A man behind us screamed the lyrics so loudly he sounded like he might pass out. Someone near the front stage dived and disappeared into the crowd like a stone into water. Anna laughed every time she got jostled, the kind of delighted laugh that had people turning their heads even in all that chaos. At one point, she got hit with a burst of air from the speakers and jerked back with a yelp. I grabbed her elbow automatically to steady her. "You okay?" She turned to me, breathless and beaming. "Yes. This is perfect." That was the closest thing to an unfiltered answer I'd heard from her in days. And it stuck with me. The show moved toward its final stretch, and by then both of us were flushed from the heat and noise and sheer force of being there. Anna kept brushing hair away from her face, her eyes shining, her whole body still full of motion even during the quieter gaps between songs. When the band launched into one of the bigger crowd favorites, the whole room erupted. Anna turned toward me with this wild grin and shouted, loud enough that I actually heard her over the music. "This is the most fun I've had in a month." I looked at her for a beat, really looked at her, and something in me softened all at once. The sentence wasn't dramatic. It wasn't a confession. It was just Anna, honest in the way that always hit the hardest. I leaned in and shouted back, "Good." She laughed, wiped sweat from her forehead, and then gave me this look that was half gratitude and half disbelief, like she couldn't quite believe the night was real. That was when I said it. "You deserve it, baby girl." The words came out easy, but the second they left my mouth, her whole face changed. She blinked at me. Then she blushed. Not just a little. Enough that I noticed it immediately even in the dark, under the flashing lights, in the middle of all that noise. For Anna, blushing was basically a meteor strike. She looked away for half a second, clearly caught off guard, and then shot me a look that was trying very hard to be annoyed and failing because she was smiling too much. "Baby girl," she repeated, leaning in close enough that I could feel her breath. "We're an actual couple now?" I laughed so hard I almost missed the next beat of the song. "I mean," I said, still grinning like an idiot, "if you're objecting, we can do a formal vote." She stared at me for a second with that dangerous little expression she got when she was trying not to smile. Then she shoved my shoulder, not hard, but enough to make her point. "You're ridiculous." "And yet?" Her blush only deepened, which made me feel like I'd accidentally uncovered some buried treasure and was now too stupid to know what to do with it. Anna looked at me again, this time with a kind of quiet amazement, like she was trying to decide whether to be embarrassed or delighted. She opened her mouth like she was going to say something sharp, then stopped, then laughed under her breath instead. "I can't believe you said that," she muttered. "And I can't believe you're blushing." She gasped in mock outrage. "I am not." I tilted my head. "You're absolutely blushing." She covered part of her face with one hand, which only made it worse. "Shut up." That made me laugh again, and for a second the concert faded into the background. Not really. The music was still shaking the floor and rattling the air and tearing through the room around us. But the noise had become something we were inside together instead of something separate from us. That felt important. Anna lowered her hand eventually and looked at me with an expression I couldn't quite name. Not fear. Not hesitation. Maybe wonder. "You called me baby girl," she said again, softer this time. "Yeah. That was very boyfriend." I felt my own face warm a little then, which was a humiliating experience because I usually prided myself on being the more composed one between us. Anna saw it happen and immediately lit up. "Oh my God," she said, delighted. "You're blushing too." "I am not." "You are. You are absolutely blushing." I shook my head and laughed. "This is a terrible venue to get embarrassed in." "No, this is perfect." She leaned closer, just enough that our shoulders touched properly now. I just thought we were still in the part where we were pretending not to be obvious. I looked at her, heart doing something unhelpful in my chest. Were we pretending? I asked. That made her stop. Not because she didn't know the answer. Because she did. She looked down for a second, then back up at me. I guess not, she said, almost shyly. The word shyly barely made sense in the same sentence with Anna, but there it was. She had this tiny tucked-in smile on her face now, like she was trying not to let the moment get too big. Like she was testing whether it was safe to believe what was happening. The band kept playing. The crowd kept shouting. The world around us stayed violent and alive and loud. But for a minute, everything inside the noise felt very still. Anna hooked 2 fingers through the sleeve of my jacket, subtle enough that nobody else would have noticed. I looked down at her hand, then back at her. You okay? I asked. She smiled, and this one was small but real. Yeah, she said. I'm just happy. That sentence hit me harder than the music did. Because Anna didn't always say things like that without warning. And when she did, it felt like a door opening somewhere you hadn't known had been locked. I put my arm around her then, careful at first, giving her time to decide if she wanted to lean into it. She did. In fact, she leaned into it immediately, almost with relief, and the warmth of her body against mine made the whole concert feel both bigger and more intimate at the same time. She tipped her head toward my shoulder and watched the stage from there. I watched her more than I watched the band. There was sweat at her hairline, a little color in her cheeks, and that expression she got when she was trying not to smile too much because she didn't want to be caught wanting something. The problem was she looked beautiful like that. Unguarded. Alive. Fully there. Somewhere near the end of the set, she turned her face up toward mine and said, barely audible over the music, I like this. The concert? She nodded. Then, after a second, this. That was Anna. She could make one word contain a whole universe if she wanted to. I smiled and kissed the top of her head, and she made this tiny sound that was half laugh, half breath, and then she tucked herself a little closer under my arm like she belonged there. Maybe she did. By the time the lights came up and people started stumbling toward the exits, both of us looked wrecked in the best possible way. Anna had her hair sticking to her neck, her voice almost gone, and the kind of grin on her face that made me think she might float out of the building if I let go of her too soon. Outside, the night air was colder than it had been before the show, and it felt good against my skin. Anna stopped under one of the parking lot lights and turned to me. That was insane, she said. You liked it? She looked at me like I'd asked whether water was wet. Obviously. I laughed. Good. She was still blushing a little, which was unfair because it kept making me want to smile at her like I had some kind of private secret. She must have seen it, because she rolled her eyes and bumped her shoulder against mine again. You're still weird about the baby girl thing, she said. I held up my hands. I can stop. She glanced at me sideways, then smiled in that slow, dangerous way that meant she was about to say something she would later pretend not to mean too much. Don't, she said. And just like that, the night became something I knew I would remember forever. Not because it was perfect. Because it wasn't. It was loud and sweaty and messy and alive, and Anna had laughed harder than I'd seen her laugh in a while, and she'd blushed when I called her baby girl, and she'd asked, with a mix of wonder and embarrassment, whether we were an actual couple now. And when she said it, I think both of us knew the answer already. We just weren't done being surprised by it yet. When Korn finally came out, the entire venue detonated. The lights dropped all at once, swallowing the room in darkness so sudden it felt physical. Then came the roar. Not from the band. From the crowd. Thousands of voices colliding together into one massive animal sound that shook the walls and rattled somewhere deep in my ribs. The first guitar hit a second later, low and violent and distorted enough that I felt it in my chest before I properly heard it. The floor vibrated. People surged forward instantly. Anna grabbed my sleeve before the movement could separate us. Okay, I yelled over the noise, now I'm nervous. She laughed so hard she almost doubled over. You're surviving, she shouted back. Barely. The band launched fully into the song, and the room transformed. There's something strange about concerts like that. The music is loud enough to erase thought. Loud enough that your body reacts before your brain catches up. Everything becomes instinct. Motion. Adrenaline. The crowd moved like waves under storm pressure. Anna looked completely at home in it. Her face lit up immediately, every guarded part of her dissolving under the lights and noise. She threw her head back laughing when the chorus hit, singing along even though neither of us could hear a single individual voice in the room. I'd never seen her look so alive. Not just happy. Alive. Like something inside her had been asleep for weeks and the music had finally shaken it awake. She turned toward me halfway through the song, eyes bright under the flashing lights. This is amazing. I laughed and nodded. She grabbed my wrist suddenly and pointed toward the pit forming a few feet away from us. Bodies slammed into each other in chaotic circles while security guards looked increasingly exhausted. You should go in. Absolutely not. Coward. I'm trying to live. That only made her laugh harder. God, I loved hearing her laugh like that. Not the smaller fake laugh she used when she wanted people to think she was okay. This one. The real one. Sharp around the edges. Breathless. Completely unfiltered. The kind of laugh that made other people smile automatically just because they heard it. Another song crashed into the room without warning, heavier than the first one. The lights shifted blood red, sweeping over the crowd in violent flashes. Anna moved closer to me instinctively as another surge of people shoved forward. Her shoulder hit mine. Then stayed there. I looked down at her for a second. Sweat-damp hair framing her face. Eyes fixed on the stage. Tiny grin still hanging at the corner of her mouth. She noticed me looking. What? Nothing. That's a lie. You seem happy. That caught her off guard. Not because I said it. Because she realized it was true. Her expression softened for half a second before she glanced away again. Maybe I am. The next riff exploded through the speakers hard enough to shake the conversation apart before I could answer. Anna lifted both hands into the air, shouting lyrics toward the ceiling while the crowd around us lost their minds. Somebody nearby spilled beer. Someone else nearly fell into us before being yanked upright again by their friend. The whole venue smelled like sweat, smoke machines, old denim, and adrenaline. It should have felt miserable. Instead, it felt electric. Anna leaned close enough that her mouth brushed near my ear when she spoke again. I forgot how much I missed this. Concerts? She shook her head slightly. Feeling something loud. That sentence stayed with me. Because I knew she didn't just mean music. The set kept building from there, one song bleeding violently into another. The crowd got rougher the deeper the night went. At one point a massive guy slammed sideways into me hard enough that I nearly lost my balance. Anna grabbed onto my arm immediately. You good? Yeah, I laughed. I think my spine moved a little, though. That's part of the experience. That shouldn't be part of any experience. She grinned. Then, without warning, she slipped her hand into mine. Not tentative. Not accidental. Just natural. Like she'd already decided it belonged there. My brain short-circuited for a second. Anna looked forward toward the stage like she hadn't noticed what she'd done, but I knew her too well by then. She noticed everything. Especially things that mattered. I tightened my fingers around hers gently. She smiled without looking at me. That tiny smile nearly killed me on impact. A slower song started after that. Darker. Heavier in a different way. The energy in the venue shifted immediately. People stopped shoving so much. More phones lit up. More heads tilted upward toward the stage lights cutting through the haze. Anna went quieter too. Still holding my hand. Still pressed lightly against my side. But quieter. I glanced over at her again. The expression on her face made my chest tighten a little. Not sadness exactly. Recognition. Like the music was saying something she already understood too well. She noticed me looking again and gave me a faint smile. "Sorry," she said. "For what?" "I disappear into music sometimes." I shook my head immediately. "You don't have to apologize for that." Her eyes stayed on me for an extra second. Long enough to make the air between us feel different. Then the next song hit. And the entire room erupted again. Anna laughed suddenly, loud and genuine. "This is the most fun I've had in a month." The words punched straight through me. Because she sounded surprised by it. Like she hadn't expected herself to feel this good again. I looked at her, really looked at her, standing there under flashing white lights with flushed cheeks and shining eyes and that impossible smile she saved for moments when she forgot to protect herself. And before I could think too hard about it, I leaned closer and shouted back. "You deserve it, baby girl." The second the words left my mouth, Anna froze. Not completely. Just enough. Her eyes widened slightly. Then came the blush. A real one. Bright enough that I could see it even through the shifting concert lights. Anna Barry almost never blushed. Which meant I immediately felt way too proud of myself for causing it. She stared at me for a second like her brain needed time to reboot. Then she laughed nervously and looked away. "Baby girl," she repeated. I grinned despite myself. "What? Too much?" She covered part of her face with one hand, still blushing. "We're an actual couple now?" Chapter 6, Loud Enough to Feel. For a second, I forgot there were thousands of people around us. Forgot about the lights flashing overhead. Forgot about the music shaking the floor hard enough to rattle my teeth. All I could focus on was Anna standing there blushing at me like I'd knocked the air out of her with two stupid words. "We're an actual couple now," she repeated, trying and failing to sound casual. I laughed. I mean, I thought we were getting there. Anna stared at me for half a second longer before her smile spread wider, slow and uncontrollable. "Getting there," she echoed. "What? You disagree?" She shook her head immediately, still smiling. "No. She laughed softly, looking down for a second. "I didn't think you'd say something like that first." "Baby girl?" She covered her face again. "Please stop sounding so proud of yourself." "I can't help it. You're blushing like crazy." "I hate you." "No, you don't." That made her look back up at me. And there it was again. That softness. That terrifyingly honest expression she only slipped into when she forgot to hide behind jokes. "No," she admitted quietly. "I really don't." The next song exploded through the venue before I could answer. The crowd roared. Bodies slammed into each other nearby. Some guy behind us screamed the lyrics like he was being exorcised. But somehow the moment stayed intact anyway. Anna moved closer to me after that, almost unconsciously. Her shoulder pressed against mine, her hand still wrapped around my wrist loosely like she didn't even realize she was holding on to me anymore. I didn't want her to let go. The set pushed into its final stretch. Louder. Heavier. The kind of music that felt less like listening and more like surviving weather. Anna was glowing by then. Sweaty hair sticking to her forehead. Eyes bright under the flashing lights. Laughing every few minutes over something stupid I said or some random chaos happening in the crowd. At one point, somebody crowd-surfed badly and nearly kicked a security guard in the face. Anna wheezed laughing so hard she had to lean into me for balance. That guy almost died, I said. That was the funniest thing I've ever seen. You're evil. A little. The final song hit with enough force to make the entire venue shake. Everyone around us screamed every word. Anna did too. Not because she was trying to impress anybody. Because she meant it. I watched her more than the stage again. That kept happening around her. She'd become the thing my attention circled automatically. And honestly? That scared me a little. Because by then I already knew losing her someday would destroy me. I just didn't know how literal that thought would become. The song ended in a wave of feedback and screaming applause. The lights came up slowly after that, exposing the aftermath. Sweaty strangers. Crushed cups on the floor. People stumbling around grinning like survivors of some beautiful disaster. Anna leaned back dramatically and exhaled. Holy hell. You alive? Barely, she laughed. We let the crowd slowly drag us toward the exits. The night air outside hit like cold water after the suffocating heat of the venue. Anna tilted her face toward the sky immediately. That feels illegal, she said. Fresh air? Yeah. I laughed and unlocked the car. She slid into the passenger seat with a groan, kicking her boots lightly against the floorboard. I can't hear anything, she announced. That's probably a bad sign. Worth it. The drive back felt quieter than the drive there. Not awkward quiet. Comfortable quiet. The kind that settles naturally after a really good night. Anna rested her head against the window for a while, watching streetlights slide across the glass. Then eventually she looked over at me. There was still a little pink in her cheeks from earlier. Which I absolutely noticed. What? She asked immediately. Nothing. You have that look. What look? The look where you think you're funny. I am funny. Debatable. I smiled to myself and turned onto her street. The neighborhood looked dead quiet compared to the chaos we'd just left behind. Porch lights glowed dimly in the darkness. Trees swayed slightly in the cold wind. I parked outside her house and killed the engine. For a second, neither of us moved. Anna looked down at her hands, then back at me. And suddenly her expression softened again. Real soft. Not joking. Not hiding. I had a great time, she said quietly. Thank you so much, Blakey. I blinked. Then stared at her in exaggerated disbelief. Blakey, huh? Her face immediately turned red again. Shut up. No, no. Hold on. I leaned back dramatically. That's what we're doing now? I hate you. That sounded very affectionate. Anna groaned and covered her face with both hands. Why do I tell you things? Because you love me. The words slipped out casually. Too casually. The second they landed, the air changed. Anna slowly lowered her hands. Looked at me. Neither of us joked for a second. Then she smiled. Mall. Warm. A little sad around the edges in that way I wouldn't understand until much later. Yeah, she said softly. Maybe I do. And somehow that moment stayed louder in my memory than the concert itself. The air in the car didn't move for a moment after she said it. Yeah, Anna had said softly. Maybe I do. It wasn't loud. It didn't need to be. It just sat there between us like something fragile that had already decided it wasn't going to disappear. I looked at her, and for once I didn't have a quick line ready. That was unusual enough that it almost felt like the world had shifted slightly off its axis. Anna was still turned toward me, her hands resting in her lap now. The glow from the streetlight outside cut across her face in slow pulses as cars passed somewhere down the road, turning her expression on and off like a heartbeat. She swallowed once, like she was trying to decide whether to take it back or lean into it further. Then she didn't do either. Instead, she smiled again. Smaller this time. Less performative. More real in a way that made something in my chest tighten without permission. You're staring, she said quietly. I'm thinking. That's worse. It's not. A beat passed. Somewhere down the block, a dog barked once and went silent again. Anna tilted her head slightly. What are you thinking about? That should have been an easy question. It wasn't. Because the honest answer was too big for the inside of a parked car outside her house after a concert that had shaken both of us loose from whatever we usually pretended to be. So I picked the closest version of the truth I could carry. I'm thinking, I said, that you're trouble. She snorted softly. That's your big thought? It's a refined thought. That sounds like a lie you'd tell a teacher. I laughed under my breath. You started this whole thing. I did not start anything. You circled the concert in your calendar like a conspiracy. That was appreciation. That was obsession. She opened her mouth to argue, then stopped. Her lips pressed together for a second like she was considering whether I deserved a response. Then she leaned slightly toward me instead. Not far. Just enough that the space between us stopped feeling neutral. I had a good night, she said. I know. I mean really good. I know that too. Her eyes flicked down for half a second, then back up. You're being weirdly calm about this. I'm trying not to ruin it. That made her quiet again. Not awkward quiet. Something softer. Something more careful. Outside the car, the night felt suddenly larger. The street lights hummed. The world beyond the windshield kept moving like nothing important had just happened in a parked vehicle on a residential street. Inside, it felt like a different pocket of time entirely. Anna shifted slightly in her seat, turning more toward me. Her shoulder brushed the seatbelt as she moved. You didn't answer my question, she said. What question? Her eyes narrowed a little. Don't do that. I don't know what you mean. You know exactly what I mean. I exhaled, shaking my head like I was giving up a fight I wasn't actually losing. I was thinking, I said, slower this time, that I don't want this night to end the way nights usually end. Anna studied me. Not teasing now. Not deflecting. Just watching. Then she said, and how do nights usually end? I almost answered with something joking again. But I didn't. Quietly, I said. Like nothing happened. Something flickered across her face at that. Recognition, maybe. Or agreement she didn't want to name too quickly. She leaned back for a second, looking out the windshield instead of at me. Her breath fogged the glass slightly in the cold. Nothing happened, she repeated, almost to herself. Then she shook her head faintly. That's not true. No, I agreed. It isn't. A long pause followed that. The kind that doesn't ask for permission before it exists. Anna's fingers moved slightly in her lap, like she was grounding herself in something physical. Then she looked back at me again. You're going to make this weird, she said. I already made it weird. Yeah. Another pause. Then, quieter, are you going to kiss me or just emotionally analyze me all night? That broke something loose in the moment. I laughed once, short and breathless. You're unbelievable. I'm efficient. You're impatient. I'm cold, she corrected immediately, like that was the most important detail in the universe. That did it. That made the decision for both of us without either of us saying so. I reached over first. Not fast. Not dramatic. Just careful. My hand found hers again the way it had in the venue, except now there was no crowd, no noise, no chaos to hide it inside. Just still air and streetlight and the faint hum of an engine that had stopped being necessary a while ago. Anna didn't pull away. She never did when it mattered. When I leaned in, she met me halfway like she had already been there for longer than either of us was willing to admit. The kiss wasn't a performance. It didn't need witnesses. It didn't ask for anything beyond the moment itself. It was brief in time, but not in weight. When I pulled back slightly, she stayed close enough that I could still feel her breath. For a second, neither of us moved. Then Anna laughed softly, almost disbelieving. That, she said, was extremely predictable. You literally asked for it. I was making an observation. You were provoking me. I was testing you. Same thing. She shook her head, still smiling, but now it was different. Less defensive. Less carefully arranged. More open. Okay, she said. I approve. That's a relief. You should be grateful for my approval. I am deeply shaken by it. That earned me a shove on the arm, light and automatic, like her body needed to discharge the excess energy of the moment somewhere. Then she settled again. But she didn't lean away. Instead, she stayed close, looking at me like she was trying to decide what version of the night this was becoming. After a while, she nodded toward her house. I should go in, she said. Yeah. Neither of us moved immediately. That word didn't feel like closure. It felt like a pause button we didn't really want to press. Anna reached for the door handle, then hesitated. I meant it, she said suddenly. What part? She glanced at me. All of it. That landed heavier than anything at the concert had. Then she added, quieter, don't make it weird tomorrow. I wasn't planning on it. That sounds like a lie. It's a strategic ambiguity. She rolled her eyes, but her smile stayed. Then she opened the door. Cold air rushed in immediately, breaking the small world we'd been sitting inside. She stepped out, then leaned back in just slightly. One more thing, she said. Yeah? Her expression softened again, almost reluctant now. Blakey is not permanent. I blinked. Excuse me? I'm experimenting with it, she said, like that explained everything. Don't get attached. I hate you. That's also not permanent. Then she closed the door before I could respond again. I watched her walk up the path to her house, keys in her hand, shoulders slightly hunched against the cold. She paused once at the door, glanced back at the car, and lifted a hand in a small gesture that wasn't quite a wave and wasn't quite nothing either. Then she went inside. The porch light blinked on. Then the door closed. And suddenly, the night got quiet in a way that felt too large for the space it was happening in. I stayed there for a while longer. Engine off. Hands still where they had been. The street didn't change. The world didn't acknowledge anything had shifted. But something had. Eventually, I started the car again. Not because I wanted to leave. Because staying didn't make it more real. On the drive home, the city looked different in small ways. Not transformed. Just reweighted. Like everything had a second layer I hadn't noticed before. At one stoplight, I caught my reflection in the glass. I looked the same. That was the strangest part. When I got home, I didn't turn on many lights. Just enough to exist in the room without disturbing it. And even then, I could still hear the concert in fragments. Still see her face when she said she was happy. Still feel the moment she blushed like the world had finally surprised her properly. And underneath all of it, quieter than everything else, was the shape of her saying my name like it meant something different now. Not louder. Just deeper. Chapter 7, Drift. I didn't mean to fall asleep. That's the part that keeps replaying in my head when I think about that afternoon. Not because it excuses anything, but because it makes the whole thing feel dumber somehow. Like my life changed shape over something as small as being too tired to keep my eyes open. Anna's room was quiet in a way my house never was. Not silent exactly. Just soft. The kind of quiet where you could hear pages shifting when the ceiling fan moved the air. The kind that made you feel like you were supposed to lower your voice even if nobody else was around. I sat on the edge of her bed while she went downstairs to get water. At least I think that's where she went. I wasn't paying attention the way I should have been. I was exhausted. Not normal tired either. The deeper kind. The kind that settles behind your eyes and makes every thought feel heavier than it should. The afternoon sunlight came through the blinds in thin golden lines, stretching across the carpet and halfway up the wall. Everything in the room looked warmer because of it. Safer. A hoodie hung over the back of her desk chair. A half-open book sat on the floor beside her bed. Her record player sat near the window with a vinyl still resting on it from earlier. The whole room felt lived in. Not decorated to impress people. Just real. I leaned back slightly, staring at the ceiling. I remember thinking I should probably leave before her parents got home. That thought came and went like a weak radio signal. I told myself I'd get up in a minute. Then another minute passed. Then another. The bed was comfortable in this dangerous way that makes you think resting your eyes for a second couldn't possibly ruin your life. I heard Anna moving around downstairs somewhere. Cabinets opening. Footsteps. The normal sounds of someone existing without trying to be noticed. For some reason, hearing those sounds made me relax even more. My body started shutting down before my brain agreed to it. I stretched out a little more on the bed, not fully laying down at first. Just enough to get comfortable. That was the mistake. The ceiling blurred slightly while I stared at it. My thoughts stopped connecting properly. Memories started drifting through randomly instead of in order. Anna laughing in the parking lot after the Korn concert. The way she said Blakey like she was testing whether the nickname belonged to her yet. Watching You've Got Mail together while pretending neither of us cared about how close we were sitting. I closed my eyes for what I thought would be maybe 10 seconds. That's all it takes sometimes. Just 10 careless seconds. The last thing I remember before falling asleep was the smell of laundry detergent on her blankets and the faint sound of the ceiling fan spinning overhead. And one thought. I should really get up before her parents come home. Then sleep hit me like a light being switched off. I woke up to the sound of the front door closing. Not slamming. Not loud. Just definite. The kind of sound that instantly reminds you the world still exists outside sleep. For a few seconds, I didn't move. My brain was still trying to crawl back into reality, piecing things together slowly and badly. The room was darker now. The sunlight that had been stretched across the floor earlier had faded into this dull gray evening light that made everything feel flatter and colder. Then I heard voices downstairs. Adult voices. And every atom in my body immediately turned to static. I sat up too quickly. The bed creaked underneath me. I froze instantly, staring at the bedroom door like I could somehow intimidate reality into reversing itself. My heartbeat was so loud it felt like it was shaking the air around me. I couldn't tell if the voices downstairs were angry or just surprised. I couldn't make out the words. I didn't want to. I swung my legs off the bed as quietly as I could. My hands were shaking. My whole body felt like it was made of static and adrenaline and regret. I moved toward the door on instinct, then stopped myself. Going into the hallway would make noise. The floorboards out there always creaked. I knew that. I'd known that for months. I backed away from the door slowly, breathing through my teeth. My pulse was in my throat. My thoughts were a mess of half-formed plans that all ended badly. I looked toward the window. It was open a few inches. The screen was still in place. The drop wasn't far. I could do it. I could actually do it. I crossed the room in 3 silent steps and pushed the window up the rest of the way. The cool air hit my face like a slap. It woke me up more than anything else had. I pulled the screen up and out carefully, praying it wouldn't make noise. It didn't. Thank God. I set it against the wall and leaned out the window. The ground wasn't far. Grass below. No bushes. No rocks. I could make it. Then I heard footsteps coming up the stairs. Slow. Heavy. Adult. My stomach dropped so fast it felt like falling. I didn't think anymore. Thinking was over. I climbed out the window, gripping the frame with both hands, lowering myself as far as I could before letting go. I hit the ground harder than I meant to. My ankle twisted. Pain shot up my leg. I bit down on a sound that almost escaped. I didn't look back. I didn't breathe. I just ran. I didn't look where I was going. I just moved. Fast. Faster than I ever had in my life. The cold air burned my lungs as I sprinted across the yard. My ankle throbbed with every step, but stopping wasn't an option. Not even for a second. I cut across the side of the house, keeping low, praying no one looked out a window. The sky was turning this deep blue-gray, the kind that makes everything feel sharper and quieter. I reached the street and didn't slow down. My breath came out in these uneven bursts that sounded too loud in the empty neighborhood. Every sound felt amplified. Every shadow felt like it was watching me. I didn't know where I was running. I just knew I had to put distance between myself and that house. Between myself and the voices. Between myself and the moment everything went wrong. My ankle kept threatening to give out. Every few steps it wobbled, sending a spike of pain up my leg. I clenched my jaw and pushed harder. A car turned onto the street behind me. Headlights washed over the pavement. I panicked and veered off into someone's yard, cutting between two houses. My chest felt tight. My vision kept blurring at the edges. I wasn't crying, but it felt like I could start without warning. I slowed down only when I reached the small wooded trail behind the neighborhood. The one Anna and I had walked through 100 times. The one that felt safe. I bent over with my hands on my knees, trying to breathe without sounding like I was dying. My heart was still racing. My ankle was swelling. My hands were shaking so badly I had to clench them into fists. I listened for footsteps. Voices. Anything. Nothing came. Just the wind moving through the trees. Just the distant hum of a car somewhere far away. Just the sound of my own breathing slowly returning to something human. I straightened up and wiped my face with the back of my hand. I didn't know what to do next. I didn't know where to go. All I knew was that I couldn't go home. Not yet. I stayed in the trees until my breathing evened out. My ankle pulsed with this deep, angry ache that made it hard to stand still. I shifted my weight onto my other foot, wincing every time the injured one brushed the ground. The woods were dim, but not dark. The last of the daylight filtered through the branches in thin streaks. It made everything look washed out and unreal, like I was standing inside a memory instead of a place. I kept expecting to hear someone calling my name. Or footsteps. Or the sound of a car pulling up near the trail. Nothing happened. I pulled my phone out of my pocket. The screen lit up my face in a pale glow. No missed calls. No texts. No notifications at all. I stared at it for a long moment, my thumb hovering over the screen. I didn't know who I was supposed to call. I didn't know what I would even say. Hey, I fell asleep in Anna's room and now everything is ruined. Hey, I climbed out a window like a criminal. Hey, I think her parents hate me now. None of it sounded real. None of it sounded fixable. I locked my phone and shoved it back into my pocket. The silence pressed in around me again. Not comforting this time. Just heavy. I limped deeper into the woods, following the narrow dirt path by muscle memory. The trail curved slightly, leading toward the small clearing where Anna and I used to sit sometimes. A fallen log. A patch of moss. A place that felt like ours. When I reached it, I sank down onto the log slowly, careful not to jar my ankle. The wood was cold through my jeans. The air smelled like damp leaves and pine. I leaned forward with my elbows on my knees and let my head hang. My breath came out in shaky, uneven waves. I wasn't crying. Not exactly. But I wasn't far from it either. I kept replaying the moment I woke up. The sound of the front door. The voices. The footsteps on the stairs. If I had woken up 30 seconds earlier, everything would have been different. If I had left when I told myself to, none of this would have happened. I kept thinking about Anna downstairs, caught in the middle of something she didn't ask for. I kept thinking about the look she might have had when she realized I was gone. I kept thinking about the conversation she was probably having right now. And every version of it made my stomach twist. I sat there in the clearing until the air grew colder. My fingers felt numb. My ankle throbbed in this slow, rhythmic way that made it hard to think about anything else for more than a few seconds. I kept imagining Anna trying to explain. Trying to defend me. Trying to make it sound less bad than it looked. I hated that thought. I hated that she had to carry any part of this. A bird rustled somewhere in the branches above me. The sound made me flinch like it was something dangerous. My nerves were shot. Every small noise felt like a threat. I rubbed my hands over my face and tried to breathe normally. The air tasted like damp leaves and cold dirt. It grounded me a little. Not enough. I pulled my phone out again. Still nothing. No messages. No missed calls. I stared at the blank screen until my reflection blurred. I didn't know if Anna was allowed to text me. I didn't know if she wanted to. I didn't know if she was crying or furious or scared or all three. I wanted to talk to her more than anything. But I didn't want to make things worse for her. I shoved the phone back into my pocket and leaned back against the fallen log. The bark pressed into my spine. It didn't hurt. It just reminded me I was still here. The woods were darker now. The sky above the branches had shifted to a deeper blue, almost black. A few stars were starting to show through. I didn't want to go home. I didn't want to explain anything. I didn't want to see the look on my mom's face when she realized something was wrong. I wished I could disappear into the trees. Just for a night. Just long enough for everything to stop feeling like it was collapsing. A breeze moved through the clearing, brushing against my face. It carried the faintest hint of smoke from someone's fireplace in the neighborhood. It made the whole world feel smaller. I closed my eyes and tried to slow my breathing. Tried to think. Tried to figure out what the next step was supposed to be. But every time I tried to plan anything, my mind went back to the same image. Anna standing in her kitchen. Her parents staring at her. The empty space where I should have been. I kept seeing that empty space in my mind. The one where I should have been standing. The one that made everything worse for her. I pressed my palms against my eyes until colors bloomed behind them. It didn't help. Nothing helped. The woods felt colder now. The kind of cold that sinks into your sleeves and collar and makes you aware of every inch of your skin. I pulled my hoodie tighter around myself, but it didn't do much. I tried to imagine what Anna was doing at that exact moment. Maybe she was in her room, pacing. Maybe she was downstairs, arguing. Maybe she was crying quietly so no one would hear. Every version hurt. I leaned forward again, elbows on my knees, staring at the dirt between my shoes. My ankle had swollen enough that my shoe felt tight. I didn't want to take it off. I knew I wouldn't get it back on. A branch snapped somewhere deeper in the woods. I jerked my head up, heart hammering again. But it was just a deer. It froze when it saw me, its eyes catching the faint light. Then it bounded away, disappearing into the trees. I let out a breath I didn't realize I'd been holding. My nerves were stretched thin. Too thin. I pushed myself up from the log slowly, testing my weight on my injured ankle. Pain shot up my leg, sharp and immediate. I sucked in a breath through my teeth. I couldn't stay here forever. I knew that. The woods felt safe, but they weren't a solution. They were just a pause. I limped back toward the trail, moving carefully, each step sending a dull ache through my foot. The sky above the branches was almost fully dark now. The first real stars were out. I didn't know where I was going. But I knew I had to move. Staying still felt too much like giving up. The trail opened up slightly as I moved, the trees thinning just enough for the sky to show through. My breath came out in small white puffs now. I hadn't realized how cold it had gotten. I kept limping forward, each step a reminder of how stupid the whole situation was. How avoidable. How unnecessary. I didn't know if Anna was grounded. I didn't know if she was in trouble. I didn't know if her parents were furious or just disappointed or something worse. The not knowing was the part that hurt the most. I reached the edge of the woods where the trail met the back of the neighborhood. A row of fences. A few dim porch lights. The distant sound of a dog barking somewhere. I stopped there, half hidden in the shadows. I didn't want to step out into the open yet. It felt too exposed. I leaned against a tree, letting the rough bark press into my shoulder. My ankle throbbed in a steady, miserable rhythm. I tried to shift my weight off it, but everything hurt. I pulled my phone out again. Still nothing. No messages. No calls. I stared at the screen until my eyes stung. I wanted it to light up. I wanted her name to appear. I wanted something to tell me she wasn't gone. I slid the phone back into my pocket and exhaled slowly. My breath shook on the way out. I didn't want to go home. But I didn't have anywhere else to go. The streetlights flickered on one by one, casting long pale lines across the pavement. The world looked washed out and tired. Kind of like me. I pushed off the tree and limped toward the sidewalk, moving slowly, carefully. Every step felt like a decision. Every step felt like it carried weight. I kept my head down as I walked. I didn't want anyone to see me. I didn't want to explain why I looked like I'd been running from something. Even though I had. I kept moving down the sidewalk, keeping close to the shadows where the streetlights didn't quite reach. My ankle protested every step, but stopping felt worse than the pain. Stopping meant thinking. Thinking meant spiraling. A car drove past slowly, its headlights sweeping across the pavement. I turned my face away instinctively, pretending to check something on the ground. The car didn't slow. It kept going. I let out a shaky breath I didn't realize I'd been holding. My nerves were still raw. Everything felt too loud, too bright, too close. I crossed the street when I reached the corner, limping a little faster now. The houses here were familiar. I'd walked this route 100 times. But tonight it felt different. Like the whole neighborhood was watching me. A porch light flicked on as I passed one house. I flinched at the sudden brightness. A dog barked from behind a fence. I jumped again. I felt ridiculous. But I couldn't shake the feeling that something was following me. Not a person. Just the weight of everything I'd run from. I reached the small park near the end of the street and stopped beside the swings. The metal chains rattled softly in the wind. The sound was strangely comforting. Familiar. I lowered myself onto one of the swings carefully, keeping my injured ankle stretched out in front of me. The cold metal seat pressed through my jeans. I wrapped my hands around the chains and let myself sway a little. The park was empty. The sky above was fully dark now, dotted with stars that looked too calm for the way my chest felt. I tilted my head back and stared at them. I tried to breathe slowly. Tried to let the cold air clear my head. It didn't work. Not really. But it helped enough that I didn't feel like I was going to fall apart right there in the park. I pulled my phone out again. Still nothing. The screen felt heavier every time I checked it. I wondered if Anna was allowed to reach out. I wondered if she was trying to. I wondered if her parents had taken her phone. I wondered if she was scared. I wondered if she was mad at me. I wondered if she thought I abandoned her. That thought hit harder than anything else. It made my stomach twist. It made my throat tighten. I gripped the chains harder and closed my eyes. I didn't abandon her. I just panicked. I just reacted. I just ran. But she didn't know that. Not yet. I sat on the swing until the cold started to settle into my fingers. I could feel it through the metal chains, creeping into my skin, making everything feel slower and heavier. The park was quiet. Too quiet. The kind of quiet that makes you feel like you're the only person awake in the whole world. I leaned back slightly, letting the swing move just a little. The motion was small, barely anything, but it kept me from feeling completely frozen. My ankle pulsed in steady waves of pain. Every throb reminded me of the window. The drop. The panic. The way everything had spiraled so fast I couldn't catch up. I wondered if Anna had looked for me. If she'd gone upstairs and seen the open window. If she'd realized what I'd done. If she'd understood why. I hoped she had. I hoped she didn't think I ran because of her. I hoped she didn't think I was scared of her parents. I hoped she didn't think I was scared of her. I wasn't. I was scared of myself. Of messing things up. Of making her life harder. Of being the reason she got in trouble. A car passed on the street behind me, its headlights sweeping across the grass. I didn't look up. I kept my head down, staring at the dirt beneath my shoe. The world felt too big and too small at the same time. Too open and too suffocating. I took a slow breath and let it out through my nose. The cold air stung on the way in. It helped a little. I pulled my phone out again. Still nothing. The screen felt like a weight in my hand. I thought about texting her first. Just something simple. Something like I'm okay. Or I'm sorry. Or, I didn't mean to scare you. But every version felt wrong. Too small. Too late. Too much. I locked the phone and shoved it back into my pocket. My hands were shaking again. I wasn't sure if it was the cold or everything else. I looked up at the sky. The stars were brighter now. Clearer. Like they were paying attention. I wished I could talk to her. Just hear her voice. Just know she wasn't hurt or angry or scared. I wished I could undo the whole day. Just rewind it. Just wake up before everything went sideways. But I couldn't. All I could do was sit there on the swing, breathing in the cold air, trying not to fall apart. I pushed myself up from the swing slowly, careful not to jar my ankle. The cold metal groaned softly beneath me as I stood. My leg wobbled for a second, and I had to grab the chain to steady myself. The park felt different now. Still empty. Still quiet. But heavier somehow. Like the air itself knew something had gone wrong. I limped toward the sidewalk, each step sending a dull ache up my leg. I tried to ignore it. I tried to focus on the rhythm of my breathing instead. The streetlights buzzed faintly overhead. A few moths circled them, tapping against the glass. The sound was small, but it filled the silence. I shoved my hands into my hoodie pocket, trying to warm them. My fingers were stiff and numb. I hadn't realized how long I'd been outside. I walked past the basketball court, the metal fence rattling slightly in the wind. The court was empty, the lines barely visible in the dim light. I remembered playing there with Anna once. She'd laughed the whole time because I was terrible. The memory hit harder than I expected. I swallowed against the tightness in my throat. I reached the end of the park and stopped at the curb. The street stretched out in front of me, quiet and still. A few houses had lights on. Most were dark. I didn't want to go home. But I didn't know where else to go. I checked my phone again. Still nothing. The screen felt colder than the air. I wondered if Anna was thinking about me. I wondered if she was scared. I wondered if she was mad. I wondered if she was sitting in her room right now, staring at her own phone, waiting for something that wasn't coming. The thought made my chest ache. I took a slow breath and stepped off the curb, limping down the street. The night felt endless. The world felt too big. And I felt small in a way I hadn't felt in years. I kept walking, the cold settling deeper into my sleeves, into my hands, into the space between my ribs. The neighborhood was quiet in that late-night way where everything feels paused. Like the world is holding its breath. My ankle dragged a little with every step. The pain wasn't sharp anymore. It had settled into something dull and constant, like a warning I couldn't turn off. I passed a house with a porch light still on. A TV flickered through the living room window. A shadow moved inside. Normal life happening behind glass. It made me feel even more out of place. I kept my head down as I walked. I didn't want anyone to see me limping. I didn't want anyone to ask questions. I didn't want to explain why I looked like I'd run away from something. Even though I had. The wind picked up, brushing against my face, carrying the faint smell of someone's laundry vent. Warm fabric softener. It made my chest tighten unexpectedly. I thought of Anna's room again. The blankets. The sunlight. The quiet. I thought of how safe it had felt. How stupid it was that I ruined it. I reached the end of the street and stopped at the intersection. The stop sign glowed red under the streetlight, the metal pole humming faintly in the wind. I didn't know which way to go. Left would take me toward home. Right would take me toward the long road that looped around the neighborhood. Neither felt good. I stood there for a long moment, breathing slowly, watching my breath drift into the air. My hands were shaking again. My ankle throbbed. My thoughts kept circling the same place. Anna. Her parents. The window. The look she might have had when she realized I was gone. I swallowed hard and wiped my face with the back of my sleeve. I didn't know what tomorrow would look like. I didn't know if she'd talk to me. I didn't know if I'd ruined everything. But I knew I couldn't stand in the middle of the street forever. I took a breath. And I chose a direction. I chose left. Not because it felt right. Not because it made sense. Just because standing still felt worse than moving in the wrong direction. The sidewalk stretched ahead of me, lit in patches by the streetlights. My shadow appeared and disappeared as I passed each one, flickering across the pavement like it couldn't decide whether to follow me. My ankle dragged again. The pain had settled into something deep and throbbing, like a heartbeat I couldn't shut off. I tried to walk normally, but every few steps I stumbled. I kept my hands shoved in my hoodie pocket, shoulders hunched against the cold. The night air bit at my face, sharp enough to make my eyes water. I passed the house with the big maple tree in the yard. The one Anna and I used to cut through when we were late for school. The branches were bare now, stretching up into the dark like bones. The memory hit me harder than I expected. I swallowed around the tightness in my throat and kept walking. A porch light flicked on as I passed another house. I flinched at the sudden brightness, instinctively turning my face away. I didn't want anyone to see me. I didn't want anyone to ask why I looked like I'd been running from something. Even though I had. I reached the corner where the road curved downhill. The slope made my ankle scream. I grabbed a mailbox to steady myself, breathing through my teeth until the pain dulled again. The world felt too quiet. Too still. Like everything was waiting for me to make a decision I wasn't ready for. I checked my phone again. Still nothing. The screen glowed cold and empty in my hand. I wondered if Anna was asleep. I wondered if she was awake, staring at her ceiling the same way I had earlier. I wondered if she was thinking about me. I wondered if she was scared. I wondered if she hated me. The thought made my chest ache in a way that felt physical. I shoved the phone back into my pocket and kept moving, limping down the hill. The houses blurred past me. The cold seeped deeper into my sleeves. My breath came out in shaky white clouds. I didn't know where I was going. But I knew I wasn't ready to stop. The farther I walked, the quieter everything felt. Not peaceful quiet. Just empty. Like the world had pulled back a little, leaving me to move through the leftover space. My ankle dragged again, sending a sharp pulse up my leg. I winced and shifted my weight, but it didn't help much. The pain had settled into something deep and stubborn. I passed another row of houses. Most of them were dark. A few had soft yellow light glowing behind curtains. Normal life happening behind closed doors. I felt like I was orbiting it instead of belonging to it. A porch light flickered as I walked by. I kept my head down, hood pulled low, hoping no one would look out a window and see me limping past like some stray thing. I reached the long stretch of sidewalk that curved toward the main road. The wind was stronger here, colder, carrying the faint smell of wet pavement and distant traffic. I shoved my hands deeper into my pockets. My fingers were stiff and numb. My breath came out in shaky white clouds. I thought about Anna again. I couldn't stop. Every version of her face kept replaying in my head. Confused. Worried. Hurt. Angry. I didn't know which one was real. I didn't know which one I deserved. I kept walking, the streetlights spaced farther apart now. The darkness between them felt heavier. Like stepping through water. My phone buzzed in my pocket. I froze. My heart slammed against my ribs so hard it hurt. For a second I couldn't move. Couldn't breathe. Couldn't think. I pulled the phone out with shaking hands. The screen lit up my face in a pale glow. One notification. One name. Anna. I stared at the message until the words blurred. My breath caught somewhere high in my chest, stuck between relief and something that hurt worse than fear. Please don't disappear. I read it again. And again. Each time it hit a little deeper. She wasn't angry. She wasn't yelling. She wasn't telling me to stay away. She just didn't want me gone. My throat tightened. I wiped my face with my sleeve even though I wasn't sure when the tears had started. I typed something. Deleted it. Typed something else. Deleted that too. Everything felt too small. Too fragile. Too heavy. I finally typed. I'm not trying to. I just didn't know what to do. My thumb hovered over the send button for a long second. Then I tapped it. The message delivered instantly. The read receipt popped up almost immediately after. My heart thudded once, hard enough to make me sway. I waited. The cold pressed into my sleeves. My ankle throbbed. The streetlight buzzed faintly overhead. Then my phone buzzed again. Can you tell me where you are? My first instinct was to lie. Not because I wanted to. Just because I didn't want her to worry. Or panic. Or come looking for me when everything at her house was already a mess. I stared at her message, my breath fogging the screen slightly. The street around me was quiet. Too quiet. The kind of quiet that makes you feel like you're standing in the wrong place. I typed something vague. Deleted it. Typed something safer. Deleted that too. My hands were shaking again. Not from the cold this time. I didn't want to drag her into more trouble. I didn't want her sneaking out. I didn't want her parents catching her texting me. I didn't want to make anything worse. But she'd asked. And she'd said please. I swallowed hard and typed. I'm near the park. The one by the hill. I hesitated. Then added. I'm okay. Just trying to think. I hit send before I could talk myself out of it. The message delivered. The read receipt appeared almost instantly. My heart thudded once, hard enough to make my breath catch. I waited. The cold pressed into my sleeves. My ankle pulsed. The street light buzzed faintly overhead. Then my phone buzzed again. Stay there. I'm coming. My whole body went still. Stay there. I'm coming. The words didn't feel real at first. They didn't make sense. She wasn't supposed to come. She wasn't supposed to leave her house. She wasn't supposed to get in more trouble because of me. My breath caught in my throat. I stared at the message, my pulse thudding in my ears. I typed fast. Anna, no. Don't. You'll get in trouble. I sent it before I could think. Before I could soften it. Before I could make it sound less desperate. The message delivered. The read receipt appeared almost instantly. I waited. The cold pressed into my sleeves. My ankle throbbed. The streetlight hummed faintly above me. Then my phone buzzed again. I don't care. My chest tightened so hard it almost hurt. I wiped my face with my sleeve, even though I wasn't sure when the tears had started again. I typed. Please don't come out here. I'm fine. I just needed space. I hesitated. Then added. I don't want you getting hurt because of me. I hit send. The message delivered. The read receipt popped up. I waited. The wind brushed against my face. My breath came out in shaky white clouds. Then. You're not hurting me. You're scaring me. The words hit harder than anything else that night. Harder than the window. Harder than the fall. Harder than the running. I closed my eyes, swallowing against the tightness in my throat. I didn't want to scare her. I never wanted that. I opened my eyes slowly, the cold air stinging them. Her message sat on the screen like it was glowing from the inside. You're scaring me. I read it again. The words hit the same way each time, sharp, honest, too real to hide from. I wiped my face with my sleeve, even though it didn't help much. My breath came out uneven. My hands wouldn't stay still. I typed back slowly, each letter feeling heavier than it should have. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. I just panicked. I stared at the message for a long second before sending it. The read receipt appeared almost immediately. My chest tightened. I waited. The wind brushed against my face. My ankle throbbed in a slow, miserable rhythm. A car passed somewhere far off, its headlights sweeping across a distant fence. Then my phone buzzed again. You could have told me. You didn't have to run. I swallowed hard. The guilt hit like a wave, cold and heavy. I typed. I know. I'm sorry. I didn't think. I just reacted. I hesitated. Then added. I didn't want to make things worse for you. I sent it before I could overthink it. The read receipt popped up instantly. My heart thudded once, hard enough to make me sway. I waited again. The night felt too big. The silence felt too sharp. Then. You didn't make anything worse. I just want to know you're safe. I closed my eyes. The words hit deeper than anything else she'd said. They made something inside me loosen, just a little. I typed back. I'm safe. I promise. I didn't know if it was true. But it was what she needed to hear. I stood there on the sidewalk, breathing slowly, trying to steady myself. The cold felt sharper now, like it was cutting through my sleeves, through my hoodie, straight into my chest. My phone felt warm in my hand. Her messages felt warmer. I stared at the screen, reading her last words again. I'm safe. I promise. I wanted that to be true. I wanted her to believe it. I wanted to believe it myself. The street around me was quiet. A single porch light flickered across the road. A dog barked somewhere far away. The wind brushed against my face, carrying the smell of wet pavement. I typed slowly, my fingers stiff from the cold. You should stay home. I don't want you getting in trouble. I hesitated. Then added. I'll be okay. I just need a minute. I sent it before I could change my mind. The read receipt popped up almost instantly. My stomach twisted. I waited. My breath came out in shaky white clouds. My ankle throbbed in a slow, miserable rhythm. The streetlight above me buzzed faintly. Then my phone buzzed again. I'm already out. My heart dropped. I stared at the message, my pulse thudding in my ears. I looked up the street instinctively, even though I knew she wasn't close yet. The night felt suddenly different. Charged. Alive. Dangerous in a way that had nothing to do with the dark. I typed fast, panic rising in my chest. Anna, go back. Please. You don't have to do this. I sent it. The read receipt appeared. I waited, breath held tight in my throat. Then. I'm not leaving you alone out there. Her message sat on the screen like a weight I couldn't hold steady. My breath came out in a shaky rush, fogging the cold air in front of me. I'm not leaving you alone out there. The words hit somewhere deep, somewhere raw. I wiped my face with my sleeve, even though it didn't help much. My hands wouldn't stop shaking. I typed fast. Anna, please. You don't have to do this. I'm fine. I sent it before I could soften it. Before I could make it sound less desperate. The read receipt popped up instantly. I waited. My heart thudded in my chest. My ankle pulsed in slow, miserable waves. The streetlight above me buzzed faintly, like it was listening. Then my phone buzzed again. You're not fine. I closed my eyes. The honesty in those 3 words hit harder than anything else tonight. Harder than the fall. Harder than the running. Harder than the silence. I typed slowly this time. I don't want you getting hurt because of me. I hesitated. Then added. Or in trouble. I sent it. The read receipt appeared. I waited. The wind brushed against my face. My breath came out uneven. The cold seeped deeper into my sleeves. Then. I'm already outside. I'm halfway there. My stomach dropped. I looked up the street instinctively, even though I knew she wasn't close yet. The night felt suddenly sharper. Like everything had shifted. I typed quickly, panic rising again. Anna, stop. Please. Just tell me where you are. I sent it. The read receipt popped up. A long pause. Too long. Then. I can see the hill. My breath caught. I looked up the hill even though I knew I wouldn't see her yet. The street was empty. The wind brushed across the pavement, carrying a cold bite that made my eyes water. I stared at her message again. I can see the hill. She was close. Too close. Closer than I ever wanted her to be on a night like this. My fingers shook as I typed. Anna, stop. Please. Just wait for me there. I sent it before I could think. The read receipt appeared instantly. I waited. My heart thudded in my chest. My ankle pulsed in slow, miserable waves. The streetlight above me buzzed faintly, like it was listening. Then. I'm already walking down. My stomach dropped. I took a step forward without meaning to, pain shooting up my leg so sharply I had to grab the nearest fence to steady myself. I typed fast, breath shaking. Anna, don't. It's dark. Just stay where you are. I sent it. The read receipt popped up. A long pause. Too long. Then. I can see you. I froze. I turned slowly, heart hammering so hard it made my vision blur for a second. And there she was. A small figure at the top of the hill. Hoodie pulled tight. Hair blowing in the wind. Moving toward me with quick, determined steps. My breath left my body all at once. For a second, I couldn't move. She kept coming down the hill, her steps quick but careful, like she was afraid I might vanish if she looked away. The wind pushed her hair across her face. She brushed it back without slowing. My chest tightened so hard it almost hurt. I took a step toward her. Pain shot up my ankle, sharp enough to make me gasp, but I didn't stop. I couldn't. She reached the bottom of the hill and slowed, her eyes locked on mine. Even from a distance, I could see the worry in them. The kind that wasn't loud or dramatic. The kind that settled deep. She stopped a few feet away. Close enough that I could see her breath in the cold air. Close enough that I could see the way her hands trembled at her sides. Neither of us spoke at first. The silence felt thick, like the whole night was holding still around us. She took one small step closer. You're hurt, she said quietly. Her voice wasn't angry. It wasn't sharp. It wasn't anything I'd braced for. It was soft. Scared. Real. I swallowed hard, my throat tight. I'm fine, I said, even though it sounded weak. She shook her head once, slow and certain. You're not. The words hit deeper than I expected. I looked down at the pavement, breath shaking, unable to hold her gaze. She stepped closer again. Close enough that I could feel her warmth in the cold air. Close enough that I didn't have to pretend I wasn't falling apart. You should have told me, she whispered. I closed my eyes. The guilt hit like a wave. The guilt pressed down on me so hard it felt physical. I kept my eyes on the pavement, breath shaking, unable to look at her for more than a second. She stepped closer, slow and careful, like I was something fragile she didn't want to startle. Her voice stayed soft. You scared me, she said. Not because you left. Because you didn't let me help. The words hit deeper than anything else tonight. I swallowed hard, my throat tight. I didn't want to make things worse, I whispered. She shook her head, a small, tired motion. You didn't. I finally looked up. Her eyes were shining in the streetlight, worried and warm and too much all at once. She took another step closer, close enough that I could feel her breath in the cold air. You don't have to run from me, she said quietly. My chest tightened. I didn't know what to do with the softness in her voice. I didn't know what to do with the way she was looking at me. I wiped my face with my sleeve, even though it didn't help much. I'm sorry, I said. I didn't know what else to do. She nodded, like she understood even if she didn't like it. Her hands hovered at her sides, like she wanted to reach for me but wasn't sure if she should. You could have told me, she said. You can always tell me. The words landed somewhere deep, somewhere I didn't know how to protect. I took a shaky breath. The cold stung my lungs. My ankle throbbed in slow, miserable waves. She stepped closer again. Close enough that our sleeves brushed. Close enough that I didn't feel so alone anymore. Come here, she whispered. The words settled between us, soft but certain, like she wasn't asking so much as offering something I didn't know how to take. I stood there, frozen in place, breath shaking in the cold. My ankle throbbed. My chest felt too tight. My thoughts were a mess of guilt and relief and fear and something warmer I didn't have a name for. She stepped closer, slow and careful, giving me time to pull away if I wanted to. I didn't. Her hand lifted halfway, hesitated, then gently touched my sleeve. Just the fabric. Just enough to let me know she was there. The warmth of her fingers bled through the cold cotton. It hit harder than anything else tonight. I swallowed, my throat tight. I didn't mean to scare you, I whispered. She shook her head, her eyes soft in the streetlight. I know, she said. But you did. The honesty stung, but not in a way that pushed me back. More like it pulled something loose inside me. I looked down at her hand on my sleeve. Small. Warm. Steady. I didn't know how to deserve that kind of steadiness. She stepped closer until our shoulders brushed. The contact was light, but it felt like the whole night shifted around it. You don't have to run from me, she said again, quieter this time. I let out a breath I didn't realize I'd been holding. My voice came out small. I'm tired of running. She nodded, like she'd been waiting for me to say it. Then she slipped her hand down, slow and careful, until her fingers found mine. She didn't squeeze. She didn't pull. She just held on. And for the first time all night, I didn't feel like I was falling. We stood there in the cold, our fingers barely linked, like either of us could pull away but neither of us wanted to. The wind moved around us, brushing against our sleeves, carrying the faint smell of wet pavement and winter air. Everything else felt far away, the houses, the streetlights, the whole quiet neighborhood. It was just her. Just me. Just the space between us finally settling. She stepped a little closer, slow and careful, like she was giving me time to breathe. Her shoulder brushed mine. The warmth of it hit harder than the cold ever could. You don't have to do everything alone, she said softly. I swallowed, my throat tight. The words felt too big, too gentle, too much like something I didn't know how to hold. I'm trying, I whispered. She nodded, like she understood even the parts one couldn't say out loud. Her thumb brushed lightly against my hand, barely a movement, but enough to make my chest ache. You scared me, she said again, quieter this time. But I'm here now. I let out a shaky breath. The tension in my shoulders loosened, just a little. My ankle throbbed, but it felt distant, like the pain had moved somewhere else. She looked up at me, eyes soft in the streetlight. Can we go somewhere warm? I nodded. I didn't trust my voice. She squeezed my hand, small, steady, certain. Okay, she whispered. Then let's go home. And for the first time all night, the word didn't feel like something I had to run from. Chapter 8, The First Crack. She didn't answer right away. She just kept her eyes on the ground, like she was trying to decide whether my words were something she was allowed to keep or something she needed to push away before they got too close. You shouldn't, she said finally, barely above a whisper. I know, I said. But I do anyway. She let out a breath that trembled just slightly, the kind of tremble you only hear if you're sitting close enough to notice. People don't usually stay, she said. Not when things get complicated. I'm not people. She gave a small, humorless laugh. You keep saying that. Because it's true. She pulled her sleeves over her hands again, hiding her fingers like she was trying to disappear piece by piece. I don't want to be a problem, she said. You're not. You don't know that. I do. She shook her head, but it wasn't defiant. It was tired. Like she'd been carrying that belief for so long it had become muscle memory. I don't want you to feel responsible for me, she said. I don't, I said. I just care. That's all. She looked at me then, and for a moment her expression softened in a way that made my chest tighten. Not because she looked sad. Because she looked like she didn't know what to do with kindness. I don't know how to let people care, she said quietly. You don't have to know how, I said. You just have to let it happen. She stared at me for a long moment, like she was trying to figure out whether I meant it or whether she was imagining the steadiness in my voice. Then she looked away again, her shoulders curling inward just slightly. It scares me, she said. What does? Letting someone see the parts one don't like. I nodded slowly. Everyone has parts like that. Not like mine. You don't know that. She didn't argue. She didn't agree either. She just sat there, breathing slowly, like she was trying to keep herself from unraveling. A gust of wind moved through the trees, scattering a few leaves across the pavement. She watched them drift, her eyes following the movement like it was easier than looking at me. Can I tell you something? I asked. She hesitated, then nodded once. I don't worry about you because I think you're fragile, I said. I worry because you act like you don't deserve anyone worrying. Her breath caught, just barely, but enough. That's not true, she whispered. It is. She closed her eyes for a moment, and when she opened them again, they looked different. Not brighter. Not clearer. Just honest. Like she'd stopped holding something in for a second. I don't know what to do with that, she said. You don't have to do anything. She looked down at her hands again, twisting her fingers together inside her sleeves. Then what happens now? I shrugged lightly. Nothing. We just sit here. And you don't have to pretend with me. She didn't look at me, but she leaned back against the wall behind us, her shoulder brushing mine for a moment before settling just an inch away. Not touching. Not pulling away. Just existing in the space between. Okay, she said softly. And for the first time, it didn't sound like a word she used to end a conversation. It sounded like a beginning. We stayed behind the school until the shadows stretched long across the pavement, the kind of late-day light that makes everything look softer than it really is. Anna didn't say much after that last okay, but she didn't close off either. She just sat there, breathing like she was trying to relearn the rhythm of it. I didn't push her. I didn't ask for more. I just stayed beside her, letting the quiet settle around us like a blanket someone forgot to shake the dust out of. It wasn't comfortable, exactly. But it wasn't uncomfortable either. It was something in between, something fragile that felt like it would break if either of us moved too fast. Eventually she shifted, pulling one leg down and stretching it out in front of her. Her shoe scraped lightly against the concrete. You ever think about leaving? She asked. I glanced at her. Leaving what? This place. This school. This town. All of it. I shrugged. Sometimes. Sometimes like, once in a while? Or sometimes like every day? Depends on the day. She nodded slowly, like that answer made sense to her in a way she didn't want to admit. I think about it a lot, she said. More than I should. Why should? She pulled her sleeves over her hands again. Because it feels like running. Maybe running isn't always bad. She gave a small, tired smile. You say that like you've ever run from anything. I have. Like what? I hesitated. Not because I didn't know the answer, but because saying it out loud felt like peeling back a layer I wasn't sure I wanted exposed. But she'd given me something real earlier. It felt wrong not to give something back. Myself, I said. She looked at me then, really looked, like she was trying to see the truth behind the words. Did it work? Not really. She let out a breath that might have been a laugh if it had more strength. Yeah, she said. That sounds about right. A bird landed on the fence a few yards away, hopping along the metal rail like it was late for something. Anna watched it for a moment, her eyes following its movements with a kind of quiet focus I'd only ever seen when she was trying to keep her thoughts from spiraling. You ever feel like you're supposed to be someone else? She asked. All the time. Someone better? Someone different. She nodded again, slower this time. I feel like that a lot, she said. Like I'm disappointing someone I can't even name. I didn't know what to say to that. Not immediately. So I let the silence stretch for a few seconds before I spoke. You're not disappointing me. She didn't look at me. You don't know everything about me. I don't need to. You might change your mind. I won't. She pulled her knees back up, hugging them loosely. You say that like it's easy. It's not. She rested her chin on her sleeve again, her eyes drifting toward the cracked pavement. I don't want to be a burden, she said quietly. You're not. You don't know that. I do. She shook her head, but it wasn't a denial. It was more like she didn't know how to accept the words without breaking something inside herself. I don't want to need anyone, she said. You don't have to need me. She looked up, confused. Then why are you here? I swallowed. Because I want to be. Her expression shifted just slightly, just enough to show something unguarded beneath it. People don't usually stay because they want to, she said. They stay because they feel like they have to. I don't. She studied me for a long moment, her eyes searching mine like she was trying to find the catch, the hidden condition, the part where I'd eventually pull away. When she didn't find it, she looked down again, her fingers tightening around her sleeves. I don't know how to believe that, she whispered. You don't have to believe it yet. She blinked, surprised. Yet? Yeah. She let out a slow breath, her shoulders loosening just a little. You make things sound simple, she said. They're not. Then why do you talk like they are? Because someone has to. She didn't respond. But she didn't pull away either. She just sat there, letting the quiet settle again, letting the moment breathe without trying to control it. A car door slammed somewhere in the parking lot. A teacher's voice echoed faintly from the front of the building. The world kept moving, but back here it felt like time had slowed down just enough for both of us to catch up to ourselves. Blake, she said softly. Yeah? Thanks for not leaving. I nodded, even though she wasn't looking at me. I'm not going anywhere. She didn't say anything else. She didn't have to. The way she exhaled, slow, shaky, but real, was enough to tell me something had shifted. Not a lot. Not everything. Just enough to be the first crack. The sun had dipped low enough that the back wall of the school was turning that muted orange color it always got in late afternoon, the kind that made everything feel a little softer, a little less sharp. Anna shifted beside me, pulling her backpack closer like she was grounding herself with the weight of it. Do you ever feel like you're watching your own life from the outside? She asked suddenly. I looked over at her. Sometimes. Like you're there, but not really there. Yeah, I said. I know that feeling. She nodded, her eyes fixed on the cracked pavement. It's been happening a lot lately. I didn't say anything. I didn't want to fill the space with the wrong words. She wasn't asking for advice. She was letting something out piece by piece, like she was afraid it would spill too fast if she didn't control the flow. It's like I'm walking through everything with this delay, she said. Like everyone else is reacting in real time, and I'm catching up 5 seconds later. That sounds exhausting. It is. She pulled her sleeves over her hands again, her fingers disappearing into the fabric. I don't tell people that, she said. They'd think I'm being dramatic. I don't. She gave a small, almost invisible smile. I know. The breeze picked up, brushing her hair across her cheek. She didn't fix it. She never did. It was one of those small things I'd noticed without meaning to, the way she let the world move around her without adjusting herself to match it. You ever feel like you're disappointing people just by existing? She asked. The question hit harder than I expected. Yeah, I said quietly. More than I'd like to admit. She looked at me then, her eyes searching mine like she was trying to see if I was telling the truth or just saying what she wanted to hear. When she didn't find any doubt, she looked away again, her shoulders loosening just a little. I don't want to be like this, she said. I don't want to feel like I'm too much. You're not too much. You don't know that. I do, I said. Because I'm here. And I'm not overwhelmed. I'm not annoyed. I'm not waiting for you to be different. She swallowed, her throat tightening just slightly. I don't know how to believe that. You don't have to believe it yet, I said. You just have to hear it. She let out a slow breath, her fingers curling into the fabric of her sleeves. It scares me, she said. What does? Letting someone see the parts one don't like. Everyone has parts like that. Not like mine. You don't know that, I said. You think you're the only one who feels broken sometimes, but you're not. She didn't respond. She didn't argue either. She just sat there, breathing slowly, like she was trying to keep herself from unraveling. Blake, she said after a moment. Yeah? Why do you care so much? I hesitated. Not because I didn't know the answer, but because saying it out loud felt like stepping into something I couldn't step back out of. Because you matter to me, I said. She blinked, her eyes softening in a way that made my chest tighten. I don't know what to do with that. You don't have to do anything. She looked down at her hands again, twisting her fingers together inside her sleeves. I'm not used to people staying. I'm not people. A small, unsteady laugh escaped her, the kind that wasn't really laughter but something close enough to count. She leaned back against the wall, her shoulder brushing mine for a second before settling just an inch away. It feels weird, she said. What does? Letting someone sit with me like this. Weird good or weird bad? She thought about it for a moment. Weird, safe, she said finally. Something in my chest loosened at that. Not because it was romantic. Not because it meant anything more than what it was. But because it was the first time she'd said anything that sounded like trust. Good, I said quietly. She didn't look at me, but she didn't pull away either. She just breathed, slow and uneven, like she was letting herself exist without performing anything. Can we stay a little longer? She asked. Yeah, I said. As long as you want. She nodded, her eyes drifting toward the fading light. Okay. And for the first time, the word didn't sound like a shield. It sounded like she meant it. The light kept fading, slipping from orange to something closer to blue, the kind of in-between color that made the world feel quieter than it already was. Anna shifted again, pulling her backpack onto her lap like she needed something solid to hold on to. I didn't comment. I'd learned that sometimes she needed her hands busy so her mind didn't feel like it was floating away. Do you ever feel like you're supposed to be stronger than you are? She asked. I nodded. Yeah. Like everyone expects you to handle things you don't even know how to name. Yeah, I said again. I get that. She let out a breath, her shoulders rising and falling in a slow, uneven rhythm. I hate that feeling. Me too. She looked over at me, her eyes searching my face like she was trying to figure out if I was just agreeing to make her feel better. When she didn't find any doubt, she looked away again, her fingers tightening around the strap of her backpack. I don't know how to talk about this stuff, she said. You're doing fine. It doesn't feel fine. It doesn't have to feel fine. She blinked, surprised by that. Then what's the point? The point is you're not holding it alone. She didn't respond. Not right away. She just stared at the ground, her hair falling forward like a curtain she could hide behind if she needed to. But she didn't hide. Not fully. Not the way she usually did. I'm scared of needing people, she said quietly. I know. I don't want to depend on anyone. You don't have to. Then why does it feel like I'm failing if I can't do everything by myself? I swallowed, the answer sitting heavy in my chest. Because someone taught you that, I said. Someone made you think you're only worth something if you don't take up space. Her breath caught. I barely, but enough. That's not true, I added. You're allowed to take up space. She shook her head, her voice barely audible. It doesn't feel like it. I know, I said. But feelings aren't facts. She let out a shaky breath, her fingers curling into the fabric of her sleeves. I don't know how to unlearn that. You don't have to unlearn it all at once. Then how? One moment at a time, I said. Like this. She looked at me again, and this time her expression wasn't guarded or confused. It was something else, something raw, something that looked like she was standing on the edge of a cliff and trying to decide whether to step forward or back. I don't want to break, she whispered. You're not breaking. It feels like I am. It's just the pressure, I said. Not you. She closed her eyes for a moment, her breath unsteady. When she opened them again, they were softer, like something inside her had loosened just enough to let the air in. I don't know why you're still here, she said. Because I want to be. You keep saying that. Because it's true. She looked down at her hands, twisting her fingers together inside her sleeves. I don't want to push you away, she said. But I don't know how to let you stay. You don't have to know how, I said. You just have to not run. She let out a breath that trembled at the end. I'm trying. I know. She leaned back against the wall again, her shoulder brushing mine for a second before settling just close enough that I could feel her warmth without touching her. It wasn't intentional. It wasn't careful. It was just honest. It's getting dark, she said softly. Yeah. We should probably go. If you want to. She hesitated, her eyes drifting toward the fading sky. Not yet. I nodded. Okay. She didn't say anything else. She didn't have to. The way she breathed, slow, uneven, but real, was enough to tell me she was still here, still trying, still letting the moment hold her without collapsing under it. And for the first time, it felt like the crack wasn't widening. It was letting light in. The sky had shifted fully into evening by the time either of us moved again. The last of the sunlight clung to the tops of the trees, fading slow enough that it felt like the world was trying to give us a few extra minutes before everything went dark. Anna pulled her knees closer, resting her chin on her sleeve, her eyes distant in a way that didn't feel like she was drifting away from me, just drifting through her own thoughts. Do you ever feel like you're waiting for something? She asked quietly. All the time. But you don't know what it is. Yeah, I said. That part too. She nodded, her gaze fixed on the cracked pavement. I keep thinking there's supposed to be some moment where everything makes sense. Like a switch flips. Like I wake up one day and suddenly I'm not this. This? She hesitated. Tired. Confused. Heavy. I didn't rush to answer. I didn't want to say something that made her feel like she had to defend herself. Maybe the moment isn't something that happens all at once, I said. Maybe it's small things. Little shifts. Like what? Like letting someone sit with you, I said. Even when you don't feel okay. She looked at me then, her eyes soft in a way that made my chest tighten. That feels like a big thing, she said. It is. She let out a breath, her shoulders loosening just slightly. I don't know why it's easier with you. Maybe because I'm not asking you to be anything. She blinked, surprised by that. Most people do. I'm not most people. A small, tired smile tugged at the corner of her mouth. You keep saying that. Because it keeps being true. She looked away again, her fingers tracing the edge of her sleeve. I don't want to mess this up, she said softly. You're not messing anything up. You don't know that. I do, I said. Because you're here. That's enough. She swallowed, her throat tightening just slightly. I don't want to push you away, she said. But I don't know how to let you stay. You don't have to know how, I said. You just have to not run. She let out a shaky breath. I'm trying. I know. A car engine started somewhere in the parking lot, the sound echoing faintly against the brick walls. The world was winding down, but neither of us moved. It felt like leaving would break something fragile we'd only just managed to hold together. Blake, she said after a long moment. Yeah? Do you ever feel like you're pretending to be okay so other people don't worry? Yeah, I said quietly. More than I should. She nodded, her eyes drifting toward the ground again. I don't want you to do that with me. The words hit harder than I expected. I won't, I said. Not with you. She looked at me again, and this time her expression wasn't guarded or confused. It was something else, something raw, something honest, something that felt like she was letting me see a part of her she usually kept locked away. Okay, she whispered. The word wasn't small this time. It wasn't scared. It wasn't a shield. It was acceptance. Quiet, fragile, real. She stood slowly, brushing off the back of her jeans. I stood too, giving her space, not crowding her. She slung her backpack over one shoulder, the strap slipping a little before she adjusted it. Walk me out, she asked. Yeah, I said. Of course. We started toward the side path that led to the parking lot, the gravel crunching softly under our shoes. She didn't walk fast. She didn't walk ahead. She stayed beside me, close enough that our steps fell into the same rhythm without either of us trying. When we reached the corner of the building, she paused, looking back at the spot where we'd been sitting. Her expression shifted, something like recognition, something like fear, something like relief. Today felt different, she said. In a good way? She nodded. In a real way. I didn't say anything. I didn't need to. The moment held itself. She turned back toward the parking lot, her voice softer than the fading light. Thanks for staying, she said. Always, I said. And as we walked into the evening, it felt like the crack in her armor wasn't something breaking. It was something beginning. That's on me. We walked slowly toward the parking lot, the gravel crunching under our shoes in a rhythm that felt almost too steady for how the air around us had changed. Anna kept her backpack slung over one shoulder, the strap slipping every few steps before she pushed it back up again. She didn't seem to notice she was doing it. Her mind was somewhere else, somewhere I couldn't see. Do you ever think about how fast things can change? She asked suddenly. I glanced at her. What do you mean? Like, one day everything feels normal, and then something happens and it's not. Yeah, I said. I've thought about that. She nodded, her eyes fixed on the path ahead. It scares me, she said. How fragile everything is. I didn't answer right away. The way she said it, quiet, almost detached, made something cold settle in my chest. Not because she sounded dramatic. Because she didn't. She sounded like someone stating a fact she'd been carrying for a long time. Things don't break that easily, I said. They do, she whispered. You just don't always see the cracks until it's too late. I stopped walking for a second. She didn't notice until she was a few steps ahead. When she turned back, her expression softened, like she realized she'd said more than she meant to. I didn't mean, she started. It's okay, I said. You can say things like that. She looked down at her shoes. I don't want to worry you. I already told you, I said. I worry because I care. Not because you're a problem. She swallowed, her throat tightening just slightly. I don't want to be something people regret caring about. The words hit harder than anything she'd said all day. Not because they were dramatic. Because they were honest. Too honest. I won't regret it, I said. She didn't look convinced. She didn't argue either. She just stood there, breathing slowly, like she was trying to keep herself from unraveling. Sometimes I feel like I'm disappearing, she said quietly. The sentence landed like a stone in my stomach. You're not. It feels like I am. Anna? Not literally, she said quickly. Just fading. Like I'm here, but not really here. Like the world keeps moving and I'm stuck in the same place. I stepped closer, not enough to crowd her, just enough that she could feel I wasn't pulling away. You're not fading, I said. I see you. She closed her eyes for a moment, her breath unsteady. I don't know how long I can keep pretending I'm okay. You don't have to pretend with me. She opened her eyes again, and for a moment they looked almost glassy in the fading light. Not like she was about to cry. More like she was holding something back so tightly it was starting to slip through the cracks. I'm tired, Blake, she said. Really tired. I know. Not the kind of tired sleep fixes. The cold feeling in my chest tightened. I know, I said again, softer this time. She looked away, her fingers twisting the strap of her backpack. I don't want to fall apart. You're not falling apart. It feels like I am. Then let me be here while you do, I said. You don't have to do it alone. She didn't answer. She didn't move. She just stood there, breathing slow and uneven, like she was trying to decide whether to let herself lean into the moment or step back from it. Can we sit for a minute? She asked finally. Yeah, I said. Of course. We walked to the edge of the parking lot where the curb dipped into a patch of grass. She sat first, pulling her knees up again, her sleeves covering her hands. I sat beside her, leaving just enough space that she could move away if she needed to. She didn't. The sky above us had turned a deep blue, the first stars barely visible through the thin veil of clouds. The air felt heavier now, like the world was holding its breath. Do you ever think about how people just disappear from each other's lives? She asked. Sometimes. Like one day they're there, and the next they're not. Yeah, I said quietly. I've thought about that too. She nodded, her eyes distant. It happens fast, she said. Faster than people think. I didn't know what to say to that. Not because I didn't have words. Because the words I had felt too small for the weight of what she was saying. I don't want that to happen to us, I said. She looked at me then, her expression unreadable. Me neither, she said softly. But the way she said it, gentle, fragile, almost resigned, made something inside me twist. Like she wasn't sure she could stop it. Like she already felt the distance forming. Like she knew something I didn't. We stayed on the curb longer than we probably should have, the sky darkening around us until the parking lot lights flickered on with that soft electric hum that always made the evening feel colder. Anna rested her chin on her sleeve again, her eyes following the glow from the nearest lamp like she was trying to memorize the shape of it. It's weird, she said quietly. How the world keeps going even when you feel stuck. I nodded. Yeah. Like everyone else is moving forward and you're just watching. I know that feeling. She didn't look at me. I don't want to get left behind. You won't. She let out a breath that didn't sound convinced. People say that, she said. But they don't know what they're promising. I do. She shook her head, her hair falling across her cheek. You don't know everything about me. I don't need to. You might change your mind, she whispered. I won't. She didn't argue. She didn't agree either. She just stared at the ground, her fingers curling into the fabric of her sleeves like she was holding herself together by the seams. Sometimes I think people only stay until it gets hard, she said. I'm not going anywhere. She swallowed, her throat tightening. You say that now. I'll say it tomorrow too. She closed her eyes for a moment, her breath unsteady. I don't want to be something people walk away from, she said. But I feel like I am. You're not. You don't know that. I do, I said. Because I'm here. She opened her eyes again, and for a moment they looked almost hollow in the dim light, not empty, just tired in a way that went deeper than anything she'd said out loud. I don't know how to keep going like this, she whispered. The words hit me like a cold wind. Not because they were dramatic. Because they weren't. They were quiet. Too quiet. You don't have to figure everything out tonight, I said. I know. You don't have to figure it out alone. She looked at me then, and something in her expression shifted, small, subtle, but real. Like she wanted to believe me but didn't know how. I'm scared, she said. Of what? She hesitated, her fingers tightening around her sleeves. Of what happens if I stop pretending? Nothing bad happens, I said. She shook her head. You don't know that. I know you won't lose me. She looked away again, her eyes drifting toward the dark outline of the school building. People say that, she murmured. Right before they leave. I'm not leaving. She didn't respond. She didn't have to. The silence between us said enough, heavy, fragile, stretched thin like a thread pulled too tight. A car drove past on the main road, its headlights sweeping across the parking lot in a slow arc. The light passed over her face for a second, catching the faint shine in her eyes before fading into the dark again. We should go, she said softly. If you want. She stood slowly, brushing off her jeans. I stood too, giving her space, not crowding her. She adjusted her backpack strap again, the motion automatic, like she didn't even feel the weight of it anymore. Walk with me, she asked. Yeah, I said. Of course. We started toward the exit, our steps falling into the same rhythm again. She didn't walk ahead. She didn't fall behind. She stayed beside me, close enough that I could hear her breathing, slow, uneven, but steady enough to keep her grounded. When we reached the edge of the lot, she paused, looking back at the school one more time. Her expression shifted, something like recognition, something like fear, something like she was seeing a version of herself she didn't know how to carry anymore. Blake, she said. Yeah? Thanks for today. You don't have to thank me. I do, she said quietly. You don't know how much it means. I didn't answer. I didn't trust myself to. The moment felt too delicate, too close to something I couldn't name. She turned toward the sidewalk, her voice barely above a whisper. I don't know how long I can keep pretending, she said. But I'm trying. I know. She nodded once, her eyes drifting toward the dark street ahead. I just hope trying is enough. The way she said it, soft, resigned, almost like a confession, made something inside me twist. Like she wasn't sure she'd make it to the part where things got better. Like she already felt the ending long before it came. Like she was walking toward something she couldn't turn back from. And I didn't know it then. But this was the moment I'd replay later. The moment I'd wish I'd held on to harder. The moment I'd realize was the first real warning. We stayed on the curb longer than we probably should have, the sky darkening around us until the parking lot lights flickered on with that soft electric hum that always made the evening feel colder. Anna rested her chin on her sleeve again, her eyes following the glow from the nearest lamp like she was trying to memorize the shape of it. It's weird, she said quietly. How the world keeps going even when you feel stuck. I nodded. Yeah. Like everyone else is moving forward and you're just watching. I know that feeling. She didn't look at me. I don't want to get left behind. You won't. She let out a breath that didn't sound convinced. People say that, she said. But they don't know what they're promising. I do. She shook her head, her hair falling across her cheek. You don't know everything about me. I don't need to. You might change your mind, she whispered. I won't. She didn't argue. She didn't agree either. She just stared at the ground, her fingers curling into the fabric of her sleeves like she was holding herself together by the seams. Sometimes I think people only stay until it gets hard, she said. I'm not going anywhere. She swallowed, her throat tightening. You say that now. I'll say it tomorrow too. She closed her eyes for a moment, her breath unsteady. I don't want to be something people walk away from, she said. But I feel like I am. You're not. You don't know that. I do, I said. Because I'm here. She opened her eyes again, and for a moment they looked almost hollow in the dim light, not empty, just tired in a way that went deeper than anything she'd said out loud. I don't know how to keep going like this, she whispered. The words hit me like a cold wind. Not because they were dramatic. Because they weren't. They were quiet. Too quiet. You don't have to figure everything out tonight, I said. I know. You don't have to figure it out alone. She looked at me then, and something in her expression shifted, small, subtle, but real. Like she wanted to believe me but didn't know how. I'm scared, she said. Of what? She hesitated, her fingers tightening around her sleeves. Of what happens if I stop pretending? Nothing bad happens, I said. She shook her head. You don't know that. I know you won't lose me. She looked away again, her eyes drifting toward the dark outline of the school building. People say that, she murmured. Right before they leave. I'm not leaving. She didn't respond. She didn't have to. The silence between us said enough, heavy, fragile, stretched thin like a thread pulled too tight. A car drove past on the main road, its headlights sweeping across the parking lot in a slow arc. The light passed over her face for a second, catching the faint shine in her eyes before fading into the dark again. We should go, she said softly. If you want. She stood slowly, brushing off her jeans. I stood too, giving her space, not crowding her. She adjusted her backpack strap again, the motion automatic, like she didn't even feel the weight of it anymore. Walk with me, she asked. Yeah, I said. Of course. We started toward the exit, our steps falling into the same rhythm again. She didn't walk ahead. She didn't fall behind. She stayed beside me, close enough that I could hear her breathing, slow, uneven, but steady enough to keep her grounded. When we reached the edge of the lot, she paused, looking back at the school one more time. Her expression shifted, something like recognition, something like fear, something like she was seeing a version of herself she didn't know how to carry anymore. Blake, she said. Yeah? Thanks for today. You don't have to thank me. I do, she said quietly. You don't know how much it means. I didn't answer. I didn't trust myself to. The moment felt too delicate, too close to something I couldn't name. She turned toward the sidewalk, her voice barely above a whisper. I don't know how long I can keep pretending, she said. But I'm trying. I know. She nodded once, her eyes drifting toward the dark street ahead. I just hope trying is enough. The way she said it, soft, resigned, almost like a confession, made something inside me twist. Like she wasn't sure she'd make it to the part where things got better. Like she already felt the ending long before it came. Like she was walking toward something she couldn't turn back from. And I didn't know it then. But this was the moment I'd replay later. The moment I'd wish I'd held on to harder. The moment I'd realize was the first real warning. We walked slowly toward the parking lot, the gravel crunching under our shoes in a rhythm that felt almost too steady for how the air around us had changed. Anna kept her backpack slung over one shoulder, the strap slipping every few steps before she pushed it back up again. She didn't seem to notice she was doing it. Her mind was somewhere else, somewhere I couldn't see. Do you ever think about how fast things can change? She asked suddenly. I glanced at her. What do you mean? Like, one day everything feels normal, and then something happens and it's not. Yeah, I said. I've thought about that. She nodded, her eyes fixed on the path ahead. It scares me, she said. How fragile everything is. I didn't answer right away. The way she said it, quiet, almost detached, made something cold settle in my chest. Not because she sounded dramatic. Because she didn't. She sounded like someone stating a fact she'd been carrying for a long time. Things don't break that easily, I said. They do, she whispered. You just don't always see the cracks until it's too late. I stopped walking for a second. She didn't notice until she was a few steps ahead. When she turned back, her expression softened, like she realized she'd said more than she meant to. I didn't mean, she started. It's okay, I said. You can say things like that. She looked down at her shoes. I don't want to worry you. I already told you, I said. I worry because I care. Not because you're a problem. She swallowed, her throat tightening just slightly. I don't want to be something people regret caring about. The words hit harder than anything she'd said all day. Not because they were dramatic. Because they were honest. Too honest. I won't regret it, I said. She didn't look convinced. She didn't argue either. She just stood there, breathing slowly, like she was trying to keep herself from unraveling. Sometimes I feel like I'm disappearing, she said quietly. The sentence landed like a stone in my stomach. You're not. It feels like I am. Anna? Not literally, she said quickly. Just fading. Like I'm here, but not really here. Like the world keeps moving and I'm stuck in the same place. I stepped closer, not enough to crowd her, just enough that she could feel I wasn't pulling away. You're not fading, I said. I see you. She closed her eyes for a moment, her breath unsteady. I don't know how long I can keep pretending I'm okay. You don't have to pretend with me. She opened her eyes again, and for a moment they looked almost glassy in the fading light. Not like she was about to cry. More like she was holding something back so tightly it was starting to slip through the cracks. I'm tired, Blake, she said. Really tired. I know. Not the kind of tired sleep fixes. The cold feeling in my chest tightened. I know, I said again, softer this time. She looked away, her fingers twisting the strap of her backpack. I don't want to fall apart. You're not falling apart. It feels like I am. Then let me be here while you do, I said. You don't have to do it alone. She didn't answer. She didn't move. She just stood there, breathing slow and uneven, like she was trying to decide whether to let herself lean into the moment or step back from it. Can we sit for a minute? She asked finally. Yeah, I said. Of course. We walked to the edge of the parking lot where the curb dipped into a patch of grass. She sat first, pulling her knees up again, her sleeves covering her hands. I sat beside her, leaving just enough space that she could move away if she needed to. She didn't. The sky above us had turned a deep blue, the first stars barely visible through the thin veil of clouds. The air felt heavier now, like the world was holding its breath. Do you ever think about how people just disappear from each other's lives? She asked. Sometimes. Like one day they're there, and the next they're not. Yeah, I said quietly. I've thought about that too. She nodded, her eyes distant. It happens fast, she said. Faster than people think. I didn't know what to say to that. Not because I didn't have words. Because the words I had felt too small for the weight of what she was saying. I don't want that to happen to us, I said. She looked at me then, her expression unreadable. Me neither, she said softly. But the way she said it, gentle, fragile, almost resigned, made something inside me twist. Like she wasn't sure she could stop it. Like she already felt the distance forming. Like she knew something I didn't. We stayed on the curb longer than we probably should have, the sky darkening around us until the parking lot lights flickered on with that soft electric hum that always made the evening feel colder. Anna rested her chin on her sleeve again, her eyes following the glow from the nearest lamp like she was trying to memorize the shape of it. "It's weird," she said quietly. "How the world keeps going even when you feel stuck." I nodded. "Yeah. Like everyone else is moving forward and you're just watching." "I know that feeling." She didn't look at me. "I don't want to get left behind." "You won't." She let out a breath that didn't sound convinced. "People say that," she said. "But they don't know what they're promising." "I do." She shook her head, her hair falling across her cheek. "You don't know everything about me." "I don't need to." "You might change your mind," she whispered. "I won't." She didn't argue. She didn't agree either. She just stared at the ground, her fingers curling into the fabric of her sleeves like she was holding herself together by the seams. "Sometimes I think people only stay until it gets hard," she said. "I'm not going anywhere." She swallowed, her throat tightening. "You say that now. I'll say it tomorrow too." She closed her eyes for a moment, her breath unsteady. "I don't want to be something people walk away from," she said. "But I feel like I am." "You're not. You don't know that." "I do," I said. "Because I'm here." She opened her eyes again, and for a moment they looked almost hollow in the dim light, not empty, just tired in a way that went deeper than anything she'd said out loud. "I don't know how to keep going like this," she whispered. The words hit me like a cold wind. Not because they were dramatic. Because they weren't. They were quiet. Too quiet. "You don't have to figure everything out tonight," I said. "I know. You don't have to figure it out alone." She looked at me then, and something in her expression shifted, small, subtle, but real. Like she wanted to believe me but didn't know how. "I'm scared," she said. "Of what?" She hesitated, her fingers tightening around her sleeves. "Of what happens if I stop pretending." "Nothing bad happens," I said. She shook her head. "You don't know that." "I know you won't lose me." She looked away again, her eyes drifting toward the dark outline of the school building. "People say that," she murmured. "Right before they leave." "I'm not leaving." She didn't respond. She didn't have to. The silence between us said enough, heavy, fragile, stretched thin like a thread pulled too tight. A car drove past on the main road, its headlights sweeping across the parking lot in a slow arc. The light passed over her face for a second, catching the faint shine in her eyes before fading into the dark again. "We should go," she said softly. "If you want." She stood slowly, brushing off her jeans. I stood too, giving her space, not crowding her. She adjusted her backpack strap again, the motion automatic, like she didn't even feel the weight of it anymore. "Walk with me?" she asked. "Yeah," I said. "Of course." We started toward the exit, our steps falling into the same rhythm again. She didn't walk ahead. She didn't fall behind. She stayed beside me, close enough that I could hear her breathing, slow, uneven, but steady enough to keep her grounded. When we reached the edge of the lot, she paused, looking back at the school one more time. Her expression shifted, something like recognition, something like fear, something like she was seeing a version of herself she didn't know how to carry anymore. "Blake," she said. "Yeah?" "Thanks for today." "You don't have to thank me." "I do," she said quietly. "You don't know how much it means." I didn't answer. I didn't trust myself to. The moment felt too delicate, too close to something I couldn't name. She turned toward the sidewalk, her voice barely above a whisper. "I don't know how long I can keep pretending," she said. But I'm trying. I know. She nodded once, her eyes drifting toward the dark street ahead. I just hope trying is enough. The way she said it, soft, resigned, almost like a confession, made something inside me twist. Like she wasn't sure she'd make it to the part where things got better. Like she already felt the ending long before it came. Like she was walking toward something she couldn't turn back from. And I didn't know it then. But this was the moment I'd replay later. The moment I'd wish I'd held on to harder. The moment I'd realize was the first real warning. Chapter 9, Netflix and Grill. Anna's mother called me on a Thursday, which was already strange enough to make my stomach tighten. She never called me. She barely texted me. Most of the time, she treated me like a polite extension of Anna's life, someone she appreciated but didn't quite know what to do with. So when her name lit up my phone, I stared at it for a second before answering. "Hi, Blake," she said, too gently. Too carefully. "Do you have a minute?" My stomach tightened immediately. "Yeah," I said. "Is everything okay?" "Everything's fine," she replied quickly, which usually meant something wasn't. "I was just wondering if you're free this weekend." I leaned back slightly in my chair, confused already. "I think so," I said. "Good," she said. "I'm having a barbecue on Saturday. I'd really like you to come." I blinked. "Me?" She laughed softly, but the sound didn't reach all the way into itself. "Yes, you," she said. "I think it would be good for Anna." There it was. The real sentence underneath the invitation. I stared at the wall for a second after she said it, my fingers tightening slightly around the phone. "I'll be there," I said. 4:00, she replied. "Thank you, Blake." Then she hung up before I could ask what she actually meant. I sat there for a while afterward, staring at nothing. Not because the conversation itself had been dramatic. Because it hadn't. That was the problem. Everything about it felt carefully balanced, like she had rehearsed sounding calm ahead of time. Like if she relaxed even slightly, something underneath her voice would spill out. When I told Anna later that night, she barely reacted. She was sitting on her bedroom floor with her back against the side of her bed, sleeves pulled over her hands, staring at a notebook she hadn't written in for the past 10 minutes. "Your mom called me," I said. That got her attention. Not fully. Just enough for her eyes to lift toward me. "Why?" she asked quietly. "Barbecue on Saturday." Something unreadable moved across her face. Then disappeared. "You don't have to go," she said. "I know. It's just neighbors and awkward small talk and my mom pretending everything's normal." I watched her for a second. "Do you want me there?" I asked. She looked back down at the notebook immediately. "I don't know," she said. The honesty of it landed harder than an actual rejection would've. She curled slightly inward after saying it, like she regretted letting the sentence out before she could soften it. So I sat down beside her on the floor. Close enough that our shoulders almost touched. "I still want to go," I said. She stayed quiet. Then finally nodded once. Not enthusiastic. Just tired. The kind of tired that looked older than she was. Saturday arrived wrapped in warm air and charcoal smoke. The entire neighborhood smelled like cut grass and burning lighter fluid, summer pressing itself into every surface hard enough to feel physical. When I pulled up outside her house, I could already hear people talking in the backyard. Laughter. Music playing too quietly through cheap outdoor speakers. The clatter of metal tongs against a grill. Everything normal. Too normal. Anna's mother greeted me at the gate before I even fully stepped into the yard. "Blake," she said brightly. Too brightly. She hugged me. Which immediately told me something was wrong because she had never hugged me before. Not once. "I'm glad you came," she said. "Yeah," I replied carefully. Of course. She looked exhausted up close. Not physically. Emotionally. Like she hadn't relaxed in days. Where's Anna? I asked. Her smile faltered for half a second. Inside, she said. She's getting ready. Getting ready. That phrase carried weight now. It didn't mean makeup or clothes or hair. It meant assembling herself into something functional enough to be seen by other people. I found her sitting in the hallway near the laundry room. Not crying. Not panicking. Just sitting on the floor with her knees pulled to her chest like she had stopped moving halfway through a thought and never restarted. The light above her hummed softly. She looked up when she heard me. You came, she said quietly. I said I would. She gave a small nod. Then looked back at the floor. I leaned against the wall across from her. You okay? I asked. She laughed once through her nose. Not because something was funny. Because the question itself felt impossible. Not especially, she admitted. I didn't answer right away. Because I could tell she wasn't looking for reassurance. She just wanted the truth acknowledged out loud. Outside, somebody shouted over the music. A dog barked somewhere down the street. The entire world kept sounding alive while she sat there looking barely attached to it. You don't have to stay out there the whole time, I said eventually. She shrugged. My mom wants me visible, she replied. That sentence sat wrong in my chest immediately. Not because it sounded cruel. Because it sounded true. Anna finally stood, but slowly, like gravity had become heavier specifically for her. I instinctively stepped closer. Not enough to touch her. Just enough that she could lean if she needed to. She noticed. I could tell she noticed. But she didn't say anything about it. We walked outside together. The backyard was full now. Neighbors balancing paper plates on their laps. Kids running through patches of sunlight. Adults talking too loudly over music nobody was actually listening to. Everywhere I looked, people seemed comfortably inside themselves. Anna didn't. She moved through conversations like someone crossing traffic carefully. Smiling when required. Nodding at the right moments. Keeping herself stitched together through pure concentration. At one point, her mother pulled me quietly aside near the grill. Her voice lowered immediately. She's been having a hard week, she said. I nodded once. I know. Her eyes drifted toward Anna across the yard. I just want her to have one normal day, she whispered. Normal. That word again. Like everyone was trying to build a version of reality sturdy enough to keep Anna inside it. I looked over at her too. She was standing beside the drink table while someone's aunt talked at her enthusiastically about something. Anna nodded politely. But her eyes looked far away. Like she was performing participation instead of actually experiencing it. I'll stay with her, I said quietly. Her mother squeezed my arm. The gratitude in that gesture felt heavier than it should have. Dinner happened slowly. Paper plates. Plastic cups. People talking over each other in overlapping layers until individual conversations stopped sounding separate. Anna sat beside me at the outdoor table, barely touching her food. Every now and then her knee bumped mine under the table. Not intentionally. But she never moved away afterward. Like some part of her needed proof that somebody solid was still next to her. At one point during dinner, somebody asked Anna about school. Not maliciously. Just casually. The kind of harmless question people ask when they don't know there are landmines under ordinary conversations. Senior year coming up soon, right? One of the neighbors said with a smile. You excited? Anna froze for half a second before answering. Not visibly enough for anyone else to notice. But I noticed. I noticed everything about her by then. Yeah, she said finally. Super excited. The sentence sounded correct. That was the problem. It sounded assembled instead of felt. The neighbor kept talking. College. Applications. Scholarships. The future stacked into neat little boxes people pretended were guaranteed. Anna nodded at all the right moments, but her fingers tightened around her plastic fork harder and harder until I thought it might snap. Under the table, her knee pressed against mine again. This time it stayed there. I looked at her sideways. She kept staring straight ahead. Smiling politely. Dying quietly. Nobody else seemed able to see the difference between those things. Eventually the conversation shifted away from her. Anna exhaled slowly through her nose afterward, like she had been holding her breath the entire time. "You okay?" I asked quietly. "Not especially," she murmured without looking at me. Then she immediately smiled at somebody across the table like the sentence had never happened. The speed of it made something twist painfully in my chest. Like watching someone stitch themselves shut in real time. As the sun started lowering behind the houses, the atmosphere in the yard softened slightly. Kids got quieter. Conversations slowed. The sky turned orange in thin streaks between rooftops and power lines. Anna seemed smaller somehow in evening light. Less constructed. Like exhaustion had worn through too many layers for her to keep holding the performance upright. Her mother eventually clapped her hands together lightly. "Movie inside for anyone who wants to cool off," she announced. Most people ignored the offer. But Anna stood immediately. Too immediately. Like she'd been waiting for an excuse to disappear without making it obvious she needed one. She glanced at me briefly. "Come on," she said quietly. I followed her inside without hesitation. The living room felt dim after the backyard sunlight. Cooler too. The air conditioner hummed softly beneath the noise of the television menu screen already glowing blue against the walls. Anna curled into the corner of the couch immediately, pulling a blanket over herself even though it wasn't cold. I sat beside her. Close enough that our shoulders touched lightly. Neither of us moved away. The TV menu shifted to the opening screen for It's a Wonderful Life. Anna stared at it for a second. Then laughed softly through her nose. "My mom loves this movie," she said. "Do you?" I asked. She shrugged beneath the blanket. "I don't know," she admitted. The movie started. Black and white light flickered softly across the room. Outside, muffled laughter still drifted in occasionally through the windows, but it sounded far away now. Like another world happening at a distance neither of us could quite reach. Halfway through the movie, Anna shifted slightly closer. Not dramatically. Just enough for her sleeve to brush against my arm. I could feel the uneven rhythm of her breathing. Slow. Careful. Like each inhale required conscious effort. Then the bridge scene started. George Bailey standing alone in the snow. Tired enough to disappear. Anna went completely still beside me. Not tense. Not startled. Just still in a way that made the room suddenly feel colder. The TV light moved across her face softly. Her eyes looked fixed somewhere far beyond the screen. Then she whispered. "He looks tired." My throat tightened immediately. "Yeah," I said quietly. "He is." Anna swallowed. Still staring at the screen. "I get it," she whispered. The words landed so softly they almost didn't sound dangerous at first. Then they did. All at once. I turned toward her fully. "Anna," I said carefully. She shook her head quickly before I could continue. "I'm not saying I want to jump off a bridge," she said immediately. Too immediately. Like the clarification had already been waiting. Her voice trembled anyway. "I'm just saying." She stopped. Pressed her lips together. Tried again. "I understand why someone would." Outside, Somebody laughed loudly near the grill. The sound crashed strangely against the quiet living room. Like happiness from another dimension bleeding through the walls by mistake. Anna leaned her head slowly against my shoulder. Not softly. Heavily. Like she was using me to stay upright without admitting that's what she was doing. I don't know how to keep pretending, she whispered. I stared at the flickering television screen because looking directly at her suddenly felt too painful. You don't have to pretend with me, I said quietly. Her breathing shook slightly against my shoulder. I don't know how to stop either, she whispered. And something about the way she said it made me realize this wasn't a moment. It wasn't temporary sadness. It wasn't teenage dramatics or exhaustion or some passing emotional storm people expected her to grow out of eventually. This had been living inside her for a long time. Quietly. Patiently. Eating space inside her piece by piece while everyone around her kept asking normal questions about school and college and summer plans. The realization made me feel sick. Because suddenly every strange silence she'd ever fallen into rearranged itself into something heavier. Every joke that ended too abruptly. Every distant look. Every time she said she was tired in a voice that sounded older than exhaustion. And sitting there beside her while the television flickered across the walls, one horrible thought moved quietly through me like ice water. It's ironic that the movie is about trying to live while Anna is trying her hardest not to. Anna didn't move after that. She just stayed against my shoulder, breathing slowly enough that every inhale sounded deliberate. The movie kept playing in front of us, black and white shadows moving across the room, but neither of us was really watching it anymore. The living room felt suspended. Like time had thinned out around us specifically. Outside, the barbecue kept existing without permission from what was happening in there. People laughed. Someone dropped something metal near the grill. Music drifted faintly through the window screen in warped little pieces. Normal life. Completely unaware of the fact that Anna was sitting beside me trying to explain something she barely understood herself. Eventually she whispered. I'm sorry. I looked down at her slightly. For what? She swallowed. For saying stuff like that. Her fingers tightened around the blanket. For ruining the night. I frowned immediately. You didn't ruin anything. She laughed softly through her nose again. No humor in it. Just exhaustion. I ruin everything eventually, she murmured. The sentence sounded practiced. Like she'd repeated it privately enough times that it no longer felt dramatic to her. Just factual. I wanted to argue immediately. Tell her she was wrong. Tell her none of this changed how I saw her. But something about the way she said it stopped me. Not because I agreed. Because I realized reassurance wasn't reaching the place she was speaking from. Her mother peeked briefly into the living room from the hallway then. You two okay in here? She asked gently. Anna straightened immediately. Too fast. Like a reflex. Yeah, she said quickly. We're fine. Fine. The most dishonest word in the English language. Her mother smiled with visible relief. Good, she said softly. Then disappeared back toward the kitchen. The second she was gone, Anna's shoulders collapsed again. Not dramatically. Just enough to show how much effort holding herself upright actually required. She curled deeper beneath the blanket. She worries too much, Anna whispered. She loves you, I said quietly. Anna stared at the TV. She worries because she knows something's wrong with me. There's nothing wrong with you. That finally made her look at me. Not angrily. Almost sadly. Like she wished she could believe that. You really think that? She asked. Yeah. She held my gaze for another second. Then looked away first. I think people can feel when you're becoming too much, she said quietly. The sentence chilled me for reasons I couldn't fully explain. Maybe because it sounded like something she'd already convinced herself was true. "You're not too much," I said. "Not yet," she whispered. Outside, somebody shouted for sparklers. A few seconds later, crackling light flashed briefly against the window. Anna flinched slightly at the sound. "Too loud?" I asked. She shook her head once. Then after a pause. "Too alive." I didn't know what to say to that. Because I understood what she meant immediately. And because I wished I didn't. She pulled her knees closer to her chest beneath the blanket. "I don't know how to be around people anymore," she admitted softly. "You're doing okay." "No," she said immediately. Then quieter. "I'm pretending." The TV flickered across her face again. Pale light. Tired eyes. A person trying desperately not to come apart in front of somebody else. "Pretending takes effort too," I said carefully. She laughed once under her breath. "It takes desperation," she corrected. That one hit hard enough I couldn't respond immediately. Anna rested her forehead against her knees. Her voice became smaller after that. Less protected. "I'm tired of acting okay just so everyone else feels comfortable," she whispered. I looked at her for a long second. Then quietly. "You don't have to act okay with me." She closed her eyes tightly for a moment after I said it. Like the sentence hurt somehow. "I don't know how to stop," she whispered. The honesty in her voice felt almost unbearable. Not because it was dramatic. Because it wasn't. She sounded genuinely lost. Like she'd been performing normalcy for so long she no longer remembered what existed underneath it. I leaned slightly closer without thinking. "You don't have to figure everything out tonight," I said softly. Anna shook her head slowly. "I don't think I can figure it out at all." Something cold settled into my stomach. The room suddenly felt too quiet. Too small. I said her name carefully. "Anna." She lifted her eyes toward me again. Glacier now. Not crying. Just exhausted enough that emotion no longer had enough energy to hide properly. "You're not alone," I said. She stared at me for a long time after that. Long enough that I became aware of my own heartbeat. Like she was searching my face for proof of something. Or maybe searching for the exact point where I'd finally get tired too. "Why do you stay?" she asked quietly. The question hurt more than it should have. Because she sounded genuinely confused by the idea that someone would. I answered before overthinking it. "Because I care about you." She blinked slowly. Then looked away almost immediately after. "I don't know what to do with that," she whispered. "You don't have to do anything." Her jaw tightened slightly. "I don't want to drag you into." She gestured vaguely toward herself. "Toward everything. This." I shook my head immediately. "You're not dragging me anywhere." She let out another small breath through her nose. Almost a laugh. "Almost not." "You say that now," she murmured. "I'll say it tomorrow too." That made her go quiet again. Not because she believed me. Because some part of her wanted to. The movie kept playing quietly in front of us, but it felt far away now. Like the television existed behind glass. Anna stayed curled beneath the blanket beside me, her breathing uneven enough that I kept noticing it without meaning to. Every inhale sounded careful. Measured. Like she was trying not to take up more air than necessary. Outside, the barbecue had started thinning out. Car doors opening. Voices calling goodbye across the yard. The soft crunch of tires pulling away from the curb. The night was ending for everyone else. For us, it felt like something had only just begun. Anna suddenly spoke again without lifting her head. "Do you ever feel like you're disappearing?" I looked at her carefully. "What do you mean?" She was quiet for a few seconds. Then. Like you're fading out of your own life. Her fingers twisted tightly into the blanket. Like people can still see you, but you're already less real than you used to be. The words settled heavily into the room. I swallowed. I don't think you're disappearing, I said quietly. Anna gave the smallest shake of her head. I feel like I am. The television flickered across her face. Soft black and white shadows. She looked ghost-like already sitting there. Like somebody halfway detached from the world around her. I feel like I'm slipping, she whispered. Then after a pause. And nobody notices until you're already gone. My chest tightened painfully. I notice, I said immediately. Anna closed her eyes briefly. You think you do? No, I said. I do. She didn't argue. But she didn't believe me either. I could tell. She pulled the blanket tighter around herself until only part of her face remained visible above it. Outside, somebody lit another sparkler. The crackling light flashed briefly against the living room walls. Anna flinched again. Smaller this time. Instinctive. Too loud? I asked softly. She shook her head. Too alive, she whispered again. That sentence hit differently the second time. Sharper. Like she genuinely felt separate from other people now. Like life itself had become something happening near her instead of inside her. Anna rested her forehead against her knees. I don't know how to be around people anymore, she admitted. I kept my voice careful. You're doing okay. No, she whispered immediately. Then quieter. I'm pretending. The room fell silent again except for the television. George Bailey's voice drifted faintly through the speakers, talking about hope and life and second chances while Anna sat beside me sounding like somebody already halfway gone. Pretending takes strength too, I said. Anna laughed once under her breath. Tired. Thin. No, she said. Pretending takes desperation. That silence afterward felt enormous. Like neither of us knew how to move around what she'd just admitted. Finally she lifted her head slightly. Her eyes looked glassy now. Still dry. But exhausted enough that tears felt unnecessary. I'm tired of acting okay so everyone else feels comfortable, she whispered. You don't have to act okay with me. She stared at me after I said that. Long enough that my heartbeat became distracting. Then quietly. I don't know how to stop. The honesty in her voice made something twist sharply inside my chest. She sounded terrified. Not of other people. Of herself. You don't have to figure everything out tonight, I said carefully. She shook her head slowly. I don't think I can figure it out at all. The sentence barely rose above a whisper. But it landed like something breaking. I said her name softly. Anna. She looked at me again. Really looked at me this time. Like she was trying to memorize whether I seemed scared of her yet. You're not alone, I told her. She held my gaze for several seconds after that. Then finally asked. Why do you stay? The question hurt immediately because of how sincere it sounded. Like she genuinely couldn't understand why anyone would choose this. Why anyone would choose her like this. I answered before I could overthink it. Because I care about you. Anna blinked slowly. Then looked away. I don't know what to do with that, she whispered. You don't have to do anything. Her fingers tightened harder around the blanket. I don't want to drag you down with me. You're not dragging me anywhere. She gave another tiny humorless laugh. You say that now. I'll say it tomorrow too. That made her quiet again. Outside, the final sparklers started crackling somewhere near the driveway. Light flickered briefly through the curtains. Anna watched the glow without reacting much. Then suddenly. Do you ever wonder what things would look like without you? Every muscle in my body tightened. I kept my voice steady anyway. Sometimes. Anna nodded slightly. Still staring toward the window now. I think about it a lot, she admitted. My throat tightened painfully. But I stayed quiet. Instinct told me interrupting her would make the honesty disappear again. I don't think people would notice right away, she whispered. The sentence almost stopped my heart. Anna. I think they'd adjust eventually, she continued softly. Like people always do. I shook my head immediately. That's not true. She shrugged weakly beneath the blanket. Feels true. Feelings aren't facts. That made her smile faintly. Not because she agreed. Because the sentence sounded like something I would say. They're close enough sometimes, she whispered. Then she curled inward again. Smaller. Quieter. Like she was folding herself away piece by piece. I don't want to feel like this anymore, she whispered. I looked at her helplessly. I know. I don't want to be like this. The crack in her voice nearly undid me. You're not broken, I said quietly. Anna laughed softly again. This time it sounded almost sadder than crying would've. You don't know that, she whispered. Dinner was loud in the way family gatherings always are when people are trying too hard to prove they're having a good time. Paper plates. Plastic cups. Someone dropping tongs near the grill and laughing about it too loudly. Neighbors talking over each other while kids ran through the yard with melting popsicles staining their fingers bright colors that looked radioactive under the porch light. Everything smelled like charcoal and sunscreen and cut grass. Anna sat beside me at the patio table, barely touching her food. Her burger sat mostly untouched on her plate, slowly going cold while she pulled tiny pieces off the edge of the bun with absent focus, like she needed her hands doing something repetitive to stop her thoughts from getting too loud. Her knee brushed mine under the table. She didn't move away. Neither did I. Across the yard, somebody opened another soda can. The sharp hiss cut through the noise for half a second before dissolving back into conversation. Anna's mother was moving from table to table with exhausted enthusiasm, smiling too brightly, checking on everyone constantly in the way adults do when they're trying to outrun their own worry. Every few minutes, her eyes drifted back toward Anna. Checking. Counting. Making sure she was still participating in the world. Anna noticed it every time. I could tell. She leaned closer toward me slightly, keeping her voice low enough that nobody else could hear. I hate when people look at me like that, she whispered. Like what? She kept staring at her plate. Like they're waiting for me to be normal again. My chest tightened. You don't have to be anything, I said quietly. She let out a small breath through her nose that almost sounded like a laugh. That's easy for you to say. Why? She finally looked at me then. There was something exhausted behind her eyes that scared me more than if she'd been crying. Because you still know how to exist around people, she said. I didn't know how to answer that. Someone nearby started telling a story loud enough for half the yard to hear. Laughter erupted again. Chairs scraped against concrete. The whole barbecue kept moving around us like a machine designed to manufacture normalcy. Anna looked like she was trapped underneath it. Her fingers tightened slightly around the edge of her plate. Sometimes I feel like everybody else got instructions for life that I missed, she said softly. Anna? No, seriously. She glanced out toward the yard, toward all the laughing people standing under strings of lights that had just started glowing against the evening sky. Look at them, she whispered. They all know how to do this. Do what? Be here. The words settled somewhere deep in my chest. She shook her head before I could answer. I sound insane. You don't. I do. No, I said gently. You sound tired. That made her go quiet. Not defensive. Just still. Like I'd accidentally touched something fragile. A kid sprinted past the table holding sparklers too early while his dad shouted after him about waiting until dark. Anna watched him disappear across the yard. Then she whispered, "I don't think people notice how exhausting it is pretending you're okay all the time." I swallowed. "I notice." She looked at me for a second. Not smiling. Not disbelieving either. Just searching my face like she was trying to decide whether she trusted the sentence enough to stand on it. Eventually she looked away again. "That almost makes it worse," she said quietly. "Why?" "Because then I feel guilty for making people worry." The porch light clicked on above us as the sun dipped lower behind the houses. Everything shifted softer after that. The backyard glowing gold around the edges. Voices blurring together. Night slowly arriving without asking permission first. Anna leaned back in her chair slightly and closed her eyes for a second. "I'm tired," she murmured. "Do you want to go inside?" I asked. She nodded immediately. Too quickly. Like she'd already been waiting for someone to offer her an exit. We stood at the same time. Her mother noticed instantly from across the yard. "Everything okay?" she called. Anna forced a smile so practiced it hurt to look at. "Yeah," she said. "Just gonna watch the movie." Her mother visibly relaxed. "Good idea," she replied. Anna didn't answer. She just started toward the sliding glass door with me beside her, moving through the noise and laughter like someone walking underwater. The second we stepped inside, the quiet wrapped around us differently. Not silent. Just softer. The muffled sound of the barbecue stayed outside while the living room glowed dimly with TV light and the small lamp near the couch. Anna exhaled the second the door shut behind us. Like she'd been holding her breath the entire evening. "You okay?" I asked softly. She stood there for a second without answering. Then she said, very quietly, "Not really." The living room felt quieter after she said it. Not because the house changed, but because something in her had. "Not really," she had said. Like it was the simplest possible truth she could offer without collapsing under it. She didn't move toward the couch right away. Just stood there in the middle of the room, hands half curled at her sides, like she wasn't sure what her body was supposed to do when it stopped pretending. The TV in the next room flickered through previews. Bright, exaggerated laughter from something designed to feel comforting. It didn't reach her. "Do you want to sit down?" I asked. She nodded once. Slow. Like movement had weight again. She sank onto the couch carefully, curling inward immediately, pulling her knees up like she was trying to reclaim the smallest possible version of herself. I sat beside her, leaving space but not distance. Outside, the barbecue kept going without us. The muffled rise and fall of voices leaked through the walls like a separate reality still functioning on schedule. Anna stared at the carpet. "I don't like this feeling," she said. "Which one?" I asked. She hesitated. "Like I'm in a room full of people and still completely alone." I didn't answer immediately, because anything I thought of sounded too small for what she meant. So I just said, "I'm here." She nodded again, but it wasn't relief. It was acknowledgement. Like she was registering a fact, not feeling it. The TV in the other room shifted to the opening of a movie. Familiar music swelling softly through the house. Something nostalgic, something meant to smooth edges. Anna leaned her head back against the couch. Her eyes stayed open. "Do you ever feel like everyone else got something you didn't?" she asked. I thought about it. "Like what?" I said. She didn't look at me when she answered. "Instructions." That word lingered. Instructions. Like life was supposed to come with something printed that she never received. I shifted slightly closer. "I don't think anyone has instructions," I said. She gave a faint, tired breath that almost resembled a laugh. "That makes it worse," she said. "Why?" "Because then everyone else is just better at guessing." Silence settled again. Not empty. Just full of things neither of us was saying out loud. Her fingers traced the edge of the blanket folded on the couch beside her. Small repetitive motion. Something to keep her anchored. I noticed how still her shoulders were. Like she was holding something in place inside herself. "Anna," I said quietly. She didn't respond right away. Then she said, "Yeah." I hesitated. Because I didn't know how to say what I meant without making it heavier. So I kept it simple. "You don't have to perform here." That landed. I could see it in the way her jaw tightened slightly. In the way she blinked slower afterward. "I always am," she said quietly. "Not with me," I said. She turned her head slightly then. Not fully looking at me yet. Just enough to register I was still there. "That's what scares me," she said. I frowned. "Why?" She paused. Like she was deciding whether to let the thought exist out loud. Then she said, "Because if I stop performing and I'm still like this, then it's real." The room felt smaller after that sentence. Not physically. Emotionally. Like the walls had leaned in slightly. I looked at her. She wasn't crying. She wasn't falling apart. That was the unsettling part. She just looked exhausted in a way that had stopped asking for permission. "You're still you," I said. She shook her head a little. "I don't know what that means anymore." Outside, laughter rose again from the yard. Somebody cheering. A chair scraping. Normal life continuing like nothing underneath it was bending. Anna pulled the blanket closer. "I think I'm just tired of being seen and still feeling invisible," she said. I nodded slowly. Because I understood what she meant in a way that didn't need translation. "I see you," I said again. This time, she didn't dismiss it immediately. She just stared at the floor for a long moment. Then she said, quieter than before, "I don't know how to believe that." A beat passed. Then another. I stayed where I was. Not fixing. Not pushing. Just there. And for the first time all evening, she didn't pull away from the space between us. She just stayed in it. Anna didn't move for a long time after that last sentence settled in the room. The television kept flickering through its scenes like nothing in the world had shifted, but the air between us had. It felt thinner now, like it could tear if either of us breathed too hard. She kept her knees pulled up, arms wrapped around them, the blanket still tucked tight like it could hold her together through sheer pressure. Her face was angled slightly away from me, but I could still see her eyes reflected faintly in the TV light. Unfocused. Distant. Like she was watching something happening just beyond the edges of the room we were sitting in. "I shouldn't have said all that," she whispered again, like she was trying to undo the words by lowering their volume. I shook my head. "You didn't do anything wrong." "I did," she said, sharper this time, but it didn't have anger in it. Just exhaustion. "I always do this. I always say too much or not enough and then it turns into this." She gestured vaguely at the space between us, like the air itself had become evidence. I leaned forward slightly, careful not to overwhelm the space she was occupying. "Anna, you're allowed to talk to me." She let out a short breath that almost turned into a laugh, but broke before it fully formed. "That's the problem," she said. "I don't know how to do it without making everything heavier." "It's already heavy," I said quietly. "You're not making it heavier by saying it out loud." She didn't respond right away. Instead, she pressed her forehead back to her knees, her voice muffled when she finally spoke. "It feels like I'm always one conversation away from ruining everything." The words hung there. I didn't rush to fill them. I think something in me understood that if I spoke too quickly, it would just push her further away from the edge she was already balancing on. Outside, a burst of laughter rolled through the open window again. Someone in the backyard was still pretending the night was normal. Still pretending it was just a barbecue. The sound didn't match the room anymore. It felt disconnected, like it belonged to another version of the world where nothing was cracking open quietly in a living room upstairs. Anna flinched at the noise. "It's too loud," she said, almost automatically. I glanced toward the window. "I can close it." "No," she said quickly. "Then softer, it's not that kind of loud." I stayed still. "What kind of loud is it?" She hesitated. Her fingers tightened slightly around the edge of the blanket. "The kind that reminds you everyone else is still okay," she said. That landed in a way neither of us spoke about immediately. She lifted her head just enough to look at me, but not fully. Like direct eye contact required more energy than she had left. "Do you ever get tired of me like this?" she asked. The question came out too quietly to feel like a challenge. It sounded more like fear pretending to be curiosity. I shook my head immediately. "No." She studied my face like she didn't trust how fast I answered. "People say that," she said. "I'm not people." A pause. Her shoulders shifted slightly, like she was trying to find a position where existing hurt less. "I don't know how to believe you," she admitted. I nodded once. "That's okay." That seemed to confuse her a little. Her eyebrows tightened faintly. "It's not supposed to be okay," she said. "It can still be true," I replied. She looked away again, toward the TV. The screen had shifted to something brighter now, but neither of us followed it. "I keep thinking," she said slowly, "that if I stop talking, everything will go back to normal." I frowned slightly. "Is that what you want?" She hesitated too long before answering. "I don't know," she said finally. "I just don't want to mess things up." I leaned back a little, letting the silence breathe between us again. "You're not messing things up," I said. "You're having a hard night." Her jaw tightened. "It feels like more than that." I didn't argue. Not because I agreed, but because I could tell this wasn't something she could be talked out of in one sentence. Anna shifted again, pulling the blanket tighter, then looser, then tighter again. Like she couldn't decide whether she wanted to disappear into it or escape it. "I hate this part of me," she said suddenly. I looked at her. "What part?" She hesitated. Then, barely audible, "The part that feels too much." That one didn't have an easy reply. So I gave her the only honest thing I could. "I don't hate that part," I said. She let out a breath that trembled halfway through. "You should," she said. "I don't." Her eyes flicked toward me again, sharper now, like she was trying to verify something under a microscope. "Why not?" she asked. I paused. Because the answer wasn't simple. Because none of this was simple. Because sitting next to her felt like trying to hold something fragile without knowing if it was glass or just pretending to be. "Because it's still you," I said finally. That made her still. Not relaxed. Not comforted. Just still, like the words had paused something inside her that had been moving too fast for a while. She looked away again, but her voice was quieter now when she spoke. "That's a bad reason," she said. "It's the only one I've got," I replied. A long pause followed that. The kind that felt like it had weight. The TV flickered. The room hummed faintly with distant noise from outside. Someone laughed again, closer this time, then faded. Anna finally exhaled, slow and uneven. "I don't want to be alone right now," she admitted. The words weren't dramatic. They weren't performed. They just were. I nodded slightly. "You're not." She didn't respond immediately. Instead, she shifted carefully, uncoiling just enough to turn slightly toward me. "Not fully." just enough that her shoulder brushed mine again. It was small. Almost nothing. But it changed the temperature of the room. I feel like I'm going to break something if I move wrong, she whispered. Then don't move wrong, I said softly. That almost made her smile. Almost. It flickered and disappeared before it could fully form. She rested her head lightly against my shoulder again, slower this time, like she was testing whether she was allowed to do it. I didn't move away. After a while, she spoke again, even quieter than before. If I get like this again, she said, don't let me think I'm alone in it. I looked down at her. You won't be, I said. She nodded once, eyes closed now. The room didn't fix itself. Nothing resolved. The movie kept going. The night kept happening. Somewhere outside, life continued its loud, ordinary rhythm. But inside that room, something had shifted into place that neither of us fully understood yet. Not better. Not worse. Just changed. And Anna stayed there, leaning into me like she was trying to remember what it felt like to exist without falling. Chapter 10, Movie Time. We did what all normal couples do and went to see a movie together. We chose Hacksaw Ridge by Mel Gibson. It sounded normal when she said it out loud, like she was testing whether the sentence would hold its shape once it left her mouth. Like she was trying it on for size, seeing if reality would accept it without rejecting the concept. Anna was leaning against her kitchen counter when she said it. One foot hooked behind the other ankle. A pen spinning lazily between her fingers like she needed motion to keep her thoughts from settling too heavily in one place. Her mother was upstairs, moving around in soft, distant sounds that made the house feel larger than it needed to be. The kitchen always felt slightly paused when it was just us. Like the room itself didn't know whether it was supposed to be hosting conversation or waiting for it to end. I've been meaning to see it, she added after a moment, like that explained the decision. You want something that heavy? I asked. She shrugged without looking at me. I want something real. She said it the way she said most things that mattered. Not like a preference, but like a challenge she was setting for herself. As if she needed the world to prove it wasn't going to soften things just because she asked nicely. There was a pause after that. Not awkward. Just full. Then she added, almost casually, we should go today. That was Anna. Decisions made in straight lines. No build-up. No negotiation period where things might change. She decided something, and the rest of reality either adjusted or didn't. I nodded. Okay. That was all it took. We didn't plan it beyond that. We didn't check showtimes carefully or compare theaters. It became a thing that was already happening the moment she said it out loud. Anna moved away from the counter, finally letting the pen stop spinning. She placed it down like she was ending a thought instead of an action. You're sure? I asked. She looked at me then. Direct. Yes, she said. I'm sure. But there was something in her voice that didn't fully settle. Not doubt. More like distance. Like she was already watching herself agree from somewhere slightly removed. The theater was one of those newer ones that tried to feel like comfort without actually understanding what comfort was. Too dark in the lobby. Too clean in a way that felt temporary. Popcorn smell layered into everything like it had been engineered instead of made. Anna walked slightly ahead of me as we entered. Not rushing. Not hesitating. Just positioned like she had already decided what kind of version of herself was allowed to exist in public spaces. She always did that. There was Anna in private, and then there was Anna in motion. In motion, she was more controlled. More deliberate. Her posture straightened slightly, shoulders set in a way that looked confident from far away but felt like effort up close. Her expression softened into something neutral that wouldn't invite misunderstanding. You okay? I asked. She nodded immediately. Yeah. Too fast. We bought tickets without discussion. She already knew where she wanted to sit. She already knew what she wanted the experience to be like. It wasn't really a question for her. When I asked if she wanted anything from the concession stand, she shook her head. Not hungry. That meant something else. It always did with her. We went into the theater while trailers were still playing. The screen was too bright for how dark the room was, like it hadn't decided how real it wanted to be yet. We sat near the middle. Not too close. Not too far. The kind of seat that lets you experience something without being fully swallowed by it. Anna sat down slowly, pulling her sleeves down over her hands even though the room wasn't cold. She did that when she needed to contain something. Not warmth. Pressure. You ever seen it? She asked. No, I said. She nodded like that mattered. Good, she said. Then you won't have anything to compare it to. That sentence lingered longer than it should have. The lights dimmed. The trailers ended. And the film began. At first, it felt structured the way war films usually do. Introductions. Context. Familiar narrative scaffolding that tells you where you are before it starts taking things away. Anna leaned slightly forward during the opening scenes. Not excited. Focused. Like she was learning the rules of a system she didn't trust yet. I noticed she wasn't touching anything around her. No popcorn. No seat adjustment. No restless movement. Stillness, but not relaxation. Containment. You good? I whispered. She didn't look at me. Yes, she said again. But her voice didn't fully commit. The story moved forward. Training sequences. Early tension. The kind of build-up that always feels like it knows what it's preparing you for, even if the characters don't. Anna didn't react like most people in the theater. No shifting, no soft laughter at early dialogue, no visible anticipation. Instead, she became quieter. As if the sound inside her was lowering while the film got louder. Then she said something under her breath. I hate this. I leaned slightly closer. We can leave, I said. She shook her head immediately. No, she said. I want to see it through. That phrasing stuck. Through what, exactly? I didn't ask. When the film shifted into war, the entire room changed tone. Sound design tightened. Explosions hit harder. The camera stopped giving space for interpretation. Everything became immediate. Anna stopped moving entirely. That was the first real sign. No shifting. No adjusting sleeves. No foot tapping. Stillness. Not comfort. Absorption. I stopped watching the screen as much and started watching her instead. Her jaw tightened slightly during certain scenes. Not dramatic. Just restrained pressure. Like she was holding something in place internally. You okay? I asked again. A pause. Then. I think so. But she didn't sound like she believed it. The battlefield scenes escalated. Chaos layered over chaos. The kind of imagery designed to overwhelm. Anna leaned forward a little more now. Not engaged like entertainment. Engaged like investigation. Like she was trying to understand why humans choose to continue inside something like that. At one point, she whispered. I don't get how they keep going. I glanced at her. They don't have a choice, I said. She nodded slowly. That's what I mean, she said. Then she didn't explain. The film moved deeper into its war sequences. The emotional weight shifted from shock to endurance. Bodies being carried. Repeated returns into danger. The idea of persistence becoming the central language of the story. Anna changed with it. Not visibly at first. But something in her posture shifted into something more inward. Like she was folding into herself slightly without physically moving. Her fingers clasped together in her lap. Tight. Controlled. Knuckles pale. You ever think about that? She asked suddenly. Think about what? Just continuing, she said. I hesitated. Sometimes, I admitted. She nodded. I don't understand it, she said again. But this time it didn't sound like confusion. It sounded like pressure. Like the idea was pressing against something inside her that was already thin. The film kept moving. Anna didn't react to the action anymore. Not really. The violence had stopped being external and started becoming interpretive. She was watching something else underneath it. Not war. Endurance. The act of refusing to stop. The idea of motion without relief. At some point, she leaned back slightly. Her shoulders lowered. Not relaxed. Tired. I think, she said quietly, that's the part one don't understand most. Which part? She didn't look at me when she answered. How people keep going when everything in them must be telling them to stop. I didn't respond right away. Because I realized she wasn't talking about the movie anymore. Not fully. The screen was still there. The sound still existed. But something had shifted in how she was processing it. It had stopped being narrative. And started being internal. By the time the movie reached its quieter middle stretch, Anna had stopped reacting outwardly almost entirely. Her breathing had evened out, but not into calm. Into control. Like she was managing something rather than experiencing it. She leaned slightly closer to me again without fully committing to contact. A proximity request without articulation. I didn't move away. Didn't close the distance either. Just stayed where I was. On screen, persistence continued to be the central theme. Repetition of action. Return after return. Anna watched it like it was a question she was being asked indirectly. Then, softly. I don't think I could do that. I looked at her. She wasn't asking for agreement. She was stating something about herself. I didn't answer immediately. Because it didn't feel like something that needed correction. It felt like something that needed witnessing. The movie didn't slow down for us. It kept moving forward like it had somewhere urgent to be, even though it already knew how it would end. That was the strange thing about war films. They always behaved like inevitability dressed up as storytelling. Anna had shifted again. Not physically in any noticeable way. More like something inside her had tilted slightly off-center and she was compensating for it by becoming still. Stillness was never neutral with her. It was either peace or pressure. Right now, it was pressure. Her hands were clasped together in her lap again, fingers interlocked tightly enough that the joints in her knuckles stood out faintly under the theater's low light. She wasn't looking away from the screen, but she wasn't fully inside it either. It was like she was splitting her attention between two realities. One projected. One internal. The film pushed forward into more intense sequences. Noise layered over noise. Movement that didn't resolve into safety, only into continuation. I noticed I had stopped following the plot in a traditional way. Instead, I was tracking her reactions. Or more accurately, her lack of them. That was what made it worse. You okay? I whispered again. She didn't answer immediately. A pause. Then, almost mechanically. Yes. But her voice didn't carry conviction. The screen flashed with another sequence of chaos. The kind of visual intensity that normally pulls people outward into reaction. Gasps. Shifts. Whispered comments. Anna did none of that. Instead, she leaned forward slightly. Not engaged in excitement. Engaged in recognition. Like something in the structure of what she was seeing was matching something she already understood too well. "I hate this part," she said quietly. "You've said that already," I replied. "I know," she said. Then she added, "It doesn't stop being true." That landed heavier than I expected. The film transitioned again. The narrative started focusing more on persistence. Repetition. Return. The refusal to stop moving even when everything around the movement is designed to end it. Anna's posture changed slightly. She leaned back for a moment, then forward again, like her body couldn't decide which position best contained whatever she was feeling. Her breathing had become more controlled. Not calm. Controlled. Like she was managing something that didn't want to stay managed. At one point, she exhaled slowly through her nose and said, almost too quietly to be intentional, "I don't understand how people keep doing that." I glanced at her. "Doing what?" I asked. She didn't look at me. "Continuing," she said. Then, after a beat. "When everything is telling them not to." I didn't answer right away. Because the obvious response felt wrong. And the honest one felt too large for the space we were sitting in. So I stayed quiet. The film kept going. Bodies moved across the screen with a kind of exhausted determination. The kind that doesn't come from hope, but from refusal. Anna was watching that differently now. Not as spectacle. Not as story. As something closer to a question about existence itself. She leaned slightly forward again. Her sleeves had slipped a little, exposing part of her wrists, but she didn't adjust them. That was unusual for her. She usually corrected small things like that instinctively. Not now. Now she was somewhere else. "You ever feel like that?" she asked suddenly. I looked at her. "Like what?" She hesitated. Then said, "Like continuing is just something you do without knowing why anymore." That question didn't feel like it belonged only to the movie. It felt like it had been building underneath everything else she'd said tonight and finally surfaced. I shifted slightly in my seat. "Sometimes," I said carefully. She nodded like that confirmed something she didn't want to confirm. The screen flickered again. More intensity. More motion. More refusal to settle. Anna didn't react outwardly. But something about her presence had changed. She wasn't just watching anymore. She was measuring. Comparing. Testing something against herself without saying what it was. Then she said, quieter, "I think I understand it too well." That made me look at her fully. "What do you mean?" I asked. She didn't answer immediately. Her eyes stayed on the screen, but they weren't tracking the film anymore. They were unfocused in a way that meant she was somewhere deeper than the theater. Then she said, "Like, you don't stop because stopping doesn't feel like an option. It just feels like disappearing." The words sat between us without moving. I didn't respond right away. Because I didn't know how. The movie kept playing, indifferent to the conversation happening beside it. Anna shifted again, but minimally. Like even movement was becoming too much effort. "I don't want to think like that," she added quickly. Her voice cracked slightly on the edge of the sentence. "I know," I said. She swallowed. "But I do anyway." That was the first time her voice sounded tired in a different way. Not physically. Structurally. Like something inside her had been carrying weight longer than it was designed to. The film moved toward its emotional midpoint. The tone shifted slightly. Less chaos. More aftermath. More carrying. More returning. Anna's attention narrowed further. She wasn't watching the screen as a story anymore. She was watching it as a pattern. A repetition. A logic she didn't fully agree with but couldn't stop recognizing. Her fingers unclasped briefly, then rejoined again, tighter. You ever think, she said quietly, that some people are just built differently for this kind of thing? For war? I asked. She shook her head slightly. For continuing, she said. I hesitated. I don't think it's that simple, I said. She gave a small, almost imperceptible nod. But she didn't look convinced. The film continued. Time in the theater felt slightly distorted now. Not in a dramatic way. Just a sense that everything outside the screen had slowed down while everything inside it kept insisting on motion. Anna leaned back again. Her shoulders lowered slightly. Not relaxation. Exhaustion. I think that's the part one don't get, she said. What part? I asked. She finally looked at me briefly. Then back to the screen. How people decide they're going to keep going when everything in them is telling them to stop. I didn't answer immediately. Because I realized again she wasn't really asking about the film. She was asking about something underneath it. Something closer to her than she wanted to admit. So I said quietly. I think sometimes they don't decide. She frowned slightly. Then what is it? I thought about it. Just what happens next, I said. That made her go quiet. The film kept moving forward. But something between us had shifted. Not dramatically. Just enough that I became aware of it in the silence. Anna leaned forward again slightly, eyes fixed on the screen. But she wasn't watching it anymore the same way. She was listening to it. Like it was saying something she wasn't ready to respond to yet. The movie had stopped feeling like something we were watching. It had started feeling like something we were inside of, just slightly offset from the center of it, like we'd been placed in the safest possible seat inside a collapsing world and told not to move. Anna didn't move anyway. That was the part one couldn't stop noticing. Not because she was calm. She wasn't calm. Calm would have had softness in it, some kind of release, even if temporary. This was something else. This was containment. Her hands were still clasped in her lap, but the grip had shifted. Not looser, not tighter. Just more deliberate. Like she had become aware of her own tension and was now managing it instead of simply holding it. The screen flashed again with movement, sound, urgency. The kind of cinematic language that is supposed to overwhelm you into empathy or shock. Anna didn't react to it in the way the room around us did. No shifting. No soft gasps. No physical recoil. Instead, she leaned slightly forward, like she was trying to understand the structure beneath what she was seeing. You okay? I whispered again. She hesitated longer this time. Then. I think so. But it didn't land as reassurance. It landed as uncertainty trying to pass itself off as stability. The film moved into one of its heavier stretches. Bodies carried. Gunfire cutting through silence. The camera refusing to look away from what it was showing. Anna's breathing changed again. Not sharp. Not panicked. Just controlled. Like she was regulating something internal that didn't want to be regulated. I don't get it, she said under her breath. I glanced at her. What don't you get? I asked. She didn't look at me. How someone keeps going back into that, she said. Because they have to, I said quietly. That answer didn't satisfy her. I could tell. It wasn't wrong. But it wasn't what she was asking. The film kept moving. The protagonist kept returning. Again and again. The repetition becoming its own kind of language. Not heroism in the abstract sense, but persistence as physical action. Anna watched it differently now. Not like story. Not like entertainment. Like a model she was comparing something against. Something personal. Something unspoken. Her shoulders dropped slightly for a moment, then lifted again. Like her body couldn't decide whether it was allowed to relax in a space like this. You ever feel like, she started, then stopped. I waited. She exhaled slowly. Like continuing is just automatic, she said finally. I frowned slightly. Automatic how? She stared at the screen. Not really seeing it. Like you don't choose it, she said. You just don't stop because stopping doesn't feel like something you know how to do. That sentence didn't belong to the movie anymore. It belonged to her. I felt something tighten in my chest, but I didn't interrupt her. She wasn't finished. I don't think I understand people who can just push through things, she added quietly. You push through things, I said before I could stop myself. She gave a faint shake of her head. No, she said. I don't. I just exist inside them until they pass. That distinction sat there longer than anything else she had said all night. The film shifted again. More aftermath. More exhaustion. More carrying people out of situations they should not be able to survive. Anna leaned back slightly now. Not fully. Just enough that her spine wasn't rigid anymore. Her sleeves had slipped again without her noticing. She didn't correct it. That was new. She always corrected small things like that. You're thinking a lot, I said quietly. She gave a short, almost absent nod. Yeah, she said. Pause. Then. I can't turn it off right now. I looked at her more fully. The theater around us was still. Dim, filled with other people who were reacting in smaller, more predictable ways to what was on screen. But Anna was somewhere else. Not absent. But layered. Like she was occupying both the theater and somewhere far beneath it. The movie continued. The protagonist's persistence became more central. Repetition as survival. Return as identity. Anna's breathing changed again. Slightly shallower now. Not fast. Just tighter. You ever think, she said suddenly, that some people just aren't meant to stop? I frowned. What do you mean? She didn't answer immediately. Then. Like they're built in a way where stopping doesn't exist as a real option, she said. I hesitated. That's not true, I said. She finally looked at me briefly. Not arguing. Just observing my response. Then she looked away again. It feels true, she said. That was the problem. It wasn't theoretical for her. It was experiential. The film reached another intense sequence. Movement. Noise. Chaos. Anna didn't react outwardly. But something in her tightened again, almost imperceptibly. Her fingers interlocked more firmly. Then loosened. Then rejoined. Like she was trying to regulate something that didn't have a stable baseline. I don't want to think like this, she said quietly. I know, I said. But she didn't sound like she was choosing it. She sounded like she was noticing it happening inside her. The film pressed forward. Time felt slightly distorted now. Not dramatically. Just enough that everything outside the screen felt secondary to the space we were sitting in. Anna leaned forward again. Closer to the screen. Not in engagement. In scrutiny. Like she was trying to understand the mechanics behind what she was watching instead of the emotion of it. You're really locked in, I said softly. She didn't respond immediately. Then. I think I'm trying to understand something, she said. What? She hesitated. Then. Why it doesn't stop feeling like this. I didn't ask her to clarify. Because I knew she wasn't just talking about the movie anymore. The film continued. The narrative pushed toward exhaustion as structure. Repetition as meaning. Anna's posture softened again, but not into comfort. Into fatigue. You ever feel like, she said slowly, everyone else knows how to keep going in a way you don't? I looked at her. No, I said honestly. She gave a small, almost invisible nod. I think I do, she said. That was the first time her voice sounded less like analysis and more like admission. Not dramatic. Just quiet. Heavy in a different way. The movie moved toward its midpoint emotional resolution. Not resolution in story terms, but in tone. The violence stopped escalating and started repeating in meaning instead of intensity. Anna stopped speaking for a while. Just watching. Still not reacting like the people around us. Still not reacting like most people would expect. But something had shifted. The stillness wasn't just containment anymore. It was accumulation. Like everything she wasn't saying was starting to stack somewhere behind her eyes. I noticed her blink slower than usual. Once. Then again. You okay? I asked quietly. She didn't answer immediately. Then. Yeah, she said. Pause. Then, softer. I just feel weird. I frowned slightly. Weird how? She shook her head faintly. I don't know, she said. Like I'm not fully here. I looked at her properly then. She was still sitting beside me. Still physically present. Still in the theater. But her attention wasn't fully anchored. It was drifting between the screen and somewhere internal I couldn't access. The film continued. Anna leaned back slightly again. Her shoulders lowered more this time. Not relaxation. More like surrender to fatigue. I think, she said quietly, this movie is making me think too much. I gave a small, careful exhale. Then we can stop watching it, I said. She shook her head immediately. No, she said. I want to finish it. That insistence felt familiar. Not about the movie. About something deeper. Something she didn't want to leave unfinished once she started understanding it. The film kept going. And Anna kept watching. Not as audience anymore. But as someone trying to decode something that felt uncomfortably close to herself. The night didn't settle after we left the theater. It just changed texture, like the world had been held under a different light for 2 hours and was now struggling to remember its original shape. I stepped out first, the glass doors sliding shut behind us with a soft mechanical sigh that felt too quiet for what we had just watched. The sound of Hacksaw Ridge didn't follow us in any obvious way, but it stayed anyway, lodged somewhere behind thought, where scenes don't replay so much as hover. Anna came out beside me, slower than before, like she was still adjusting to the fact that everything outside hadn't changed to match what we'd just seen. The parking lot lights buzzed overhead, steady and indifferent, washing everything in a pale, flattened glow. For a while, neither of us spoke. I could feel the movie still in me in fragments, the tension before chaos, the refusal to fold under pressure, the strange quiet that sat underneath everything violent and loud. It wasn't just scenes. It was weight. Something that didn't leave when the credits rolled. Anna exhaled first. That was a lot, she said. I nodded. Yeah. There wasn't anything else that needed to be said about it yet. Anything more would have felt like shrinking it down too quickly. A car passed behind us, headlights sliding across the pavement and stretching our shadows long and thin before letting them snap back into place again. The movement felt briefly unreal, like the world was testing whether we were ready to re-enter it. Anna hugged her arms loosely around herself. I didn't think it would feel like that, she said. I turned slightly toward her. Like what? She hesitated, still half inside the theater. Like it wasn't just a war movie. Like it was about not giving up on something even when everything around you makes it look impossible. I let that sit for a second. Yeah. I get that. Around us, people drifted out in small groups, some laughing too loudly, others quiet in a way that felt heavier than silence should after entertainment. Everyone looked slightly altered, even if they wouldn't admit it. Like the film had pressed something into them and then stepped away. The parking lot lights hummed overhead, flickering faintly, like they were also adjusting. Anna looked back toward the theater doors. "This is the most still I've felt in a while," she said. I glanced at her. "Still?" "Not calm," she corrected. "Just, like my brain stopped running ahead of me for once." I nodded slowly. "Yeah. I know what you mean." The silence that followed wasn't empty. It was full in a different way, like it had absorbed everything we couldn't immediately translate into words. I shifted my weight. "You want to walk for a bit?" She hesitated, then nodded. "Yeah." We started down the sidewalk away from the theater. Neither of us rushed it. The night ahead of us felt less like a destination and more like something we were stepping back into carefully. Anna walked slightly ahead at first, then slowed until we were side by side. After a while, she said, "Do you ever notice how movies like that make everything afterward feel kind of small?" I thought about it. "Not small. Just quieter." She glanced at me. "That almost makes it worse." "Yeah," I said. "Maybe it does." We walked for a few seconds without speaking. Just footsteps, spaced evenly, like they were trying to find a rhythm that matched what we were still processing. Anna nudged a pebble off the sidewalk. It disappeared into the gutter with a soft tap. "There were moments where I forgot I was even sitting there," she said quietly. "Like I wasn't watching it, I was just inside it." I nodded. "The last part especially." "Yeah," she said. "That stayed with me." I didn't respond right away. Ahead of us, the streetlights spaced themselves out, each one holding a small island of brightness in an otherwise dim stretch of road. "That's kind of what it's supposed to do," I said eventually. Anna let out a slow breath. "It makes everything else feel messy." "Everything is messy," I said. "Most of the time we just don't notice it as much." A faint smile touched her face, tired but real. We kept walking. The farther we got from the theater, the more the film stopped pressing directly against the present. It didn't vanish. It just sank deeper, becoming something quieter inside us instead of something actively unfolding. After a while, Anna spoke again. "I'm glad I saw it with you," she said. I looked over at her. "Yeah?" "Yeah," she said. "It would have been worse alone." I nodded. "Same." The street widened ahead, emptier now. The city felt like it was stretching out and loosening its grip on us, giving the night back its space. Anna looked up briefly at the sky, then forward again. "I don't really know what I'm supposed to do with feelings like that," she said. I shrugged slightly. "Maybe you don't do anything. Maybe you just carry it until it changes shape on its own." She didn't answer, but she stayed close as we walked. The theater was behind us now, reduced to light and distance. Ahead of us, the night continued without instruction, and for the first time since we left the screen, it didn't feel like either of us was trying to process it alone. Chapter 11, Smiley Face. Saturday mornings at the mall always felt artificial to me. Not fake exactly. Just overlit in a way that made everybody look like they were trying too hard to appear alive. The polished floors reflected ceiling lights so brightly they almost hurt to look at, and every store blasted a different song loud enough to bleed into the hallway and collide with the next one. Pop music tangled with perfume ads and distant conversations until the whole building sounded like static pretending to be happiness. Anna walked beside me with her hands shoved into the sleeves of her oversized gray hoodie, dark hair partially covering her face whenever she looked down. Which was often. "You look thrilled to be here," I said. "I hate malls," she muttered. "You suggested this." "Yeah, well. Depression purchases feel more productive when there's fluorescent lighting involved." I laughed despite myself. That earned the smallest hint of a smile from her, quick enough to disappear if I blinked. The past few weeks had been strange between us. Not bad strange. Just fragile. Like we were both aware something important had shifted, but neither of us wanted to touch it too suddenly and risk breaking whatever shape it was trying to become. The movie theater night still lingered in my head sometimes. Not even the movie itself anymore. Just the walk afterward. The silence. The honesty. Anna nudged my arm lightly as we passed a kiosk selling phone cases nobody needed. You're doing the thing again. What thing? Thinking too hard. I'm literally walking. You walk like you're being psychologically evaluated. That doesn't even make sense. It makes perfect sense. She said it with complete seriousness, which somehow made it funnier. I shook my head. You're insane. Probably. The answer came too naturally. For a second the humor cracked slightly around the edges, and I caught that familiar heaviness behind her eyes again. It was strange how quickly she could shift from playful to distant without changing expression very much. Like sadness lived just under the surface waiting for silence long enough to crawl through. I decided not to let the mood sink. All right, I said. Where are we even going first? Anna looked around dramatically. Somewhere expensive enough to make me feel insecure. That narrows it down to the entire building. Perfect. We wandered without much direction at first. A shoe store. Some overpriced place that sold candles with names like Autumn Library and Moonlit Cedar despite smelling mostly like melted sugar. Anna picked up a tiny decorative pillow at one point, stared at it for 3 seconds, then whispered, "Capitalism is terrifying," before putting it back. I nearly choked laughing. "Stop encouraging me," she said. "You make it impossible." She rolled her eyes, but there was warmth behind it now. Eventually we ended up outside a clothing store with giant black and white posters taped across the windows. Models stared outward with expressions so serious they looped back around into absurdity. Anna stopped walking. "Oh no," I said immediately. "What?" "You have the look." "What look?" "The I'm about to spend money irresponsibly look." "That's my favorite look." Before I could respond, she grabbed my sleeve and dragged me inside. The store smelled like denim and synthetic cologne. Music pulsed overhead, low enough to ignore but loud enough to feel. Racks of clothes stretched in every direction in carefully curated disorder. Anna immediately drifted toward the graphic tees. Of course she did. I followed behind her while she flipped through hangers rapidly, muttering occasional judgments under her breath. Ugly. Ugly. Extremely ugly. Who designed this? A divorced magician? I laughed again. You're brutal. I'm correct. Then she suddenly stopped moving. I nearly walked into her. What? Anna slowly pulled a shirt off the rack and held it up dramatically like she'd uncovered buried treasure. A black Nirvana smiley face shirt. She stared at it for a second. Then she looked at me. "No way," I said immediately. Her expression brightened for real this time, enough to change her entire face. "Blake." "No." "Blake." "Anna. You know this is important." "It absolutely is not." "It absolutely is." She pulled another one off the rack and shoved it against my chest. I looked down at the yellow smiley logo grinning up at me crookedly. "Oh my God," I muttered. "We'd match." "That's exactly why this is dangerous." Anna clutched her own shirt dramatically. "You wound me. You weaponize emotional manipulation. And yet it's working." The annoying thing was she was right. I glanced at the shirt again. Honestly, it was pretty good. Anna noticed my hesitation instantly and pointed at me accusingly. "That face means I'm winning." "You're not winning. You're folding." "I'm considering." "That's folding with extra steps." I sighed heavily like I was being forced into military service. Fine. Her eyes widened. Wait, seriously? Yeah. For half a second she just looked genuinely surprised. Then she smiled so suddenly and brightly it hit me harder than it should have. Hell yes, she said. Something about seeing her happy that easily made the entire stupid mall feel lighter. Like maybe fluorescent lights weren't completely hopeless after all. Anna held the Nirvana shirt against herself like she'd just won custody of it in court. Meanwhile, I was still staring at mine with the exhausted expression of somebody realizing their fate had already been decided 15 minutes ago. This is how it starts, I muttered. What starts? We become one of those couples. Anna gasped dramatically. You think we're a couple? I nearly dropped the shirt. She burst out laughing immediately, doubling over slightly while I stood there trying to recover basic neurological function. You are the worst person alive, I said. Oh, absolutely. Her grin lingered this time. Not forced. Not temporary. Real. That alone made enduring them all worth it. She turned back toward the racks, still smiling faintly as she flipped through more shirts. Band logos. Faded designs. Horror movie graphics. Oversized hoodies that looked intentionally destroyed. You'd look good in this, she said suddenly. Before I could react, she held up a dark green flannel. I stared at it suspiciously. You're trying to turn me into a 90s grunge stereotype. You say that like it's bad. It's manipulative. It's fashion. That's worse. Anna ignored me and shoved the flannel into my arms on top of the Nirvana shirt. There, she said. Now you have layers. I already had layers. No. You had sadness and hoodies. Different thing. I laughed despite myself. A girl walking past glanced briefly at us before continuing toward another section of the store. Anna noticed and immediately lowered her voice. She thinks we're dating. She probably doesn't even know we exist. She absolutely does. We have devastating indie film energy right now. That sentence physically injured me. Anna smirked and wandered farther into the store. I followed because apparently that was my life now. The deeper we moved into the building, the louder the music became. Some old alternative rock song echoed overhead while people drifted around racks with the slow aimlessness of sleepwalkers. The air smelled overwhelmingly like fabric dye and cheap cologne. Anna stopped near a rack of oversized sweaters and ran her fingers absently across the sleeves. For a second she looked far away again. That shift always happened quietly. One moment she'd be joking. The next she'd seem partially removed from the room, like her body stayed present while the rest of her drifted somewhere colder. You okay? I asked. She blinked slightly, like she'd forgotten I was there for half a second. Yeah, she said automatically. I raised an eyebrow. She sighed. My mom texted me earlier. The mood changed instantly. Not dramatically. More like a light dimming slightly overhead. Oh. Anna nodded faintly and looked back down at the sweaters. She wants me home more. I leaned against the nearby rack. That doesn't sound terrible. It is when home feels like being observed by a prison warden. There was humor in the sentence, but it came wrapped around something sharper. I stayed quiet. After a moment, she continued. She keeps asking if I'm okay in that voice adults use when they already think they know the answer. I looked down at the Nirvana shirt still hanging from my hand. The smiley face suddenly looked strange under the fluorescent lights. Crooked. Artificially cheerful. What do you tell her? Anna shrugged. That I'm tired. You are tired. Yeah, she said softly. But not in the way she means. That one stayed hanging in the air. A group of teenagers passed nearby laughing loudly at something on somebody's phone. Their voices bounced briefly through the aisles before fading again into the rest of the store noise. Anna watched them disappear. "I think people can tell when something's wrong with me now," she said quietly. I frowned immediately. "What?" "They look at me differently sometimes." "They don't." "They do." "No," I said firmly. "You just think they do." She didn't answer right away. Then she looked at me with an expression too tired for somebody our age. "What if I'm exhausting to be around?" The question hit me harder than it should have. Not because I didn't know she felt things like that sometimes. I did. But hearing her actually say it out loud felt different. More dangerous somehow. Like the thought had finally escaped containment. I straightened slightly. "Anna." She looked away immediately. "You're not exhausting." "You hesitated." "I literally didn't." "You emotionally hesitated." "That's not a thing." "It absolutely is." I stepped closer before she could retreat back into herself again. "Listen to me," I said. "You're not hard to be around." Her eyes flicked toward mine briefly. "You sure?" "Yeah." The answer came out faster than I expected. Something in her expression softened slightly after that. Not fixed. Just quieter. Then, because Anna apparently had a survival instinct specifically designed to destroy emotional sincerity before it became overwhelming, she suddenly grabbed a leopard print jacket off a nearby rack and held it up against me. "Oh my God," she whispered. "This is your look." I stared at her. "I'm leaving." "You'd look incredible." "I'd look divorced." "You already dress like a substitute teacher going through a custody battle." That was uncalled for. It was accurate. I laughed again despite trying not to. The tension eased slightly after that. Not disappearing completely. Just loosening enough to breathe around. Anna put the jacket back and adjusted the sleeves of her hoodie again. Then she looked down at the Nirvana shirt in her hands. "You know what's stupid," she said. "What?" "I'm weirdly happy we're both getting these." I smirked faintly. "That is stupid." "I know. But I get it." Her expression softened again. Outside the store, the mall kept moving in its endless artificial rhythm. Bright lights. Shifting conversations. Music leaking from storefronts like overlapping radio stations. But inside that tiny section of the aisle, standing under painfully white fluorescent lights while holding matching Nirvana shirts neither of us technically needed, the world felt strangely smaller. Smaller in a good way. Manageable for once. By the time we finally made it to the fitting rooms, my arms were full of clothes I never intended to touch when we walked into the mall. The Nirvana shirt. The flannel Anna forced onto me. A black hoodie I apparently looked emotionally compatible with. Meanwhile, Anna had gathered enough clothes to survive 3 separate personalities. "You know you're only one person, right?" I asked. She glanced down at the pile in her arms. Debatable. That answer was concerning. It was honest. The fitting room employee barely looked up from the counter as we approached. He counted the clothes mechanically before handing us numbered tags with the exhausted energy of somebody who had already mentally quit 6 times that shift. Anna leaned toward me slightly as we walked down the narrow hallway lined with mirrors. "He looks like he listens to true crime podcasts while staring at the ceiling." "Anna." "What?" "You can't psychoanalyze random employees." "I absolutely can." The fitting room doors stretched along both walls, each one painted matte black with tiny silver hooks hanging off them. The lighting overhead somehow managed to be both too bright and deeply unflattering at the same time. Anna stopped outside one of the doors and looked at me seriously. "If I come out looking terrible, lie to me." "I'm not doing that." "Blake." "I'm not participating in emotional fraud." She narrowed her eyes. "Coward." Then she disappeared into the fitting room and shut the door behind her. I stepped into mine across from hers and immediately regretted existing. Fitting room mirrors were created by deeply hateful people. I stared at my reflection for a second. Black hoodie. Messy hair. Permanent expression of vague emotional exhaustion. Anna's substitute teacher insult suddenly felt uncomfortably accurate. I pulled the Nirvana shirt over my head first. Honestly? It looked pretty good. I hated that. Before I could process the betrayal properly, Anna's voice came through the wall beside me. Blake. What? You alive in there? Unfortunately. I need a second opinion. That sounds dangerous. It is. A second later her fitting room door opened. I looked up automatically. And immediately forgot what I was about to say. The Nirvana shirt hung slightly oversized on her, the sleeves falling just low enough to cover part of her hands. Her dark hair framed her face messily from pulling clothes on and off, and for once she wasn't trying to hide behind the hoodie she usually wore like armor. She looked comfortable. Not confident exactly. But closer to herself somehow. Anna noticed me staring and smirked faintly. Wow. That bad? What? You look emotionally devastated. I'm thinking. That's never reassuring. She leaned casually against the fitting room doorway. Well? I looked at the shirt again. Then at her. You look good. The sentence came out more honest than I intended. Anna blinked once. Just once. Then she looked down briefly at the shirt like she suddenly didn't know what to do with her hands. Oh, she said quietly. For a second neither of us moved. The loud mall music outside the fitting room hallway suddenly felt very far away. Then Anna recovered first, because she usually did. You should put yours on, she said. I already did. Wait, really? Yeah. Her eyes widened slightly. Show me. That phrasing was criminal. Blake. I sighed dramatically and opened the fitting room door. Anna stared at me for approximately 2 seconds before pointing aggressively. Oh my God. What? You actually look cool. I absolutely do not. You absolutely do. No. Yes. I looked down at the shirt again, uncomfortable under the intensity of her approval. This feels targeted somehow. You look like you play bass in a band that only performs in abandoned churches. That is the most specific insult you've ever invented. It wasn't an insult. I glanced back up at her suspiciously. Anna grinned. You seriously look good. There it was again. That weird pressure in my chest whenever she said something sincere too casually. I tried to shrug it off. You're just saying that because you forced me to wear it. No, she said. I'm saying it because it's true. That one hit harder. Before I could respond, another fitting room door opened farther down the hallway, breaking the moment apart. A little kid walked out wearing a Spider-Man shirt while his exhausted father nodded approvingly like he'd just survived a hostage negotiation. Anna laughed softly under her breath. Then she looked back at me. We look like those couples who make playlists together. We are not a couple. I know. The answer came too fast. Not awkward. Not defensive. Just immediate. Something about that unexpectedly stung a little. Anna seemed to notice it too because her expression shifted almost instantly afterward. I mean, she added quickly, obviously. Obviously, I echoed. The word sat strangely between us. Neither of us seemed entirely sure what it meant anymore. Anna looked away first and tugged lightly at the sleeves of the Nirvana shirt. I still want it, she muttered. Yeah, I said. Me too. She glanced back at me again. Then smiled. Smaller this time. Real enough to hurt a little. Outside the fitting room hallway, The mall kept breathing in its weird artificial rhythm. Shoes squeaking against tile. Music echoing overhead. Conversations blurring together into background noise. But inside that narrow strip of fluorescent lighting and mirrors, something had shifted slightly off balance between us. Not broken. Just changed enough that both of us noticed it. We bought the shirts. Of course we did. Anna practically guarded hers during checkout like somebody was going to sprint past and steal it from her hands. Meanwhile, I stood beside her holding my bag with the defeated posture of somebody who knew they'd lost a battle long before realizing one had started. The cashier looked between us once, noticed the matching shirts, then smiled in a way that instantly made me suspicious. "Cute," she said. Anna's face lit up immediately. I felt my soul leave my body. "We're not together," I said automatically. Anna looked offended. "Wow." I stammered, not wow in a bad way. The cashier looked deeply entertained now. Anna folded her arms dramatically. "So you're saying being mistaken for dating me is terrible?" "That's literally the opposite of what I said." "Interesting. You are impossible." The cashier handed us our bags while visibly trying not to laugh. "Have a good day, you too." Anna thanked her cheerfully while I walked away feeling psychologically ambushed. The second we got out of the store, Anna burst into laughter. "You looked horrified." I was being publicly attacked. "You malfunctioned." She cornered me. Anna nearly doubled over laughing now, one hand gripping her shopping bag while the other covered her mouth. And honestly, seeing her laugh that hard made enduring the embarrassment worth it. Which was dangerous information for my brain to discover. We wandered out into the center of the mall again, swallowed back into the blur of moving people and overhead noise. Somewhere nearby, somebody dropped a drink and cursed loudly while paper napkins scattered across the floor like surrender flags. Anna was still smiling faintly as we walked. "You know what's weird?" she said after a minute. "What?" "This is the most normal I've felt in a long time." The sentence caught me off guard. I looked over at her more carefully. She wasn't joking. The mall lights reflected softly against strands of dark hair falling across her face, and for once she didn't look weighed down by herself. Not completely anyway. There was still sadness in her somewhere. I'd started realizing sadness wasn't something that simply disappeared from her. It moved around instead. Some days it sat quietly in the background. Other days it swallowed everything else. But right now it seemed farther away. "That's good," I said. Anna nodded slightly. "Yeah." We passed a music store next, the kind that somehow still existed despite looking abandoned by modern civilization. Vinyl records lined the walls inside like colorful relics from another timeline. Anna slowed immediately. "Oh no," I muttered. "What?" "You have the look again." "The financially irresponsible look?" "Yes. It's my brand." Before I could stop her, she grabbed my sleeve and pulled me into the store. The smell hit first. Dust, cardboard, old plastic, and something warm underneath it all that only existed in places built around music. Posters covered nearly every inch of wall space. Band logos. Album covers. Faces frozen permanently mid-performance. Anna wandered deeper inside slowly this time, quieter than before. I followed her past rows of records and CDs while soft rock played overhead through slightly blown-out speakers. Then Anna stopped near a display rack. "Nirvana," she announced dramatically. "You already bought the shirt." "That doesn't mean I'm done." She started flipping through vinyl records carefully, fingertips brushing across album covers with surprising gentleness. I leaned against the shelf beside her. "You actually planning on buying one of those?" "No." "Then what are you doing?" "Browsing dramatically." "That's not a real activity." "It is if you're mentally ill." I snorted laughing before I could stop myself. A middle-aged employee glanced briefly in our direction, probably trying to determine whether we were going to buy something or accidentally destroy part of the store. Anna eventually pulled out a copy of In Utero and stared at the cover for a moment. Then her expression shifted slightly. Quieter. You ever think about how weird it is, she said softly, that some people leave pieces of themselves behind that outlive them? The question settled heavily between us. I looked at the album cover in her hands. Then at her. Yeah, I said carefully. Anna kept staring at the record. My biggest fear is disappearing completely. That one hit somewhere unpleasant in my chest. You won't. She glanced at me faintly. You can't know that. I kind of can. Blake. I'm serious. Her eyes searched mine for a second, like she was trying to figure out whether I actually meant what I said or whether I was just responding automatically because silence felt dangerous. I meant it. I wasn't sure she realized how impossible she was to forget. Even when she barely spoke. Even when she disappeared into herself. Even when she acted like she was shrinking from the world. If anything, those moments made her more unforgettable. Anna looked away first. You say intense things really casually sometimes, she muttered. You ask intense questions. Fair. The music overhead shifted into another song, soft guitar echoing faintly through the store. Anna slid the record back carefully. Then she looked down at the shopping bag hanging from her wrist, the yellow Nirvana smiley logo barely visible through the opening. A small smile pulled at the corner of her mouth. You realize we're absolutely wearing these shirts at the same time now, right? I sighed immediately. I knew this was a mistake. It's too late. You're going to make this unbearable. I'm going to make it iconic. I laughed again despite myself. Anna smiled wider after hearing it. And for a little while longer, surrounded by old music and dim lighting and the soft crackle of songs older than both of us, she looked almost okay. By the time we finally left the mall, the sky outside had turned the dull gray-blue color that only existed in late afternoon, when daylight started thinning out but the evening hadn't fully arrived yet. The automatic doors slid shut behind us with a soft hydraulic hiss, sealing away the fluorescent noise and artificial warmth of the building. Outside, the air felt colder and cleaner. Real. Anna adjusted the shopping bag hanging from her wrist while we walked toward the parking lot. Well, she said, we survived capitalism. Barely. I think we showed incredible bravery. I think you financially ruined both of us. Anna gasped dramatically. The Nirvana shirts were essential. They were emotionally manipulative. They were destiny. That's worse. She grinned at me, and for a second everything felt weirdly light again. The parking lot stretched around us in rows of fading sunlight and scattered cars. Somewhere nearby, somebody blasted music loudly enough to rattle their windows. Shopping carts clattered faintly in the distance whenever the wind pushed them. Anna walked beside me quietly for a minute, her mood softening again after the joking faded. That shift had become familiar now. Not sudden exactly. Just inevitable. Like she could only stay above water for so long before something heavier pulled at her ankles again. You tired? I asked. A little. Socially or existentially? Yes. I laughed softly. Anna looked down at the bag again, absently rubbing her thumb against the paper handle. You know what's funny, she said. What? A few months ago I probably would have cancelled today. I glanced at her. Really? She nodded faintly. I was doing that a lot for a while. I already knew. Not fully. Not the details. But enough. There had been entire weeks where Anna disappeared from everybody except in fragmented texts and vague excuses. Even at school she sometimes looked halfway absent, like she was physically present out of obligation while the rest of her stayed somewhere unreachable. What changed? I asked carefully. Anna thought about it for a moment. Then she shrugged slightly. I don't know. I raised an eyebrow. She sighed. Okay, that's a lie. What's the truth? Her eyes stayed forward as she answered. You happened. The sentence hit me so hard I almost stopped walking. Anna immediately looked uncomfortable after saying it out loud, like honesty had escaped before she could lock it back up. I didn't mean that in like a weird dramatic way, she said quickly. It's fine. No, because now it sounds intense. You are intense. That's not helping. I smiled faintly. Sorry. She shook her head, but I could see embarrassment lingering around the edges of her expression. We reached my car, but neither of us immediately got in. The parking lot around us had grown quieter now. Fewer people. Longer shadows. The fading daylight reflected dimly across windshields like water. Anna leaned lightly against the passenger side door. I'm serious though, she said quietly. I looked at her. She kept her eyes lowered toward the pavement. Things have just been less bad lately. There it was again. That careful phrasing. Not happier. Not fixed. Less bad. Like improvement was something too fragile to describe directly. I leaned back against the hood of the car beside her. I'm glad, I said. Anna nodded once. Then silence settled between us again. Not uncomfortable silence. The kind that forms naturally when two people stop trying to perform normal conversation and just exist near each other instead. A cold breeze moved through the parking lot, tugging lightly at Anna's hair. She pushed it back absent-mindedly before glancing over at me. You know what's going to happen now, right? What? We're going to wear these shirts on the same day accidentally. That sounds like your fault somehow. It absolutely will be. I laughed quietly. Anna smiled after hearing it. Then her expression softened into something calmer than I'd seen from her in a while. I had a good time today, she said. The sentence sounded simple, but I knew better. For Anna, admitting she enjoyed something felt strangely vulnerable sometimes, like saying happiness out loud might scare it off. I did too, I admitted. She looked at me for a second longer than normal. Not dramatic. Not cinematic. Just enough to make the air between us feel slightly different. Then she looked away first. We should probably go before I buy more emotionally significant band merchandise. That's a real risk. It is. She opened the passenger side door halfway before pausing. Then she looked back at me again. Hey, Blake? Yeah? A tiny smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Thanks for existing. The sentence was so absurdly sincere it caught me completely off guard. I stared at her for a second. That might be the weirdest thing anybody's ever said to me. I know. But, you're welcome. Anna laughed softly under her breath before finally getting into the car. I stood there for another second after shutting the door, looking at my reflection faintly warped in the window glass. Black hoodie. Shopping bag hanging from my wrist. Nirvana smiley face shirt folded inside. And for the first time in a while, the future didn't feel quite as cold as it usually did. Just uncertain. But manageable. Like maybe some people entered your life quietly and still changed the temperature of everything around them anyway. The drive home felt quieter than the mall. Not silent. Just softer. The radio played low enough to blur into the background while headlights stretched across wet pavement ahead of us in long golden streaks. Evening traffic drifted around the car in slow waves, everybody moving towards somewhere they'd probably rather not be. Anna sat curled slightly against the passenger side door with the shopping bag resting in her lap. Every so often she'd peek inside at the Nirvana shirt like she still couldn't believe she owned it now. You're emotionally attached already, I said. I've always been emotionally attached. To the shirt? To everything. That explains a lot. She smiled faintly without looking away from the bag. Streetlights flickered across her face as we drove, illuminating her in fragments. Eyes. Hair. Sleeves pulled halfway over her hands again. For a while neither of us talked. The comfortable kind of quiet had become more common lately. Early on, silence between us felt like something that needed to be managed carefully, like leaving it alone too long might expose awkwardness underneath. Now it felt natural. Like we didn't need constant conversation to prove anything. Anna eventually looked out the window. I used to think everybody secretly hated being around me, she said suddenly. The sentence arrived without warning. I glanced at her briefly before looking back at the road. Used to? She shrugged slightly. I mean, sometimes I still think it. That's because your brain's a bully. She laughed softly under her breath. I'm serious. I know. Rain started lightly against the windshield then, soft enough at first to sound almost imaginary. I switched the wipers on low, and they moved back and forth in steady rhythm. Anna watched them for a second. My mom says I isolate myself too much. She's probably not wrong. Traitor. She can be right and annoying simultaneously. Anna smiled faintly again, but it faded quicker this time. She asked me last week if I even wanted people around anymore. I frowned slightly. That's kind of a brutal question. She didn't mean it cruelly. Still. Anna leaned her head lightly against the window. I didn't know how to answer her. The rain thickened gradually outside, blurring lights together into smeared colors across the glass. I kept my eyes on the road. What would your answer be now? I asked. Anna was quiet for several seconds. Then, very softly. I think I'm trying. Something about the way she said it made my chest tighten. Not because it sounded hopeless. Because it sounded exhausted. Like trying itself had become difficult. You're doing better than trying, I said. She looked over at me slightly. You think? Yeah. The answer came easily. Too easily to fake. Anna stared at me for another second before looking down again at the shopping bag in her lap. You know what's weird, she murmured. What? I actually felt normal today. There's the second horrifying thing you've said tonight. She laughed quietly. Shut up. I'm serious. You? Normal? Terrifying. I walked right into that one. You really did. The tension eased again after that, settling back into something lighter. Rain tapped steadily against the roof of the car now. Outside, the city blurred into reflections and moving light, everything softened by water and distance. Anna traced her thumb absent-mindedly along the paper edge of the shopping bag. Do you think people notice when somebody's struggling? She asked quietly. I thought about that. Sometimes. But not always. No, I admitted. She nodded slightly like that confirmed something she already suspected. The question lingered with me longer than it should have. I looked over at her briefly. Anna kept staring out the window, expression unreadable beneath passing lights and rain shadows. Then I remembered something she'd said earlier in the music store. My biggest fear is disappearing completely. The thought sat heavily in my chest now. You know I notice, right? I said suddenly. Anna blinked and looked over at me. What? When you're having a bad day. Or when you disappear into yourself. I swallowed slightly. I notice. Her expression changed almost immediately. Not dramatic. Just quiet. Like something inside her had stopped moving for a second. Oh, she said softly. Rain swept across the windshield harder now, the wipers struggling slightly to keep up. I don't always know what to say, I admitted. But I notice. Anna looked down again quickly after that. For a few seconds the only sound inside the car was rain and the steady rhythm of the wipers. Then she laughed once under her breath. What? I asked. You really suck at being emotionally subtle. I snorted. That's rich coming from you. Fair. A small smile appeared again at the corner of her mouth. But her eyes looked shinier now. Like she was closer to crying than she wanted me to realize. She turned toward the window again before speaking. Thanks for noticing, she said quietly. The sentence nearly broke me. Not because it sounded dramatic. Because it sounded genuine. Like being seen at all had become unusual enough to matter. I tightened my grip slightly on the steering wheel. You don't have to thank me for that. Anna didn't answer immediately. Outside, rain swallowed the road in silver streaks and blurred reflections. Cars passed beside us like distant ghosts made of headlights. Then finally, almost too quietly to hear. Yeah, she whispered. Maybe I do. Chapter 12, Evil Mario. World history always starts the same way for me. Not with learning. Not with insight. More like with the slow realization that I'm physically in a room where time is going to move differently than I am. Mr. Hanley is already talking when I tune in. Today we continue with interwar political consolidation. I hear the words, but they don't fully become meaning yet. They just pass through me like I'm not ready to be processed by the content of the day. The projector hums quietly at the front of the room, throwing up grayscale images and bullet points that feel like they were designed in a different emotional era. And then I see him. Joseph Stalin. It's the same photo every time. Same expression. Same posture. Same mustache. The mustache is what gets me. Not because it's funny at first. Because it's too specific to ignore. It sits on his face like it has its own personality. Heavy. Defined. Almost theatrical in a way that feels unnecessary for someone associated with global historical collapse. I stare at it longer than I should. And somewhere in the back of my mind, something shifts. Not a full thought at first. More like a suggestion. Then it fully forms. That's Mario. Not normal Mario. Like, if Mario aged badly, stopped plumbing, and got involved in extremely questionable geopolitical decisions. I don't stop it in time. It just comes out of me. His mustache is a Mario ripoff. The room doesn't react immediately. There's this brief pause where reality seems to check if that sentence was actually spoken out loud or just imagined collectively. Then someone in the back makes a choking laugh. Which breaks everything. The room collapses into laughter and waves. Desks shake. Someone slaps their notebook shut like it's offended. A couple people try not to laugh and fail instantly. I blink. Yeah. I definitely said that out loud. Mr. Hanley stops mid-sentence. Slowly lowers his marker. Looks directly at me. There's a silence now that feels heavier than the laughter. I try to recover it. Because maybe there's still a timeline where I didn't fully commit to this. So I add, carefully. It's literally just evil Mario. That makes it worse. The laughter spikes again, louder this time. Someone near the middle of the room bends forward laughing like they've lost structural support. Mr. Hanley exhales through his nose like he's trying to keep the classroom from becoming a legal issue. Blake, he says. I look up. Yes. A pause. Long enough that I start to feel it in my posture. Stop screwing around. I lean back slightly in my chair. I'm not screwing around. I'm just saying the visual design is kind of. He raises a hand. Not aggressively. Just enough. I stop immediately. Because that's the universal signal for you are now operating outside acceptable educational parameters. The projector keeps humming behind him. Stalin's face stays on the screen. Still unchanged. Still somehow making everything I just said feel inevitable instead of accidental. Mr. Hanley looks at me like he's trying to decide whether I'm a disruption or just a long-term consequence of being alive in a classroom setting. Then he turns back toward the board. But I can feel it. The class isn't going to forget this one. And honestly, neither am I. Mr. Hanley exhales like he's trying to physically push the atmosphere of the room back into something normal. It doesn't work. We are discussing serious historical consequences, he says, not video game comparisons. I nod like I understand the distinction he's drawing, but my brain is still stuck in the same loop it fell into earlier. It's not even a conscious joke anymore. It's just an image that refuses to leave. Joseph Stalin. The mustache is still there. Still absurdly structured. Still dominating his face like it has its own political agenda. I try to focus on the board again. I really do. Mr. Hanley turns slightly and continues lecturing, probably hoping I'll just quietly fade back into normal student behavior. That does not happen. Instead, I raise my hand again without thinking. Instantly, he sees it and says, "No." I lower it immediately. Fair. But my mouth is already halfway to restarting the problem. I didn't say video game comparison, I say anyway, quieter this time. I said mustache architecture analysis. That lands exactly the way anyone with basic awareness would predict it lands. Someone behind me makes a choking sound that turns into full laughter halfway through. Another desk rattles as someone slaps it. I hear at least one person whispering, "No way, like this is the most important development in their day." Mr. Hanley doesn't even fully react anymore. He just looks tired in a way that suggests he's mentally stepping back from this entire thread of reality. He turns toward the board again. Centralized control of the Communist Party, he continues. I genuinely try, to pull myself back into the lesson. But it's already too late. Every time I look at the screen, my attention slips sideways again. The content is there, but it's layered under the image of the mustache like a watermark I can't erase. It doesn't even feel like I'm being distracted anymore. It feels like my brain has decided the mustache is the primary subject and everything else is commentary. I lean slightly toward my desk partner. I feel like I've been officially flagged by history itself, I whisper. They don't look at me. You have, they whisper back immediately. No hesitation. That feels like confirmation from an unbiased source. Mr. Hanley keeps going, voice steady, but now there's a faint strain underneath it. Like he's trying to continue a lesson that no longer has clean edges. Industrial expansion and collectivization policies resulted in, he says. I nod like I'm tracking it. I am not tracking it. Instead, I hear myself again, very quietly, like I'm testing whether the idea is still as funny as it was 5 minutes ago. So it's like Evil Mario with governance updates? That is the exact wrong volume to speak at. The kid behind me loses it immediately. Not a contained laugh. Full breakdown. The kind where you can't tell if they're laughing or trying to recover from laughing too hard. Mr. Hanley stops mid-sentence again. He turns slowly. Not angry anymore. Just aware. Blake, he says, why are you like this in this specific class? That actually makes me think. Because it's not every class. Math doesn't do this. English doesn't do this. Even science mostly leaves me alone unless I actively interfere. But world history feels like it has a direct line into whatever part of my brain turns normal thoughts into slightly unhinged interpretations. So I answer honestly. I don't know, I say. This class just breaks my internal moderation system. That sentence lands like gasoline. The room breaks again instantly. Not even a gradual build, just immediate collapse into laughter like the entire class has been waiting for permission. Mr. Hanley looks at me like he's trying to calculate whether I am a disruption or just a recurring natural disaster. He turns back to the board. Because at this point, that's the only move left. I sit back in my chair slightly, watching him continue the lesson like nothing has happened, even though something absolutely has. The projector hums steadily. The mustache remains on the screen, unchanged, unbothered, structurally defiant. And I realize something I probably shouldn't admit even internally. I am no longer fully participating in this class. I am just living inside the consequences of one sentence I said out loud too early. At some point I realize Mr. Hanley is still teaching, but the class has stopped behaving like it's receiving information. It's more like everyone is sitting inside a shared interruption now, waiting to see how far it goes before it becomes permanent. The projector clicks forward. New slide. Same figure. Joseph Stalin. Still there. Still unchanged. Still carrying that same expression that feels like it's been permanently set somewhere between judgment and exhaustion. And the mustache is still the problem. Not a small one. Not a passing one. The kind of problem that refuses to shrink back into normal perception once you've noticed it. I try to focus on what Mr. Hanley is saying. Something about consolidation of power. Something about systems tightening around themselves until they stop letting anything outside in. I hear it. I just can't fully attach it to meaning anymore. Because my brain keeps inserting the same visual correction every time I look up. I lean toward my desk partner again. I think I've created a permanent association I'm not qualified to undo, I whisper. They don't even glance at me. You did that to yourself, they whisper back. That feels accurate. Mr. Hanley continues. This period demonstrates the centralization of authority within, he says. I nod like I'm participating. I am not participating. Instead, I'm watching the class slowly split into two groups. Group 1 is still trying to follow the lecture. Group 2 is watching me like I've become a secondary entertainment system installed in the room without permission. I feel that second group more than I should. I adjust my posture slightly, like that might fix my reputation in real time. It does not. Someone behind me whispers something I can't fully hear, but I catch fragments. Mario. Gulag. Mustache guy. Yeah. That's my identity now. Mr. Hanley writes something on the board. Chalk or marker squeaks faintly, depending on which version of the classroom this is in your memory. He keeps talking while writing, which means the lesson is continuing out of sheer obligation rather than actual engagement. And then I do it again. Not loudly. Barely above breath. So it's like Evil Mario with governance patches. I don't even realize I said it until the room reacts. Laughter again. Immediate. Sharp. Like the class is now conditioned to respond to me as a trigger. Mr. Hanley stops writing. He doesn't even fully turn this time. Just pauses. Long enough that I feel it. Then he continues writing like he's refusing to acknowledge the existence of alternate timelines. I lean back slightly. I think I might be in trouble, I whisper. My desk partner replies without looking at me. You've been in trouble since minute 1. Fair. The lecture continues. Words like collectivization, state control, and political enforcement drift through the room like they're supposed to land somewhere specific, but most of them just pass over us now. Because the class has developed its own secondary narrative. One I apparently wrote without intending to. I glance up again. Same image. Same face. Same mustache. And the weird thing is, it doesn't feel like a joke anymore. It feels like a permanent filter on reality. Like I've trained my brain to interpret serious historical material through the worst possible comedic lens available. I sit forward slightly, trying to reset myself. Okay, I think. Just listen. Just focus. Mr. Hanley says something about policy enforcement. I get halfway there. Then my brain supplies an image I absolutely did not request. Evil Mario standing in front of bureaucratic paperwork. I exhale through my nose before I can stop it. Someone behind me laughs again immediately. Mr. Hanley doesn't even flinch anymore. That's the most concerning part. It's not anger now. It's acceptance. Like he's realized I am a known variable he cannot remove from the equation without collapsing the entire classroom system. I shift in my seat again. This is becoming a pattern, I mutter to myself. My desk partner finally looks at me briefly. It already is a pattern, they say. That lands harder than it should. Because it's true. And because I can feel it solidifying in real time. Mr. Hanley continues the lecture anyway, voice steady, like the classroom chaos is now just ambient noise he has decided to outlast. And I realize something uncomfortable. I am no longer just reacting to history. I am actively distorting it inside my own head while it's being taught. And nobody in this room is going to let me forget it. By the time we get deeper into the lesson, I can tell Mr. Hanley has shifted into a different teaching mode. It's no longer "this is a class." It's more like I am completing a task while managing an unpredictable variable in the third row. That variable is me. And I can feel it. The projector still shows the same figure. Joseph Stalin. Same expression. Same stare. Same mustache that my brain has now permanently reclassified as a structural anomaly with comedic properties I did not approve. I try to behave. That's important. I genuinely try. I sit forward. I stop whispering. I even pretend to take mental notes like that might convince reality I've returned to normal functioning. It does not work. Mr. Hanley talks about political repression, centralized authority, and state enforcement. I hear the words individually. But they don't assemble into meaning anymore without my brain immediately attaching something else to them. It's like my internal translation layer has been permanently corrupted. I glance at the board again. Still him. Still the mustache. Still too defined for something that serious. I lean slightly toward my desk partner. I think I've reached a point where I can't unsee it anymore, I whisper. They don't even look up. You reached that point 20 minutes ago, they whisper back. Helpful. Mr. Hanley continues talking. Something about policy enforcement mechanisms. I nod like I'm listening, but I can feel myself slipping again. Because my brain has started running simulations. Not intentional ones. Just automatic reinterpretations of everything he says. Collectivization. My brain, Evil Mario administrative update. Centralized authority. My brain, Mario final boss cutscene. I press my lips together to stop myself from reacting. It doesn't help. Because even suppressing it feels like participation. Someone behind me shifts in their seat. I hear whispering again. Gulag joke incoming. I didn't even say anything yet. That's how far I've fallen socially. Mr. Hanley pauses mid-explanation. He looks at the class. Then he looks at me. And says, very calmly. If Stalin were here right now, he would send you to the Gulag. The room reacts instantly. Laughter. Again. Like it's now part of the lesson structure. Not even a disruption anymore, just a recurring feature. I blink slowly. I feel like the Gulag is becoming a unit of measurement for how disappointed you are in me, I say. That triggers another wave of laughter. Mr. Hanley doesn't respond immediately. He just stares at me for a second like he's trying to decide whether I am academically dangerous or just emotionally unfiltered. Then he turns back to the board. I lean back in my chair. This is my life now, I mutter. My desk partner nods slightly. Yes. The lesson continues, but the structure has changed. It's no longer just information delivery. It's now information plus me occasionally derailing the emotional tone of the room. I can feel it happening even when I'm not speaking. The tension in the class rises whenever I move slightly. That's new. That's definitely new. Mr. Hanley says something about enforcement systems again. I almost make it through 10 full seconds of normal participation. Then my brain supplies the image again. Evil Mario. Bureaucratic setting. Serious political meeting. I exhale through my nose without meaning to. Someone laughs immediately. Mr. Hanley doesn't even stop anymore. He just keeps going like he's decided that acknowledging it gives it power. Which, honestly, might be correct. I shift slightly in my seat. I think I've become an environmental hazard in this classroom, I whisper. My desk partner replies. You were that on day one. The weird part is I can't even argue with that anymore. Because the evidence is stacking up in real time. Mr. Hanley writes something on the board again. Chalk scratches. Marker squeaks. Whatever version of reality this classroom is currently using. He keeps talking while writing. I try again. Focus. Just focus. Don't think about the mustache. Don't think about the comparison. Don't think. Too late. My brain already did it. I bite the inside of my cheek to stop myself from reacting. It doesn't work very well. Blake, Mr. Hanley says suddenly. I freeze. Not because I did anything. But because when your name gets said like that in this class, you always assume you did. Yes? I say cautiously. He looks at me for a long moment. Then says. Do not start. I nod immediately. I wasn't going to. That is technically a lie, but only because I hadn't reached the speaking stage yet. He turns back to the board. The class continues. And I sit there realizing something important. I am no longer part of the lesson. I am part of the classroom weather system. The bell hits like someone finally cuts the power cord on a machine that's been running too long. Chairs scrape. Backpacks zip. The whole room exhales at once like it's been waiting for permission to stop pretending this was a normal class. I stay seated for a second longer than everyone else. Not because I'm calm. Because I'm trying to confirm whether I'm still legally part of reality or if I've been permanently assigned to world history incident status. Around me, the aftermath is already forming. People are laughing in clusters. Not even subtle anymore. I hear it in fragments as they pass. Bro really said Mario Stalin? Gulag speedrun moment. Hanley was done with him. Yeah. That's going to echo for a while. I finally stand up, slower than necessary, like sudden movement might re-trigger the entire timeline. I sling my backpack over one shoulder and glance toward the front. Mr. Hanley is still there. Not packing up. Not rushing. Just standing in that exhausted stillness teachers develop when they've accepted they cannot win against a particular student without violating educational ethics. He looks at me. I look back. Neither of us is enjoying this in the same way. He speaks first. Blake. I stop immediately. That name, in that tone, is never casual. Yeah? I say. He exhales through his nose. Not angry. Not surprised. Just tired in a way that feels like it has accumulated over multiple semesters. Try, he says carefully, to survive world history without turning it into performance art. I nod. I am not trying to perform, I say. He narrows his eyes slightly. That is not comforting. Fair. I shift my weight. It just happens sometimes, I add. That is also not helpful. A pause stretches between us. Behind him, the projector still glows faintly. Still showing the same face. Joseph Stalin. Still the same mustache. Still occupying way too much mental real estate in my brain for something that started as a split-second joke. Mr. Hanley follows my gaze for half a second, then looks back at me. Go on, he says. I don't need to be told twice. I step into the hallway. The shift is immediate. Noise changes. Light changes. Everything feels less compressed, like I just left a room that was slightly too small for its own ideas. But my brain doesn't leave cleanly. It lingers. Still replaying fragments. Mustache. Mario. Gulag jokes I didn't fully control. I adjust my backpack strap as I walk. People pass me in both directions, normal conversations happening like nothing historical just got reinterpreted in real time 10 feet away. That part always feels weird. How fast things reset outside the room. Inside it felt like an event. Outside it's just Tuesday. I keep walking down the hallway, trying to let my brain settle back into something usable. It doesn't fully cooperate. Every time I think I've moved on, the image reappears uninvited. Not even funny anymore in a clean way. Just persistent. Like my brain has decided it's important information I didn't consent to storing. I hear someone behind me say world history was wild today, and I instinctively know they mean me. Not the lecture. Me. That feels accurate and unfair at the same time. I turn the corner toward the next hallway, shoulders slightly tense, still carrying the afterimage of the entire class like it didn't end properly. And I already know something annoying. Tomorrow, none of this will feel as funny as it did in the moment. But it will definitely still exist. I tell myself, walking into the next part of the day, that I'm going to reset. Not dramatically. Not in some cinematic Numi way. Just baseline functioning. No comments. No interpretations. No accidental historical commentary that derails an entire classroom. That's the goal. It lasts about 30 seconds. Because my brain is still running yesterday's incident in the background like a tab I can't close. The mustache is still there. Not physically. Mentally. Joseph Stalin. It's weird how one image can refuse to degrade over time. Like it's been saved in the wrong file format and now it just opens instantly no matter what I'm doing. I walk into my next class trying to act like nothing happened. That's my first mistake. Because people already know. I can feel it immediately. Not even hostility. Just awareness. The kind that says, oh, that's the guy from world history. Someone whispers something I don't fully catch, but I hear Mario and Gulag in the same breath, which is enough information to reconstruct the rest. I sit down slowly. Desk. Backpack. Neutral expression attempt. Reset failed. I open my notebook like I'm about to become a different person through stationery alone. It does not work. I can still feel it. That moment. The pause after I said it. The silence before the laughter hit. It's stuck in replay. Not even embarrassing anymore. Just persistent. Like my brain thinks it's important data. I try focusing on literally anything else in the room. The whiteboard. The ceiling tiles. The sound of someone tapping a pencil rhythmically. Nothing sticks. Because my brain keeps pulling the same image back like a magnet under weak paper clips. I exhale slowly. Okay, I think. Just be normal. That's when I realize I don't actually know what normal looks like for me in a classroom setting anymore. A pencil drops somewhere behind me. The sound is too loud in my head. I flinch slightly, then immediately regret flinching because now I feel observed. Someone laughs quietly. Not loud. Just enough. That's worse. I stare at my notebook harder like I can intimidate it into becoming useful. It does nothing. The teacher starts talking. Something about today's material. I hear words, but they don't assemble properly yet. They just pass through. I nod occasionally anyway to maintain the illusion of participation. It is not convincing. I can feel it. At some point I catch myself about to raise my hand for a question that I don't actually have. I stop mid-motion. Lower it. Sit still. Danger averted. For now. My brain, however, is still not cooperating. It keeps trying to rerun world history like it's a highlight reel I didn't ask for. Especially the exact moment Mr. Hanley said, "No." I cut that thought off before it fully forms. Not doing that again. I look down at my pen instead. Twirl it once. Stop. Twirl it again. Stop again. It's not calming. It's just motion. The class continues around me. Normal teenage noise. Normal academic background chaos. And me, sitting in the middle of it, still partially stuck in a different classroom where I accidentally turned a historical lecture into a comedic event I did not intend to author. I glance up briefly. Someone is looking at me. They look away immediately when I notice. That confirms it. I am not escaping this anytime soon. I lean back in my chair slightly. Try again. Reset. Focus. Be normal. And for about 2 seconds, I almost manage it. Then my brain whispers, uninvited. Mario. And I know, immediately, this is going to be a longer recovery than I originally planned. By the time the day starts stretching forward again, I've developed a strategy. Not a good strategy. Just a strategy. It's basically, say less, move normally, and hope my brain stops replaying world history like it's a highlight reel someone forgot to delete. It doesn't work immediately. That's important. Because my brain is still behaving like it has unfinished business with the idea of consequences. Especially the moment I said, "No." I stop myself again. I'm not going back there. I'm just walking. Hallway noise surrounds me like usual, lockers closing, shoes on tile, people talking about everything except what I'm currently stuck inside mentally. It's weird how fast the school resets. One class feels like a contained incident. Everything after it acts like it never happened. Except me. I am apparently still processing it in real time. I adjust my backpack strap and try to breathe normally. That sounds easier than it is. Because every time I relax for half a second, my brain immediately tries to reconstruct the classroom again. The board. The slide. The face. Joseph Stalin. And then the mustache shows up again like it never left. I exhale through my nose. Stop, I mutter to myself. Not loudly. Just enough to acknowledge that I am actively losing a quiet internal argument. A couple people pass me and glance in my direction. I immediately straighten my posture like that fixes anything. It does not. I keep walking. Next destination, another class I will attempt to behave in. That's the plan. The problem is my brain still thinks it's in world history. Or at least partially. Like I left the room physically but forgot to check out mentally. I sit down when I get there. Desk. Chair. Normal setup. I place my notebook down carefully like it might explode if I move too fast. The teacher is already talking. I nod when appropriate. I think. Hard to tell. My internal timing is off. Everything feels slightly delayed, like my brain is processing input through a buffer that still has world history cached in it. I try focusing on the present class. It works for maybe 15 seconds. Then the interruption returns. Not external this time. Internal. Just a sudden replay of my own voice saying something I absolutely did not intend to define my entire academic reputation. I wince slightly. Someone next to me notices and looks away quickly like they didn't want to be involved in that moment. Great. I open my notebook. Write the date. Close it again. Open it again. Write nothing else. That's progress, I guess. The teacher continues speaking. I try to attach meaning to the words. Some of it works. Some of it doesn't. Because there's still a background process running in my head labeled World History Incident. It's not even emotional anymore. It's just persistent replay. Like my brain is trying to debug something it thinks is unresolved. I shift in my seat. Slowly. Carefully. Trying to signal to myself that I am now in a different environment. It doesn't help much. I glance out the window briefly. Outside looks normal. Trees. Sky. People moving between buildings like nothing has been structurally altered. That's the strangest part. The world outside does not care what happened in room X during third period. Only I do. I tap my pen lightly against the desk. Once. Twice. Stop. I don't want to turn nervous energy into noise again. That feels like how incidents start. I sit still instead. That lasts longer. Maybe a full minute. Progress. Then my brain tries to reinsert the mustache again. I immediately cut it off mentally. No, I think. We are not doing that right now. It ignores me. I sigh quietly. The teacher asks a question to the class. Someone answers. Normal classroom rhythm resumes around me. I participate minimally. Just enough to not look completely absent. It's working better than earlier. Barely. But still. I start to feel something shift. Not full recovery. Just distance. The incident is still there, but it's no longer actively dominating every second of thought. More like background noise now instead of front stage interruption. I take a slow breath. That feels important. I let it out. Then I realize something slightly uncomfortable. I am going to be thinking about that class for a while. Not because it was meaningful in a serious academic sense, but because my brain decided to attach itself to a single moment and loop it until further notice. I lean back in my chair slightly. Try to focus forward. Just the present. Just this room. Just now. And for the first time since world history ended, I managed to go a full stretch of time without it interrupting. Not long. But enough to notice. Enough to feel like I might eventually get control of my own thoughts again. Somewhere far away in my memory, I still see it. But it's quieter now. Less immediate. More like something that already happened instead of something still happening. I exhale slowly. Okay, I think. Maybe I survived this after all. And then I stop thinking about it. For a little while. It doesn't end in a dramatic way. Nothing clicks. Nothing resolves. There's no sudden moment where my brain politely apologizes for the earlier chaos and returns control of my thoughts like a borrowed object. It just fades. Slowly. Like a loud room emptying out one person at a time until you suddenly realize you can hear yourself think again. By the time the last bell of the day hits, the incident has lost its grip. Not disappeared. Just stopped being urgent. I walk through the hallway again, but this time it feels less like I'm carrying something and more like I'm just moving through space. Still aware of it. Still remembering it. But not actively trapped inside it. That's new. I adjust my backpack strap and notice something strange. I'm not actively rehearsing what I said in world history anymore. My brain tries to bring it up once, like a reflex. I don't engage. It doesn't insist. That alone feels like progress. Outside, the air is cooler than the hallway. It hits differently, like the school building had been compressing time and thought and I'm only now stepping out of that pressure. I pause near the exit for a second. Just standing there. Not thinking about mustaches. Not thinking about lectures. not thinking about the moment my brain decided to turn a serious historical topic into something entirely uninvited. For the first time since it happened, I can actually see it at a distance. Not as something happening to me right now, but as something that already happened earlier today. That distinction matters more than I expected. I step outside. The world feels normal in a way that almost feels suspicious. People are leaving. Talking. Laughing. Complaining about homework. Living in timelines that don't revolve around a single classroom incident. I start walking. Slower than usual. Not because I'm stuck anymore, but because I'm recalibrating. My brain still occasionally flickers back to the memory, but it doesn't hold it long enough to spiral. It passes through instead of looping. That's the difference. I reach the sidewalk and stop again for a moment. Look down at the ground. Concrete. Cracks. Normal things. Nothing dramatic. No historical commentary required. I let out a slow breath. Okay, I think. Not as reassurance. More like confirmation. I'm still me. Just slightly revised. The memory of earlier still exists somewhere in me, but it no longer feels like it's directing traffic. More like a weird file in storage I'm not actively opening anymore. I start walking again. This time, my thoughts stay mostly in the present. Occasionally they drift, but they don't get stuck. And for the first time since that classroom, I realize something simple. I survive the loop. Not by fixing it. Not by undoing it. Just by letting it finish. The day continues around me like it always has. And I finally match it again. Chapter 13, Dreamcatchers. Anna brought up the tattoo idea the same way people casually mention weather patterns right before a tornado destroys a town. We were sitting in the parking lot outside a 24-hour diner at almost midnight, sharing cold fries out of a paper basket while the heater in my car made concerning mechanical noises every 30 seconds. Rain drifted softly against the windshield, turning everything outside into blurred halos of streetlight and wet asphalt reflection. Anna had one leg tucked beneath herself in the passenger seat, oversized hoodie sleeves swallowing most of her hands while she stole fries she kept insisting she didn't actually want. "That's my fry," I said for the fourth time. "You say that like ownership is real. You are literally committing theft." "Emotionally, maybe." I sighed. "You've become impossible since we started dating." She glanced at me sideways. "That sentence implies I was possible beforehand." "Fair point." The diner's neon sign flickered across the windshield in blue and red streaks, turning the inside of the car into something dim and unreal, like we were sitting inside a memory instead of a moment. Some old alternative song played low through the speakers, something Anna had declared legally important music earlier and defended like it had constitutional rights. She grabbed another fry. "Anyway," she said casually, like she was changing topics instead of altering the direction of my entire nervous system, "I think we should get tattoos." I blinked once. "What? Tattoos?" "I heard you." I just rejected it spiritually. Anna leaned back into her seat. "I'm serious." "That's worse." I know. That was the thing about Anna. She didn't test ideas. She launched them fully formed, like she'd already accepted whatever came after. I looked at her more carefully then. The faint exhaustion under her eyes. The way her voice was casual but her posture wasn't. "You actually mean it," I said. She looked out at the rain again. "That obvious?" "A little. I've been thinking about it for a while." "That makes it scarier." "Good." I laughed under my breath, but something in my chest shifted anyway, like the floor had moved a few centimeters without warning. A tattoo meant permanence. Not aesthetic permanence. Not impulsive permanence. Actual permanence. The kind that doesn't wait for you to be ready. You're doing the overthinking face, she murmured. I'm processing. You're spiraling elegantly. Same thing. She smiled faintly. Then, quieter. I know it sounds insane. It doesn't. It kind of does. Maybe. Then I asked. What kind? She hesitated. That alone changed the temperature of the moment. Then. A dream catcher. That landed differently. Not random. Not decorative. Something personal that had survived long enough in her head to become real. Why a dream catcher? I asked softly. She stared out at the rain for a long moment before answering. Because I used to have one when I was little. Her voice shifted. Softer. Less guarded. I used to get really bad nightmares, she said. Like, the kind where you don't really trust sleep anymore. I stayed quiet. Listening. My grandma gave me this tiny dream catcher she made herself, Anna continued. Purple thread. Little beads. Feathers that kept falling off because our cat treated it like a personal enemy. A faint smile pulled at my mouth. She told me it would catch the bad dreams before they got to me. The car stayed quiet except for rain and the uneven hum of the heater. Anna looked down at her hands. Then, softer. It was probably just nonsense. But it worked anyway, I said. She nodded once. Yeah. Then. I think I just liked believing something was protecting me. That sentence stayed with me longer than it should have. Because it wasn't really about childhood anymore. It was about what she still needed now, just in a different shape. I looked at her. That's not stupid. I didn't say it was. You implied it. That's fair. Then I asked. So why now? She went still. Not physically. Emotionally. Then turned toward me. Because this matters to me, she said. No humor. No escape route. Just truth sitting there without armor. My chest tightened in a way I didn't immediately have language for. Anna noticed. Of course she did. That sounded more intense than I meant it to, she muttered. You suggested permanent body modification. Fair. But she didn't back away from it. That was the point. This wasn't about tattoos. It was about permanence as proof something had been real at all. I leaned back slowly. You know, most people don't start with lifelong symbolism as a relationship milestone. I'm aware. That's concerning. I know. But she wasn't joking anymore. And neither was I. I studied her for a second. Then. It sounds like you. She froze slightly. You can't just say things like that. Why not? Because then I start believing them. That made something in my stomach loosen slightly. I nudged her knee lightly with mine. I think some things are worth marking. Her breath caught just a little. Then she looked away. That was disgusting, she muttered. You started it. I regret everything. But she didn't move away. Eventually she asked, quieter. You wouldn't regret it? That question wasn't about ink. It was about whether this would survive reality. I thought about it. Then. No. Outside, the rain began to thin. Okay, she said softly. The tattoo shop sat between a laundromat and an arcade that looked like it had stopped believing in itself years ago. The neon sign outside buzzed faintly against a gray afternoon sky. Anna stood outside staring at it like it had personally insulted her. This feels like a bad decision location, she said. It's a licensed business. That makes it worse. We went in anyway. Inside smelled like disinfectant, ink, and metal. Machines buzzed somewhere deeper in the shop like mechanical insects that never fully turned off. Anna immediately went quiet. which meant she was overwhelmed. A woman at the counter looked up. Dream catchers? Anna turned to me like I had betrayed her on a structural level. Yes, I said. Anna whispered, coward. We sat down. She started bouncing her knee immediately. You're vibrating, I said. I'm emotionally buffering. A tattoo artist came out and gestured us back. The deeper room felt warmer. More enclosed. Framed art everywhere. Bright overhead lights. That constant hum of machines waiting to wake up. Anna stayed close to me without saying it out loud. The stencil went on first. A dream catcher on my arm. Simple lines. Clean design. Immediate permanence waiting underneath it. Then the machine started. Pain arrived sharp and direct. Not unbearable. Just honest. Anna leaned in immediately. You okay? She asked. Yeah. You're lying with your face again. I'm surviving. She watched the process like it mattered more than she wanted to admit. When it was her turn, she went still in a way I hadn't seen before. No jokes. No deflection. Just presence. You ready? I asked. No. She still sat down. The machine started. She grabbed my hand instantly. Hard. I hate this, she said. You're doing fine. That's not helpful. But she didn't let go. By the time we stepped outside, everything felt quieter. Like the world had stopped insisting on anything. Both of our forearms were wrapped now, ink hidden beneath fresh bandages. Anna looked down at hers carefully. It's real, she said. Yeah. I don't know how I feel about that yet. You will. She nodded slightly. Then looked at me. Then at my arm. Then hers again. I think I will, she admitted. We stood there for a while without moving. Rain had stopped completely. Anna finally reached for my hand again, slower this time. Less panic. More choice. I'm still scared, she said. Me too. But she squeezed my hand once. And this time, she didn't let go. The rain had finally given up somewhere between the diner and the tattoo shop, but the sky still looked like it hadn't decided what it wanted to be yet. Anna and I stood outside the studio for a second before going in, both of us pretending the cold air wasn't sharpening every nerve in our bodies. My arm already ached in that strange, warm way new ink gives you, like your skin is remembering something it just agreed to. Anna kept looking at the building like it might change its mind. This still feels like a bad idea, she said. It's a completed bad idea now, I answered. We already signed the emotional paperwork. She let out a short laugh that didn't fully commit to humor. Her sleeves were pulled down over her hands, hoodie swallowing her fingers like she was trying to hide from the concept of permanence itself. Then she nudged me lightly with her shoulder. Do not let me panic inside there, she said. No promises, I replied. That's not reassuring. It's honest. That got a small eye roll out of her, but she stayed close as we walked inside. The studio hit us with warm air and the smell of antiseptic and ink, that weird combination of sterile and permanent. The buzzing from the machines deeper in the shop sounded less like technology and more like something alive that didn't sleep. Anna slowed down the second we stepped in. Not stopping. Just recalibrating. Like her body had to renegotiate the idea of being here. The receptionist looked up. Blake and Anna? I nodded. Anna did too, but slightly later, like she was answering from a different room. We sat down in the waiting area. Anna immediately started tapping her foot, then stopped when she noticed she was doing it, then started again anyway. You're vibrating, I said. I'm regulating, she replied. That's not a word for what you're doing. It is if I say it confidently enough. I leaned back in the chair and watched her instead of the walls. She was trying very hard to act like this was casual. Like she hadn't been the one who first said the word tattoo like it was nothing. But Anna never said anything like it was nothing. That was the problem. Everything she said had weight, even when she tried to disguise it as a joke. After a moment, she glanced at me. "You still okay?" she asked. I looked down at my wrapped forearm. "Yeah," I said. "It just feels real now." That made her quieter. Not sad quiet. Thoughtful quiet. The kind she got when she stopped narrating herself and started actually feeling things. She looked away toward the back hallway where the machines buzzed again. "I didn't think I'd actually go through with it," she admitted. "Me neither," I said. That earned a small, tired smile from her. "Comforting," she muttered. They called us back together. The tattoo room felt smaller than I remembered from earlier in the day. Maybe because now we knew what it felt like to be inside it. Knowledge shrinks spaces like that. Mara, the artist, greeted us with the same calm expression she'd had before, like she'd already decided we were survivable. Anna stayed close to me as we walked in. Closer than necessary. Not touching yet. Just orbiting. Mara gestured toward the chairs. "You ready for touch-ups and final check?" she asked. Anna immediately said, "Define ready." Mara smiled slightly. "Still breathing is a good start." Anna pointed at her. "I don't like how accurate that is." I sat down first, because that seemed to be the unspoken agreement we had reached. Anna hovered nearby again, watching the process like she was trying to learn if pain was optional or just negotiated differently per person. When Mara unwrapped my forearm, the dream catcher came back into view. Clean lines. Dark ink. Slight redness around it like the skin hadn't fully accepted the idea yet. Anna leaned in a little. Then stopped herself. Then leaned in anyway. "That's actually really good," she said quietly. "You sound surprised," I said. "I am surprised," she admitted. "I expected it to look like regret." "It still might," I said. She made a face at me. "Stop undermining my emotional stability." "I'm not doing anything to it," I replied. "You arrived unstable on your own." That got her to smile properly this time. When it was her turn for final cleanup, she sat down with less resistance than before. Still nervous. But different now. Like she had already crossed the hardest part and just hadn't fully realized it yet. Mara unwrapped her forearm carefully. The matching dream catcher sat there, slightly red around the edges, still fresh, still forming its final identity on her skin. Anna stared at it for a long time without speaking. Long enough that I started to wonder what was happening inside her head. Finally, she exhaled. "That's mine," she said. Then, quieter. "That's actually mine." Like she was still negotiating with reality. I watched her hand lift slightly, hesitating before touching it. When her fingers finally made contact with the skin around the ink, it was almost delicate enough to be afraid of. Mara stepped back. "You're good to go," she said. "Just take care of it. No swimming. No picking. No pretending you're invincible." Anna glanced at me immediately. "She's still talking to you," she said. I laughed. Clearly. Outside again, the air felt different. Not literally. But it felt like something had been added to it that hadn't been there before. Anna walked slowly beside me, occasionally glancing down at her forearm like she was checking if it would disappear. It didn't. She looked annoyed about that fact in a way that wasn't really annoyance. More like disbelief that something had actually stayed. We stopped near the corner where the streetlights started to reflect off damp pavement. Anna leaned against a pole, careful not to put weight on her arm. Then she looked at me. "You think this means something?" she asked. I didn't answer immediately. Not because I didn't know. Because I did. And saying it made it heavier. But I said it anyway. Yeah, I told her. I think it means we chose something and didn't run away from it. Anna nodded slowly. Like she was filing that answer somewhere important. I don't know if I'm good at that, she said. You did it today, I replied. She gave a small, uncertain laugh. Barely. Still counts. That made her go quiet again. Not uncomfortable quiet this time. Settled quiet. She looked down at her tattoo one more time, then back at mine. Matching. Not identical, but connected in a way that didn't need explanation. I'm still scared, she said. Yeah, I said. A pause. But it's different now, she added. I nodded. Yeah. She reached for my hand again, slower this time, like she already knew it would be there waiting. When she held it, it didn't feel like panic anymore. It felt like agreement. Not certainty. Just shared direction. And for the first time all day, the idea of permanence didn't feel like a trap. It felt like something we were both standing inside of together. We didn't talk much on the drive afterward. Not because there was nothing to say. Because everything we could have said already felt like it had been used up in the tattoo shop, like language itself had been temporarily spent and needed time to recharge. Anna sat in the passenger seat with her arm resting carefully on her thigh, sleeve pushed down but not fully covering it. Every so often she'd glance at it like she expected it to blink back at her. You're checking it again, I said. I'm verifying reality, she replied. That sounds expensive. It is. That got a small laugh out of me, but she didn't join in right away. Not because she wasn't amused. Because her attention kept drifting back inward, like something inside her was still catching up to what her body had just agreed to. The city slid past outside the windows in muted streaks of gray and reflected light. Everything looked slightly softened, like the world had been brushed with water and left to dry halfway. Anna finally broke the silence. Do you think people do things like this because they're confident? She asked. Get tattoos? Get permanent things done while feeling like their brain is still buffering. I glanced at her. I think people do it because they're not confident and still choose it anyway. She considered that. Then nodded slowly. I hate that makes sense. We ended up at my place without really deciding to. The car just turned in that direction like it already knew. Inside, the air felt warmer than outside but quieter than the studio. No buzzing machines. No antiseptic smell. Just normality pretending it had always been here. Anna kicked off her shoes by the door and immediately looked down at her arm again. I keep forgetting I did that, she said. You did it multiple times today, I replied. That doesn't help. She walked into the living room and collapsed onto the couch like gravity had personally negotiated her surrender. Then, after a second, she lifted her arm again to inspect the wrap. I feel like I should be more emotionally different, she said. Different how? I don't know. Like wiser. Or doomed. Or spiritually upgraded. You just got inked, not enlightened. She squinted at me. That sounds like something someone who is secretly spiritually upgraded would say. I sat down beside her. You're overthinking it. I'm underreacting. There's a difference. That's not a real diagnostic category. It is in my internal system. That earned a quiet laugh from me, and for a moment the room settled into something almost normal. Almost. She leaned back into the couch, staring at the ceiling. Then spoke again, softer. I keep thinking about what Mara said. About couples stopping paying attention? Yeah. She paused. That stuck with me more than I want it to. I didn't answer immediately. I watched her instead. She wasn't looking at me. She was somewhere slightly past me, like she was talking to a version of herself that hadn't made today's decisions yet. I don't want to become someone who stops noticing things, she added. That's not really how it happens, I said. How does it happen then? I thought about it. Slowly, I said. In ways you don't recognize while they're happening. That made her go quiet. Not scared quiet. Reflective quiet. Anna shifted slightly, pulling her knees closer to her chest. I don't like that answer, she admitted. Neither do I. Good. We agree. After a while, she sat up again. Not suddenly. Just gradually, like she had reached a point where sitting still wasn't helping anymore. She looked at me. Can I ask you something? She said. You already are. She gave me a look. Seriously. Go ahead. She hesitated. Then. Did you ever think we'd actually do something like today? I didn't answer immediately. Because the honest answer was complicated. I hadn't expected tattoos. I hadn't expected permanence. But I also hadn't expected the idea to feel as natural as it did once it appeared. I didn't expect it, I said finally. But I don't think I was surprised either. Anna tilted her head slightly. That makes no sense. It does if you were there. She smiled faintly at that. Then looked down at her arm again. I think I understand what you meant earlier, she said. Which part? When you said it felt real. I nodded. She continued. It doesn't feel like something we decided, she said. It feels like something we finally stopped arguing with. That sentence lingered in the room longer than anything else had all day. I watched her carefully after she said it. She wasn't smiling anymore. Not sad. Just honest. Later, we ended up sitting on the floor instead of the couch, because Anna said the couch felt like it was judging her emotional processing speed. She had her arm resting on her knee now, unwrapping the edge of the bandage slightly just to peek at the ink underneath before quickly covering it again. I shouldn't be allowed access to my own decisions unsupervised, she muttered. You're doing fine. I literally permanently altered my body. You did it responsibly. That feels like a lie told to calm me down. It's a very accurate lie. She huffed a small laugh. Then leaned her head back against the couch behind her. Silence settled again. This one different from earlier. Less charged. More tired. Like both of us were finally feeling the weight of the day now that it had stopped moving. Anna broke it again, quieter this time. I think I was scared it would feel like a mistake, she said. I looked at her. And? She glanced down at her arm. It doesn't, she said. A pause. Which is worse in a different way. I smiled slightly. Because it's real? She nodded. Yeah. We didn't talk for a while after that. Not because there was nothing left. Because there was too much, and neither of us was in a hurry to organize it into words yet. Anna eventually leaned her shoulder lightly against mine. Not dramatic. Just contact. Like checking I was still there. I stayed still. She exhaled slowly. I think I'm going to be thinking about today for a long time, she said. Same. A pause. Then she added, almost quietly. I don't know what it changes. I looked down at my forearm again, at the wrapped ink underneath. I think it changes that we can't pretend we didn't choose each other in a real way, I said. Anna nodded slowly. That's a very serious sentence. You started it. I regret that I have narrative influence. I laughed softly. She did too this time. And for a moment, the room felt less like aftermath and more like continuation. Not an ending. Just the next thing still unfolding. Anna fell asleep on my couch without meaning to. It wasn't dramatic. No slow collapse into exhaustion like in movies. Just a gradual quieting, like her body finally decided it had argued enough with the day and stopped participating. 1 minute she was talking. The next, she wasn't. Her head tilted slightly against the cushion, hoodie sleeves still pulled down, her wrapped forearm resting carefully across her stomach like she didn't fully trust it not to disappear if she moved wrong. I stayed still for a while, just watching her breathe. There was something unsettling about how normal she looked like this. Not fragile. Not intense. Just human. Like all the noise she carried during the day had finally stepped outside for air. Her phone buzzed once on the table. She didn't react. I didn't wake her. The room stayed dim, lit mostly by the pale gray spill of evening through the window. The city outside kept moving like nothing important had happened anywhere today. When she woke up, it was slow. She blinked a few times, confused, then immediately checked her arm like she expected time to have undone itself while she wasn't paying attention. Still there. Still real. She exhaled. Okay, she said quietly. So that wasn't a fever dream. I can confirm it was external reality, I said. She squinted at me. That sounded like legal testimony. I'm emotionally documenting events. That's worse. She sat up and stretched carefully, wincing slightly when her arm shifted. Okay, she repeated, louder this time. I have opinions about today now. Go ahead. 1. Pain is a scam. Fair. 2. I feel like I made a life decision in a state of mild cognitive overload. You did. 3. I think I'm okay with it. That one landed differently. Not dramatic. Just clean. Like she had finally stopped fighting the idea and was testing what it felt like to stand next to it instead. She looked at me after saying it, like she was waiting for contradiction. I didn't give her one. Instead, I nodded. Yeah, I said. Me too. We ended up in the kitchen without really planning it. Anna leaned against the counter while I made something simple neither of us cared much about. The kind of food you prepare when your brain is still reorganizing itself after emotional weather. She kept glancing at her arm between sentences. Not obsessively anymore. Just occasionally. Like checking a landmark. You're quieter, I said. I'm calibrating. That word again. It's accurate. She picked at the edge of her sleeve carefully, then stopped herself. I keep forgetting I can't just ignore it, she said. That's kind of the point of it. I know. I hate that I know. A pause. Then, softer. It feels like I'm being followed by a decision I can't undo. I looked at her. And? She hesitated. Then shrugged slightly. It's not bad, she admitted. Just loud in a different way. We ate sitting on the floor again. Anna had declared chairs emotionally irrelevant furniture earlier and refused them on principle. Her mood kept shifting in small ways, like her thoughts were reorganizing themselves in real time. At one point she said, "Do you think we'll regret it?" Not accusing. Not anxious. Just curious. I thought about it. I think we'll remember it, I said. And that's not the same thing. She nodded slowly. That's annoyingly reasonable. I try. You fail emotionally sometimes though. That's my brand. Later, she got up and went to the bathroom. When she came back, she was staring at her reflection on her phone screen instead of looking at me. I look the same, she said. That's usually how tattoos work. I thought I'd feel altered. You are altered. Just not visually in your face. She frowned. That should come with a warning label. The evening stretched out after that in fragments. Conversation, silence, small jokes that didn't fully land but didn't need to. Anna occasionally flexing her arm carefully like she was testing if permanence had weight. Eventually she sat back against the couch again. Then spoke without looking at me. I think I understand something now. What? She paused. Then. That I've spent a lot of time waiting for things to feel safe before I commit to them, she said. And that maybe safe isn't something you wait for. I didn't respond right away. Because she wasn't asking a question. She was finishing a thought that had been forming since earlier in the day. I nodded once. Yeah, I said. Night had fully settled outside by the time she checked her phone again. This time she froze slightly. Not dramatically. Just a pause that didn't belong to casual scrolling. Then she sat up. Hey, she said. Her voice changed. Not loud. Just sharpened. I looked over. What is it? She didn't answer immediately. Her eyes stayed locked on the screen. Something about her posture shifted, like her body had just received information before her mind had finished translating it. Then she exhaled. My mom texted me, she said. I nodded slowly. Okay. Anna didn't move. She said to call her. Another pause. Then she added, quieter. Right now. The air in the room changed, not because anything physically moved, but because Anna stopped being fully present in the space for a second. I watched her carefully. Do you want me to step away? I asked. She shook her head quickly. No, she said. Stay. Then she stood up and walked toward the hallway. Halfway there she stopped. Looked back at me. Like she wasn't sure why she had. Then disappeared into the other room. I didn't hear most of the call. Just fragments of sound through the wall. Anna's voice, quieter than usual. A few pauses long enough to feel like something important was being carried through them. Nothing clear enough to interpret. But enough to feel the tone shift. At some point, the silence on the other side stopped feeling neutral. It started feeling wrong. Not dramatic wrong. Absence wrong. The kind that makes your attention sharpen without permission. When she came back out, she wasn't speaking. She stood in the doorway for a second, holding her phone like she didn't remember picking it up. Then she looked at me. And I saw it immediately. Not emotion exactly. Something after emotion. Like everything had already happened inside her and she was just arriving late to it. My cousin, she said. I stayed still. Anna? She shook her head once, cutting me off before I could even form the rest of the sentence. He said, she started. Then stopped. Swallowed. Tried again. Anna's gone. The words didn't fit the room. They didn't settle. They just existed there, refusing to attach themselves cleanly to anything real. I stood up slowly. What do you mean gone? I asked. Anna's eyes didn't focus on me properly. They found her this morning, she said. A pause. Then, quieter. Suicide. The word hit the space between us like something that didn't belong in speech but had been forced into it anyway. I didn't move for a second. Neither did she. The room felt too small for both of us and whatever had just entered it. Anna's phone slipped slightly in her hand. She caught it again. I don't, she started. Then stopped. Her voice broke somewhere without fully collapsing. I don't know what to do with this, she said. I stepped closer. Not fast. Carefully. She looked like she might disappear if I moved wrong. Hey, I said quietly. She finally looked at me again. And for the first time all day, there was no joke left in her. No deflection. No distance. Just impact. And I realized, standing there, that permanence had just changed shape again. Not into ink this time. Into something much heavier. Anna didn't sit down. She just stayed standing in the middle of the room like gravity had briefly forgotten how to negotiate with her body. Her phone was still in her hand, screen dimming slowly as if even the device didn't know how to behave anymore. I took a step closer. Not all the way. Just enough to exist in the same space she was still anchored to. Anna, I said softly. She blinked once, like the sound of her name had to travel a long distance before it reached her. I don't understand it, she said. Her voice wasn't loud. It wasn't breaking either. It was something worse. Flat in a way that meant her mind had temporarily stopped generating emotional texture. I could see it happening in real time, like something inside her was trying to process too much information at once and had simply stalled. Hey, I said again. She finally looked at me properly. And I saw it then. Not just shock. Not just grief. Disorientation layered over something deeper she hadn't named yet. Like the world had just proven it could remove people without asking permission first. I was just texting her last week, she said. A pause. Then quieter. She was supposed to call me back. Her thumb moved slightly over the edge of her phone, rubbing the case without realizing it. A nervous habit trying to survive inside a moment too large for habits. I didn't interrupt. There are moments where language becomes something you don't throw into the room unless you're sure it won't make things worse. Anna exhaled slowly. Then shook her head once. I was laughing today, she said. The sentence didn't have a direction. It just existed. She stopped again, searching for footing. I got a tattoo today. Her eyes dropped to her forearm. The wrapped dream catcher sat there under gauze and tape like it belonged to a different timeline. I got a tattoo, she repeated, softer. Then her voice tightened. And she stopped. The word wouldn't come out cleanly anymore. Not because she couldn't say it. Because it didn't fit next to anything else she was trying to hold. I stepped closer this time. Slowly. Carefully. Come here, I said. Not as instruction. Just as an opening. She didn't move at first. Then she did. Not into me exactly. Just toward me, like her body had decided proximity was safer than standing alone in the middle of whatever this was. When she finally reached me, she didn't collapse. She just leaned in slightly, forehead almost touching my shoulder but not fully committing to it. Like she wasn't sure she deserved impact. I don't know what I'm supposed to feel, she said quietly. You don't have to figure that out right now, I said. Her laugh came out once, sharp and wrong. That's the thing, she said. I feel like I'm supposed to know how to exist in this kind of news. A pause. Then. But I don't. Her hand tightened around her phone again, then loosened like she'd forgotten she was holding it. I guided her gently toward the couch. She didn't resist. She just followed, like the idea of direction had been handed back to her for a moment and she was using it cautiously. We sat. Not close at first. Then closer without deciding to be. The room felt different now. Not darker. Not colder. Just heavier in a way that made everything else feel temporarily irrelevant. Anna stared at the floor. Then spoke again, quieter. I don't think my brain is accepting it, she said. That's normal, I replied. I hate that word right now. Yeah, I said. Me too. Silence followed. Not empty silence. Occupied silence. The kind where something large is sitting in the room and neither of you is pretending otherwise. Anna finally looked down at her arm again. The dreamcatcher wrap. Fresh ink underneath, still healing, still new. I got this today, she said again. Not a question. Not really a statement either. Just a fact her mind kept returning to because it was the last thing that felt structurally intact. I nodded. Yeah, I said. She swallowed. Then whispered. It feels stupid now. I shook my head. It doesn't. She didn't argue. Which told me she didn't have energy left for argument, not that she disagreed. Her breathing changed slightly. Not fast. Just uneven in a way that suggested emotion was finally starting to break through the shutdown. I don't know what to do with today anymore, she said. I looked at her. You don't have to do anything with it yet, I said. A pause. Then added. Just survive it first. That word landed differently. Survive. Not fix. Not understand. Just stay. Anna closed her eyes for a second. When she opened them again, there was something in them that looked less frozen. Still overwhelmed. But no longer completely absent from herself. My cousin said she left a note, she said quietly. I didn't interrupt. She didn't read it to me, Anna continued. Just said it exists. Her jaw tightened slightly. That feels worse somehow. I nodded slowly. I think a lot of things will feel worse before they feel anything else, I said. She let out a breath that almost turned into a laugh but didn't make it all the way. Then she leaned back against the couch fully. This time, not tentative. Just exhausted. Her head tilted toward me slightly. Not asking. Just allowing. I adjusted my position so she could lean properly if she wanted to. She did. Slowly. Like her body was remembering how contact worked. For a while, neither of us spoke. The house didn't fill the silence. It just held it. Anna eventually said, very quietly. I don't feel like the same person I was this morning. I didn't respond immediately. Because she wasn't. And neither was I, really. But saying that wouldn't help. So I said the only true thing that didn't add weight. You're still here, I said. That made her pause. Then she nodded once. I am, she said. A long silence followed. Outside, the city kept moving like it hadn't been updated with new information yet. Anna's breathing started to steady, slowly. Not fixed. Just less fractured. She glanced at her arm again. Then at mine. The matching dream catchers. Same symbol. Different day. Different weight. I think I'm going to remember today wrong later, she said. That's normal too, I said. She gave a faint nod. Good, she said quietly. Because I don't think I can carry all of it correctly at once. I looked at her then. Really looked. Not at the shock. Not at the grief. At the fact that she was still here inside it, even if barely, even if unevenly. Then don't carry it all at once, I said. She closed her eyes again. This time longer. And when she spoke next, her voice was softer. I'm tired, she said. I know, I replied. A pause. Then, almost inaudible. Don't leave, she added. I didn't hesitate. I'm here, I said. And for a long time after that, the room didn't try to fix anything. It just stayed with her while the world kept existing outside like it always did. Chapter 14, After the Rain. I woke up wrong before I understood why. Not in the dramatic way people pretend in stories. No nightmare dissolving at the edges, no sharp inhale like I'd been pulled back from somewhere dangerous. Just a quiet absence I couldn't name yet, like something essential had been taken out of the world overnight and my brain hadn't been updated to match it. The room looked normal. That was the problem. Normal felt staged, like someone had rebuilt reality overnight using memory alone and gotten the details almost right but not quite enough. My phone was face down on the desk. I stared at it longer than I should have, like it might start explaining itself if I gave it enough time. When I finally picked it up, I saw the missed call. Unknown number. And a message. My thumb hovered before opening it, like delay could somehow change what was inside. It didn't. Anna's name was the first thing I saw. Just her name. Not part of a sentence. Not softened by context. Just Anna. Then the rest. Call us. Something in my chest tightened, slow and immediate at the same time, like my body understood before I did. I sat on the edge of my bed without deciding to. The Dreamcatcher tattoo on my forearm caught the morning light when I shifted. Fresh ink. Still healing. Still real. It suddenly didn't feel like mine. My hand shook slightly when I called back. It rang once. Twice. 3 times. Then a woman picked up. Her voice was careful. Controlled. The kind of calm that doesn't belong to good news. "Is this Blake?" she asked. "Yes," I said. A pause stretched too long to be accidental. "I'm very sorry," she said. And I already knew, in that incomplete way the mind knows things before it's willing to translate them into language. Not fully. Not cleanly. But enough that my body went still. "We need to talk about Anna," she continued. The name didn't sound like her anymore when someone else said it like that. It sounded heavier. Final in a way it had never been in my mouth. "Is she okay?" I asked, because language still tries to buy time even when it has nothing left to purchase. Another pause. Longer this time. "I'm so sorry," she said again. And the room went quiet in a way that wasn't metaphor. Not emotional exaggeration. Actual silence, like something in the world had been switched off. I don't remember hanging up. I remember standing afterward, though I don't remember deciding to move. The apartment felt too normal. Too bright. Like nothing inside it had been informed. I got dressed without thinking. My hands handled objects like they belonged to someone else who still knew how to function. Shirt. Jacket. Keys. Wallet. Everything automatic, like muscle memory trying to outrun comprehension. Outside, Seattle was still alive in the way cities insist on being alive no matter what happens inside individual people. Cars moved. Someone laughed across the street. A bus hissed at a stoplight. Nothing paused. That was the most disorienting part. Not that something had happened, but that nothing else had noticed. I started driving without fully deciding where I was going. The wheel under my hands felt distant, like I was interacting with the idea of driving rather than the act itself. Traffic lights changed. Streets passed. Wet pavement reflected sky in fractured strips of light. Everything continued. I kept expecting the world to stop for just a second, like it would eventually catch up and realize it had made a mistake. It didn't. The tattoo shop came back to me in fragments before I even saw it again in my mind properly. Rain on a windshield. Neon reflections. Anna stealing fries in a parking lot like she could argue reality into being less serious. "You say that like ownership is real," she'd said once, laughing with her sleeves covering half her hands. "I'm serious," she'd said another time, quieter, about the tattoo. A dream catcher. Something about protection. Something about believing, even if only slightly, that bad things could be filtered out before they reached you. We had sat in the diner parking lot that night, cold fries between us, heater in my car making noises like it was slowly giving up on life. "I just liked the idea of carrying proof that something good existed," she'd said. I remember thinking she said it too casually for how much it meant. Back in the present, the hospital appeared too suddenly, like it had been waiting for me without any regard for whether I was ready. I parked badly. Left the engine running for a few seconds longer than necessary before turning it off, like stopping entirely required permission I hadn't received yet. Inside, everything smelled like antiseptic and paper. A receptionist asked my name. I gave it. A pause. Then directions. Second floor. Hallway. Room. Each instruction felt like it belonged to a different version of me that was slightly more capable of processing what was happening. The walk down the hallway felt distorted. Distance didn't behave normally. Doors passed too slowly. Fluorescent lights hummed overhead like they were indifferent witnesses. At some point I thought I should call someone. Then realized I didn't know who would make it real in a way I could survive. The door to the room was already open when I arrived. That detail stayed with me longer than anything else. No threshold moment. No preparation. Just entry already implied. I stopped in the doorway. Inside, everything was too still. A chair slightly shifted. A folded blanket. Clean surfaces. The kind of order that only exists after something irreversible has already happened. People spoke to me. I didn't absorb most of it. Words like identification. Words like procedure. Words like I'm sorry. They passed through me without sticking. At some point I sat down because someone indicated I should, and I obeyed like the instruction belonged to a system I still had to cooperate with. My hands didn't feel like mine. They were present, but detached, like I was observing them from a slight distance. Then the understanding stopped hovering at the edges and finally landed. Not dramatically. Not explosively. Just completely. Anna wasn't coming back. Not here. Not anywhere I could reach. The sentence didn't feel poetic. It felt administrative. Like a form had been processed and stamped and there was no appeal option left to consider. Time stopped being useful after that. I don't know how long I stayed there. Eventually something was placed in my hand. I didn't look at it right away. I already knew it would change the shape of everything that came after in a way I couldn't undo. And I wasn't ready for anything irreversible. Not yet. Not in any direction. Outside the window, the world kept moving. A tree shifted in the wind. A car passed. Someone laughed somewhere far away like reality hadn't been interrupted at all. And I understood something quietly, without drama or relief. Nothing had stopped for me. But everything had stopped in me. And I didn't know how to start again. The world didn't restart after I left the hospital. It just changed the way it moved around me, like I had become something it needed to carefully avoid touching. Driving home felt like watching a recording of my own life from slightly too far away. The steering wheel was under my hands, but the connection between intention and action had loosened. I remember stopping at a light and realizing I had no memory of the last several blocks. Not because I wasn't paying attention, but because attention itself didn't feel like it belonged to me anymore. Everything was still happening. It just wasn't happening with me in it. When I got back to my apartment, I didn't go inside right away. I sat in the car for a long time with the engine off, staring at nothing in particular. The windshield was clean, but the world outside still looked slightly distorted, like it was being seen through something that had cracked internally. Eventually I went inside anyway. The apartment looked the same as when I left it, which felt wrong in a way I couldn't explain. A glass on the counter. A hoodie draped over a chair. A faint crease in the couch cushion where I'd sat earlier that morning. Normal objects pretending nothing had happened. I didn't touch anything. My phone was still in my pocket. I could feel it like a weight that didn't belong to me. For a while, I just stood in the middle of the room, not doing anything. Not thinking in full sentences. Just fragments. Anna's voice. Anna laughing. Anna in the diner parking lot saying things that now felt like they had been carved into a completely different life. Then my phone rang. I flinched before I even looked at it. The name on the screen wasn't a number this time. It was unfamiliar, but it had a surname attached. I answered before I fully processed why. Hello, my voice came out too flat. Like it belonged to someone else trying to imitate me. There was a pause on the other end. Not the kind of pause people use when they're deciding what to say. The kind they use when they already know what they have to say and are trying to survive saying it. Blake, a man asked. Something in my chest tightened immediately. Yes, I said. Another pause. Longer this time. Then his voice broke slightly at the edges, even though he was clearly trying not to let it. This is her father. I didn't sit down. I didn't move. I think my body forgot it was allowed to. I just got the call, he continued. From the hospital. Silence pressed into the line like pressure. And then, quieter, like saying it too loudly would make it worse. Anna is gone. The words didn't land all at once. They arrived in pieces, like my mind refused to assemble them into something complete. Gone. Not here. Not coming back. I'm so sorry, Blake, he said, and his voice cracked on my name like it meant something heavier than it should have. She loved you so much. That last sentence didn't feel like information. It felt like something being placed in my hands without warning. Something fragile enough that I didn't know how to hold it without breaking it further. For a second, I couldn't breathe properly. Not dramatically. Not in a way that looked like anything from the outside. Just a simple failure of coordination between my body and the idea it was trying to process. I started. But nothing came after it. The father stayed on the line, breathing unevenly, like he was waiting for me to become a person again in real time. Anna loved you so much. The sentence kept repeating itself in a loop that didn't soften no matter how many times it passed through me. I looked down at my arm without meaning to. The Dreamcatcher tattoo was still there. Wrapped. Healing. Permanent. It felt suddenly obscene in its continuity. Like it had been designed for a version of the world that still had somewhere for meaning to go. I started again, then stopped. Because there wasn't anything to finish. What do you say into a moment like that? What language is built for it? None of mine fit. I don't know what happened, I said finally, and even as I said it I knew it wasn't really a question anymore. It was just my mind refusing to stop moving. I know, he said quietly. Not correcting me. Not explaining. Just acknowledging the shape of what I couldn't hold yet. There was a long silence between us. In that silence, I became aware of my own breathing again, like it had been happening somewhere far away without permission. The father spoke again, softer now. She talked about you a lot, he said. More than she probably realized. I closed my eyes without thinking about it. Anna talking. Anna laughing. Anna in the car with cold fries. Anna saying things like they were jokes that weren't entirely jokes. I think she felt safe with you, he added. Safe. The word didn't feel real enough for what it was trying to describe. I leaned back against the counter behind me without fully deciding to move. My legs finally remembered they existed. I'm sorry, I said, though I didn't know what I was apologizing for. The words came out automatically, like language trying to maintain structure even when structure had collapsed. You don't need to be sorry, he said immediately. Too quickly. Like he'd been waiting to reject that exact sentence. Another pause. Then, quieter. I just wanted you to hear it from me. I nodded before remembering he couldn't see it. Okay, I managed. The line stayed open for a moment after that, neither of us speaking. Then he said, almost like it hurt to finish the sentence. If you need anything? I mean it. I didn't know what anything meant anymore. So I said nothing. A second later, he added. I'm so sorry, Blake. And then the line went dead. The silence that followed wasn't empty. It was full in a way that felt physically heavy. I lowered the phone slowly, like my hand didn't fully trust gravity yet. The apartment was still the same. Still normal. Still refusing to acknowledge what had just changed inside me. I stood there for a long time without moving. At some point, I realized I was still holding my breath. I let it out. It didn't help. The tattoo on my arm felt suddenly foreign again. Not because it was wrong, but because it now belonged to a version of reality where permanence still had somewhere to go. I pressed my thumb lightly against the wrapped skin, just to feel something consistent. It didn't bring her back. It didn't do anything like that. It just proved I was still here. And that felt like a detail I didn't know what to do with yet. I didn't sleep that night. Not in the way people usually mean it when they say that. There was no tossing, no waking up repeatedly, no drifting in and out of dreams that blurred with reality. It was just a long stretch of time where my body stayed horizontal and my mind refused to shut anything down. The apartment stayed quiet. Too quiet. Every small sound felt exaggerated. The refrigerator clicking on. A pipe shifting somewhere in the walls. The faint hum of distant traffic that never fully stops in a city like this. Everything normal. Everything wrong. At some point I stopped trying to lie still and just sat up in bed, staring at the wall opposite me. There was nothing on it. Just paint and a faint shadow from the window frame. Still, I stared at it like it might change if I looked long enough. It didn't. My phone was on the nightstand. I didn't want to touch it. But I did anyway. There were no new messages. That was its own kind of answer. I checked the time more times than I could count. Not because it mattered, but because it gave my hands something to do while my brain kept refusing to settle into anything resembling coherence. At some point, I got up and walked into the bathroom. The light was too bright when I turned it on. It made everything feel sharper than it should have been. I stood in front of the mirror. I didn't recognize myself immediately. Not in a supernatural way. Just in the simple way grief edits familiarity out of things without asking permission. My face was the same. That was the most disturbing part. The Dreamcatcher tattoo was visible when I rolled up my sleeve again. Still healing. Still there. I stared at it for a long time. It didn't feel symbolic anymore. It didn't feel like anything poetic or meaningful or carefully chosen. It just felt like something permanent that had happened before I understood what permanence cost. I turned on the sink and let the water run for a while without using it. Then turned it off again. Eventually I went back to the living room. The couch still had the same indentation from where I'd been sitting earlier that morning. It looked like proof that time had passed correctly even if nothing inside me had. I sat down, but didn't sink into it. I just existed on it. There was a kind of stillness that starts to feel like it has weighed after long enough. Not peace. Not acceptance. Just accumulation. Hours passed in a way that didn't feel like hours. At some point, I heard a knock at the door. It was soft. Careful. I didn't move at first. The knock came again. I stood slowly, like my body had to negotiate with itself before agreeing to operate. When I opened the door, there was no one I recognized immediately. Just a neighbor holding a package. Sorry, they said awkwardly. This was left at the wrong door. I nodded. Thanks, I said. My voice sounded normal enough to be unsettling. When the door closed again, the silence returned instantly, like it had been waiting behind it. I looked at the package for a while without opening it. Then I set it down. I moved through the apartment without purpose after that. Not searching for anything. Not avoiding anything. Just orbiting the fact that everything inside it still existed exactly as it had before. At some point, I ended up sitting on the floor instead of the couch. I don't remember deciding to. The floor was colder than I expected. Or maybe I was colder. I pulled my sleeve up again without thinking about it. The tattoo was starting to settle into its healing phase. The lines still sharp, the skin around it slightly irritated. It looked like something that should have a future attached to it. That thought didn't hurt the way I expected it to. It just felt strange. Like an object left behind in the wrong version of a story. My phone buzzed once. I didn't move immediately. Then I looked. No new message. Just a notification I hadn't seen before. A reminder. Something trivial. Calendar related. Easily ignored. I turned it off. Then sat there again. The idea of Anna didn't come in waves. It came in fragments. Her voice in the diner parking lot. The way she said things like jokes even when they weren't. The way she looked at the tattoo design like she was choosing something she already believed in but was afraid to admit. I just liked the idea of carrying proof that something good existed. The sentence returned now with a different weight. Not comforting. Not cruel. Just final in a way I couldn't argue with anymore. I stood up again eventually, because staying still started to feel like sinking. I went to the kitchen and poured water into a glass I didn't finish drinking. Then I put it down. Then I picked it up again. Then put it down again. Nothing resolved. Nothing changed. At some point, I realized I was listening for my phone. Not waiting for it. Listening. Like the sound might mean something different if it happened in a different emotional register. It didn't ring. It didn't need to. The absence of sound had already become its own kind of message. I went back to the couch and finally sat properly this time. My body felt heavy in a way that wasn't exhaustion exactly. More like delayed reaction catching up slowly, refusing to do it all at once. I leaned forward and rested my elbows on my knees. My head didn't feel clear. It didn't feel cloudy either. It felt displaced. Like I had been moved a few inches out of alignment with myself and couldn't find the exact position to return to. My phone buzzed again. This time I looked immediately. Unknown number. For a second, something in me tightened automatically. I answered. There was silence on the other end for a moment. Then a familiar voice. Not the hospital. Not a stranger. Her father again. I'm sorry, he said softly, immediately. Like the apology had become something he needed to repeat just to keep existing. I didn't want to bother you again, He stopped. I waited. I just wanted to tell you something else, he continued. My grip on the phone tightened slightly. Okay, I said. Another pause. Then, quieter. She talked about you like you were home, he said. The words hit differently than I expected. Not sharp. Not painful in a clean way. Just deeply disorienting. Like a place inside me had been named that I didn't realize anyone else had seen. I thought you should know that, he added. I didn't answer immediately. My throat felt too tight for speech, but not in a way that demanded emotion. More like the mechanics had simply become unreliable. I started. Stopped. Restarted. I didn't know that, I said finally. I know, he replied gently. Silence again. Not empty. Full of everything neither of us could properly carry through language. I'm going to go, he said after a moment. I just wanted you to hear that. Okay, I managed. And then, before he hung up. Take care of yourself, Blake. The line went dead. I stayed holding the phone for a while after that. Then lowered it slowly. The apartment was still there. Still functioning. Still refusing to reflect anything I felt inside it. I looked at my arm again. The Dreamcatcher tattoo sat there quietly. Permanent. Unchanged. Waiting for a version of me that could understand what it meant now that meaning had shifted shape entirely. Outside, the city kept moving like it always had. And I realized I didn't know what part of me was supposed to move with it anymore. The days stopped feeling like days. They became intervals. Spaces between necessary actions. Wake up. Sit up. Stand. Eat something that didn't taste like anything. Sit down again. Repeat until the body stopped asking questions. Time didn't heal anything in a dramatic sense. It just kept moving forward out of obligation, like it had a job to do and no interest in whether I was following it or not. The apartment slowly turned into something I moved through instead of lived in. Not messy. Not clean. Just, and used in a different way than before. I kept expecting there to be a moment where reality snapped back into its old shape. Where I'd wake up and feel the correction happen all at once. It didn't come. Instead, everything stayed exactly as it was. Which was worse in its own quiet way. The Dreamcatcher tattoo healed slowly. The skin around it tightened, then softened, then tightened again. It changed without changing enough to feel like progress. Sometimes I would catch myself staring at it without meaning to. Not thinking anything. Just looking. Like it belonged to someone I used to know. I stopped answering most calls. Not out of avoidance in the dramatic sense. More like every interaction required translation I didn't have the energy to perform. People left messages. Some stopped after a while. Others didn't. I listened to none of them. The city outside kept behaving normally, which never stopped feeling like an insult I couldn't respond to properly. One morning, I found myself standing in front of the mirror for longer than usual. Not analyzing anything. Just present in front of it. My face looked like it belonged to someone who was still participating in life correctly, which felt incorrect. I rolled up my sleeve again. The tattoo was clearer now. Fully settled. Permanent in a way that no longer felt theoretical. I pressed 2 fingers lightly against it. The sensation was real. That was all. I don't know how long I stood there. Eventually, I left the apartment without deciding to. Just movement following inertia. The streets were damp again. Seattle never fully commits to weather, it just cycles through moods like it can't settle on one identity. I walked without a destination for a while. That became a pattern. Movement without direction. Motion without arrival. At some point, I ended up near the diner parking lot. I didn't plan it. I just recognized it when I saw it. The place where everything had once felt ordinary enough to hold something fragile inside it without breaking. Now it just looked like asphalt and neon reflection. The paper baskets. Cold fries. Heater noise that always sounded like it was trying its best not to fail. I stood outside the car for a while without opening it. The memory didn't arrive all at once. It came in pieces again. Anna stealing fries. Anna saying something about ownership being fake. Anna leaning back in the passenger seat like she had always belonged there. I just liked the idea of carrying proof that something good existed. The sentence didn't hurt anymore in the sharp way it had before. It had changed into something quieter. Something that didn't demand response. I got back into the car eventually, though I didn't start it right away. Just sat there. Hands on the wheel. Still. I thought about calling her father again. Then didn't. There was nothing new to add to a conversation that had already completed its shape. Eventually I drove. Not anywhere specific. Just away from standing still. The city passed in the same indifferent rhythm it always had. Lights. Intersections. Reflections in wet pavement that made everything look slightly doubled. At a stoplight, I caught my reflection in the mirror. It didn't look different. That was still the strangest part. Nothing external had changed enough to explain the internal collapse. The light turned green. I kept going. I ended up back at the tattoo shop without realizing the route I took to get there. The sign was the same. Neon buzzing faintly. Rain-dark glass. Familiar in a way that felt unfair. I parked. Sat for a minute. Then went inside. The bell above the door rang softly. The inside smelled like ink and antiseptic again. Familiar music playing somewhere in the background. The same framed art. The same stillness between sounds. Mara looked up from behind the counter. Recognition came slowly. Then understanding. She didn't smile. She didn't rush. She just nodded slightly. "Hey," she said carefully. "Hey," I replied. My voice sounded normal again. That was still unsettling. I rolled up my sleeve before she asked anything. The tattoo was there. She looked at it for a moment longer than necessary. Then nodded once. "It healed well," she said. "Yeah," I said. Silence followed. Not awkward. Just full. She leaned back slightly, studying me in a way that didn't feel invasive. More like recognition of a pattern she had seen before, even if every version of it was different. "You okay?" she asked. The question wasn't casual. But it wasn't demanding either. I thought about it. Not quickly. Not performatively. Just honestly. "I don't know," I said. Mara nodded like that was also an answer she had heard before. "Fair," she said. I stayed standing there for a moment longer. The shop hummed quietly around us. Machines in the back. Low music. Rain tapping faintly against the front window like it hadn't decided whether to stay or leave. I looked down at my arm again. The dreamcatcher didn't mean what it used to. Or maybe it did. Just in a way I couldn't translate anymore. Mara spoke again, softer this time. "Sometimes people think things are supposed to feel different forever," she said. "But most things don't stay in one shape." I nodded slightly. Not agreeing or disagreeing. Just listening. She gestured toward the door behind me. "You don't have to stay if you don't want to," she added. "I know," I said. But I didn't leave immediately. Because leaving meant returning to motion. And motion still felt uncertain. After a while, I finally turned toward the door. The bell rang again as I stepped outside. The air was cold. Clean in a way that didn't match anything inside me. I stood on the sidewalk for a moment. Looking at nothing in particular. Then started walking again. No direction. Just continuation. I stopped trying to measure days after that. Time still passed, but it stopped behaving like something I could count on. It became weather instead. Something that happened around me rather than something I lived inside with any real control. Some mornings I woke up already exhausted. Some mornings I didn't sleep at all and only realized it once the light outside shifted enough to make it obvious. The apartment didn't change much. It just became quieter in a way that felt permanent. Not empty. Just reduced. Like something essential had been removed and everything else had decided not to comment on it. I kept the tattoo uncovered more often than not. Not intentionally. Just because covering it felt like pretending it wasn't part of me, and I didn't have the energy left for pretending. It healed fully at some point. The lines settled into skin like they had always belonged there. That permanence used to feel like the point. Now it just felt like a fact. I started walking more than driving. Not for exercise. Not for clarity. Just because movement without destination was easier than sitting still inside my own head for too long. Seattle kept doing what it always does. Rain. Gray light. Reflections on pavement that made everything look slightly unreal at the edges. People passed me on sidewalks carrying groceries, laughing into phones, adjusting coats against wind. Life continuing in its normal, unbothered rhythm. I noticed it without participating in it. That was the closest I got to describing the difference. One afternoon, I ended up near the water without planning to. The sound of it came before I saw it. Low, steady, indifferent in a different way than the city. The kind of sound that doesn't care what you bring to it. I stood there for a while. Just watching. No thoughts that formed fully. Just fragments again. Anna laughing in a car. Anna talking about dreams like they were things that could be caught. Anna's voice saying my name like it meant something more than identification. I sat down eventually on a low concrete ledge near the water. The wind was cold enough to make everything feel sharper for a while. I pulled my sleeve up without thinking. The Dreamcatcher tattoo was there, unchanged now. Complete. Final in a way I still didn't know how to interpret. I stared at it for a long time. Not searching for meaning. Just looking. A memory made permanent before I understood the full cost of permanence. My phone buzzed in my pocket. I almost ignored it. Then pulled it out anyway. Unknown number again. For a moment, my body reacted before my mind did. A tightness. A memory of earlier calls. Of voices that changed everything without warning. I answered. Hello? I said. There was a pause. Then a familiar voice, older now in my memory than it should have been, even though it had only spoken to me a few times. Her father. Blake, he said softly. I didn't say anything immediately. Not because I didn't recognize him. Because recognition itself didn't change what came next. I hope I'm not disturbing you, he added. You're not, I said automatically, though I wasn't sure if that was true. Another pause. Longer than necessary for simple communication. I wanted to check in, he said. My grip on the phone tightened slightly. I don't know what that means, I admitted. A small exhale on the other end. Not frustration. More like sadness acknowledged and accepted. Neither do I, most days, he said. That landed differently than I expected. Not comforting. Not painful. Just human in a way I hadn't been ready for. We stayed quiet for a moment. The sound of water behind me filled the gap where words should have been. Then he spoke again, slower. I still think about what I said to you, he admitted. I waited. He continued. That she loved you, he said. That she felt safe with you. My throat tightened slightly, but I didn't interrupt. I meant it, he added. I just don't know if that helps anymore. I looked down at the water. It kept moving without hesitation. I don't know either, I said quietly. There was a pause again. Then he said something softer. I think she would have wanted you to keep going, he said. The sentence didn't feel like instruction. It didn't feel like comfort. It felt like someone trying to pass something fragile across distance without breaking it. I don't know how, I admitted. That was the most honest thing I had said in a long time. On the other end, he didn't rush to fix it. He just stayed with it. I don't think there's a right way, he said finally. I think there's just continuing. Continuing. Not healing. Not moving on. Just not stopping. I closed my eyes briefly. The wind moved across the water. My arm felt present in a way everything else didn't. I still see her everywhere, I said, before I could stop myself. Silence on the line. Not surprise. Recognition. Yeah, he said softly. I do too. We stayed like that for a moment. Two people holding different versions of the same absence. Then he spoke again, quieter. I won't take more of your time, he said. You didn't, I replied. Another pause. Then. Take care of yourself, Blake, he said again. This time it didn't feel like a request or a hope. It just felt like something he had to say in order to end the call without leaving it unfinished. Okay, I said. The line went dead. I stayed sitting there for a while afterward. The phone lowered slowly into my lap. The water kept moving. The wind kept moving. Everything kept moving. Eventually I stood up. Not because anything changed. Just because staying still started to feel like a different kind of weight. I started walking again. No destination. No urgency. Just continuation. And somewhere beneath everything that had broken and everything that hadn't come back together, there was still the faint, unfamiliar outline of something that resembled forward motion. Epilogue. I don't think I ever really returned to anything after that. Not to normal life, not to who I was before, not even to the version of myself that existed in the immediate aftermath. It all just kept shifting shape in small increments, like reality refusing to stay still long enough for me to point at one version and call it home. There's a strange misconception people have about grief. That it arrives like a storm, loud and total, and then eventually passes. But what I experienced wasn't a storm. It was more like weather becoming permanent. Not dramatic enough to name each day, but constant enough to quietly redefine everything underneath it. I still wake up sometimes expecting a message. Not consciously. It's more physical than that, like my body remembers before my mind catches up. There's a fraction of a second where the world feels almost normal, where possibility hasn't yet been overwritten. And then it returns. Not sharply. Just inevitably. The absence doesn't announce itself anymore. It doesn't need to. It's already built into everything. I kept the Dreamcatcher tattoo. Not as a symbol anymore. Not as a story. Those meanings dissolved slowly over time until all that remained was the ink itself, sitting on skin like a fact that no longer required interpretation. People sometimes ask about it when they notice. I used to give them answers that felt complete. Now I just say it's personal, because anything more feels like trying to describe a language I no longer fully speak. It's strange how permanence changes once it's no longer theoretical. When we got the tattoos, I thought permanence was the point. That it meant something would be preserved against time, held intact despite everything else shifting. But permanence doesn't preserve. It just persists. It doesn't stop change. It just refuses to participate in it. I think about Anna in fragments now. Not in full narratives. Not in sequences. That's what time does when it can't carry memory cleanly anymore. It breaks it into pieces small enough to survive without overwhelming the present. A laugh in a car with the heater struggling against the cold. A voice saying something absurd with complete seriousness. A hand grabbing mine without hesitation when she didn't have the energy to pretend she wasn't scared. Moments that don't connect anymore except through me. I used to try to reconstruct her in my head, like assembling a version of someone that could still exist somewhere internally if I just arranged the pieces correctly. But that stopped working eventually. The more I tried, the more I understood that reconstruction wasn't memory. It was refusal. Now I just let the fragments exist without forcing them into order. There are days when that feels like progress. There are days when it doesn't feel like anything at all. The world didn't become darker in any dramatic sense. That's important to say, even if it sounds contradictory. The world stayed exactly as bright as it always was. People still laugh. Cars still move. Conversations still happen in cafes and sidewalks and grocery stores with the same casual rhythm as before. What changed wasn't the world. It was the distance between me and it. Like I had been placed slightly out of phase with everything else, close enough to observe, never quite close enough to fully rejoin. Sometimes I catch myself standing still in public places longer than I realize. Just watching motion without participating in it. It doesn't feel like sadness in those moments. It feels like recalibration that never finishes. I still talk to Anna sometimes, in the quiet parts of my mind that don't fully translate into language. Not conversations exactly. More like echoes of what it felt like when her voice was still a response I could expect rather than remember. There's no answer that comes back. There never is. But I think I've stopped expecting one. Her father called a few more times after everything settled. Not often. Not intrusively. Just enough to remind me that shared loss doesn't organize itself neatly between people. It just exists across them differently. We never talked about anything that could be called resolution. There wasn't any. Instead, there were conversations that circled the same idea from different angles until both of us understood that understanding was no longer the point. Sometimes the only thing left is acknowledgement. There was one thing he said that stayed with me more than the rest. Not because it was profound, but because it was simple enough to survive interpretation. She mattered in motion, he said. At the time, I didn't fully understand it. Now I think I do. People want lives to mean something after they end. They want coherence. Narrative closure. Something that organizes chaos into digestible form. But meaning isn't something that survives intact. It disperses. What remains is motion. The way someone moved through the world. The way they changed it slightly just by being inside it. The way they altered the shape of other people without meaning to. Anna did that. Not in a dramatic way. Not in a way that announces itself loudly. But in smaller, quieter recalibrations that still exist inside me even now. The way I think about silence. The way I notice detail. The way I hesitate before assuming permanence means certainty. Those things didn't disappear. They stayed. I stayed. That's the part one didn't expect. Not survival in the simplistic sense. Not getting through it. But the continued existence of a version of me that has been permanently changed without being replaced. There are mornings when I feel almost normal again for a few seconds. Long enough to mistake continuity for recovery. Then the memory returns, not as pain, but as structure. The shape of what is missing defining the boundaries of what remains. I don't think you ever fully stop living alongside absence. You just learn its weight. You learn how to move with it instead of against it. The tattoo is still there. A small dream catcher on my forearm. Sometimes I look at it and remember what it was supposed to mean. Protection. Filtering. The idea that something unseen could guard against what shouldn't reach you. It doesn't feel like that anymore. Now it feels like proof that I was once close enough to believe in protection at all. That I once thought permanence could preserve something fragile. That I once stood in a parking lot at midnight with someone who made the future feel temporarily less distant. The future came anyway. It always does. But I think I understand something now that I didn't understand then. The point was never to stop things from ending. It was to recognize that they happened at all. That they were real enough to leave marks. That they existed in motion, even if motion doesn't stay still long enough to be held. And sometimes, on the rare days when the world aligns just slightly closer to how it used to feel, I don't try to rebuild anything. I just let it be what it is. A life continuing. A memory that doesn't fade, only changes shape. And somewhere inside that quiet continuation, I still carry her with me. Not as something finished. But as something that happened. And keeps happening in the only way anything ever really does.